Chapter 1, The Awkward World. Dingling bell bell bell. On the desk, next to the lamp, a small alarm clock beats quickly, telling the beginning of a new day. But it didn't take long for it to tell, it was pressed by a ruthless hand, returning to its usual quietness. Pressing the alarm clock, Yali pulled the quilt and continued to sleep. But the good times didn't last long. The phone bell next to me suddenly rang. Listen to the sound of the sea crying. Yali's eyes were always reluctant to open. One hand clam took the phone in the past, and his eyes opened. Okay? Mom, call so early. Press to connect. Yali put the phone to his ear, and his voice was lazy. Hey mom. Hey. Xiali, you can't worry about living outside alone, so I sent Kui Long. I believe it can take care of you. You can go to the Wizard Center tomorrow to get it. Quick Dragon? Wizard Center? Am I still awake? It seemed that I had to sleep for a few more hours, and subconsciously asked, what fast dragon? What else is Kui Long? You can't remember the Kui Long who grew up with you. You used to pester it and let it take you to fly. Yali stretched out his other hand and pinched the arm holding the phone. Hiss. It hurts, I didn't dream. But why did my mother say to send herself a dragon? Kui Long Yali knows that Pokemon's powerful dragon spirit is also known as a Pokemon. He played a pirated mobile game about Pokemon last night and played too late, and he couldn't get up this morning. Xiaoli, what's wrong with you? Remember to get Kui Long tomorrow. By the way, I transferred some money to you. You buy some fish for Kui Long, did you hear that? Ah. I see. Yali said quickly. Are you still not getting up? Don't forget that school starts today. Got it. Got it. Yali responded. He is still a little confused now, he feels he is dreaming. The phone hung up, and Yali got up to wash up. Although his mother called and said a lot of nonsense in the morning, he still had to go to school. Yali was born in a small village called Liangzi village. His parents were ordinary farmers. After Ye left high school, because there was no high school in the village, he had to rent a house here in the county seat and study high school here. Don't ask why you don't live in a dormitory. The question is that this high school does not have a dormitory, but it is already under construction. Fortunately, there is a cafeteria. Yali usually eats in the cafeteria. After getting dressed, Yali opened the bathroom door. Yali was stunned again, because a door appeared beside the toilet with a red and white circular pattern on the door. Yali is very familiar with this pattern, isn't this the pattern of the poke ball? Yali couldn't help but pat his head. What's the matter with me? Why do we encounter strange things today? Yali felt that the way the bathroom must be opened was wrong, so he walked out of the bathroom, closed the door, and muttered in his heart, heavenly spiritually, opened. The bathroom door opened, but the door next to the toilet was still there and did not disappear. Could it be said that what Mom called today is true? This world has changed? She really sent a quick dragon? Yali was a little excited for a while. Rubbing his hands, Yali walked to the door with a pokeball pattern. He had already thrown him out of the sky for school or something. He just wanted to see what was behind the door. Will there be a Gallardo in it, throwing a reachable duck at him? Above the door, the center of the pokeball pattern is a circular bump, which is very similar to the usual pokeball. This Yali knows, just press it down. Pressed down his excited heart, stretched out a trembling hand, Yali pressed the switch of the wizard ball. No, it was the door switch. The door was separated from the center and slowly opened to both sides. The inside was as dark as ink, and even the light from outside the window could not shine into it. Yali hesitated, whether he should go in or not. The more hesitated, the more frightened, Yali gritted his teeth and walked in. The surrounding area was pitch black. Yali didn't feel falling, nor did he feel down to the ground. He just felt floating in the air. After a while, Yali felt the surroundings sway. Only then did he feel down to earth. Observing the surroundings, although it was dim, he could see clearly. The surrounding area is still shaking, and next to it are large boxes. It looks like a carriage here. Without waiting for Yali's observation, the car had stopped and the door at the back opened. Yali thought for a while, went out, and jumped out of the carriage. There are green lawns and 3 low houses in front of him. Yali felt that the scene was a bit familiar. A middle-aged woman wearing an apron stood at the door next to, and she hurried over when she saw Yali come down. Yali has worked hard. I am tired after staying in the truck for a long time. This is Tianyuan town. This is our new home. Although it's a bit old, it's still a good place. There is also Yali's room this time. Hurry in and have a look. After finishing speaking, the middle-aged woman turned and walked towards the house behind her. Yali also followed. Yali, take a good look, the house is beautiful, right? Yali saw that the house is indeed very good, and the power apes inside are moving things. This time Yali understood that this is a game world. The prototype is the Pokemon Emerald version, but I don't know which version he entered. It turns out that the door of the bathroom leads to the game world, and he actually came to the game world. Yali looked at the middle-aged woman next to him again. This should be the protagonist's mother. The middle-aged woman continued, everything in the house, the elves of the moving company have helped clean up. Yali, your room is on the 2nd floor, go and take a look. Your dad bought a clock to celebrate the move, go and check the time. Yali knew what to do next. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com and played this game more than 100 times. The first task was to adjust the clock. Yali came to the 2nd floor and looked at the clock on the wall. Yali couldn't help but think of a rumor in the game. He said that he set the clock to a certain time at the beginning of the game. After the league is finished, he will enter a certain time at 12 o'clock. In the cave, you can encounter the legendary Super Dream, but Yali hasn't practiced it before, and doesn't know whether it is true or not. As soon as the alarm clock upstairs was adjusted, the protagonist's mother walked up. Sure enough, the NPCs in this game never procrastinate. Yali, how about the new room? It's very clean. The bottom is also very clean. It's nice to have elves help. Isn't the things on the table broken? Take a look. After speaking, he left. Yali was speechless. He hadn't said anything until now. Sure enough, it was still a cold game. There is nothing good on it. To tell the truth, he hasn't been to the 2nd floor except for the start of the game until now. Back down the stairs to the 1st floor, the mother below called, Ah! Yali, come and take a look. The elf who moved on the 1st floor has already left. The protagonist's mother is facing the TV. Yali knows that this is a must-go plot, so he walks over. Tianyuan City Cultivation Dojo, maybe your father is there. Yali turned his head and looked at the TV, only to see the reporter above was saying, the above is the situation of Tianyuan Cultivation Dojo. The protagonist's mother said, Ah! It's over? It's a pity not to see your father. By the way, there is a doctor in town. He is a friend of your dad. Since we moved here, we should greet him. After speaking, he sat down on the stool next to him. Yali was speechless. I didn't say whether I would go or not. Chapter 2, The Game World of Magic Change. Anyway, there was no scene in which Yali spoke, and he didn't get entangled. He walked out of the house and walked to the house next door. There are 3 houses in Tianyuan town, 2 of which are the homes of male and female owners, and the laboratory at the bottom is the home of doctors. According to the general plot, the protagonist must first go to the laboratory to find a doctor, and then if not found, go to the forest, but can't get in, then go to the next door. But Yali is a player. He knew the plot clearly and went directly to the hostess's house next door. As soon as he entered the door, a middle-aged woman who was sitting in a chair came over. This was the hostess's mother. "Who are you?" "Oh, you are Yeli who just moved here." "Yeli? Did I speak? My family also has a daughter who is the same age as you. I hope you will become new friends. I wish you a happy playing." Yeli feels her words are weird. What does it mean to have a good time? But thinking that she was just an NPC, she stopped thinking about other things, and walked towards the second floor. The second floor is simply furnished, with beds, computer and television. There is a carpet beside the bed, and there is a fairy ball beside the carpet. Yeli knew that the heroine would only appear if he touched the poke ball by himself. Yeli walked to the side of the elf ball. Before Yeli touched it, a person rushed up. "Don't think about it, it's the heroine." The template for the heroine is designed according to Xiao Yao's prototype, which looks pretty good. Yeli is speechless. He has been single for a long time. No matter how you look at NPCs, he feels delicate. "You, who are you?" "Oh. You are Yeli, moved here today." "Yeli? I didn't speak. How do you feel that the whole world knows me? Is this the protagonist's halo? This feels a bit cool." The hostess continued, "My name is Haruko, please take care of me. My dream is to be friends with elves all over the world. I heard of you from my father, can I be friends with you?" Yeli hurriedly said, "No." Hunzi immediately said happily, "Really? Great, we will be friends in the future." Yeli, X. "Sure enough, cold world, cold NPC." Hunzi said again, "By the way, I'm going to help Dad catch the wild elves. Yeli, goodbye." After finishing speaking, I sat at the computer, not knowing what I was doing. "Yeli. Say it's good to catch wild elves?" You ran to play on the computer. Sighed, Yeli went downstairs. He should go to save the doctor, take his first elves. I don't know which 3 elves are the first choice, it should be the little fire dragon Royal Sanjia. Going up is the forest, and a little girl stands in front of the forest. Seeing Yeli, the little girl ran up. There is a sound of help from the forest ahead. What should I do? Yeli glanced at her. Li didn't bother to care about her, and walked into the forest. After entering the forest, Yeli really felt the gap between here and the game. In the game, the trees here are very low, but now what I see are huge towering trees. "Help! Help me!" Yeli hadn't walked a few steps before he heard the sound coming from ahead. Yeli quickened his pace and walked over, stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw a middle-aged man in a white coat running in front, but a huge dark red elf followed. Yeli was stunned. This is Giulardo. The person being chased is the doctor, which is the same as the magical modified version of the game played last night. Yeli can't wait to have a master ball in his hand at this time, but that is a wishful thinking. The designer of this version just wants the player to see it, but not get the feeling. Now Giulardo is okay. When the heroine Haruko has Gyoka in his hands, it will make the players greedy anyway. Seeing Yeli, Drive hurriedly called, "Don't stand there, come and help me, there is a Pokemon ball in the bag over there." Yeli looked at the backpack that was thinking about it, and walked over. If this is the version of the game world played last night, the 3 elves in the backpack, Yeli, will know which ones they are. Ghost Stone, Flying Praying Mantis, and Flashing Mini Dragon. If you are a novice, you will choose the Flash Mini Dragon without hesitation. Congratulations, so Novice Village can't go out. Because the Mini Dragon evolves at more than 30 levels, it is super weak in the early stage, and even if it evolves in the 30s, it is still very weak. In the game, the quasi-gods cannot evolve, they are all weak. And wanting to level up in the Novice Village to evolve, it is simply wishful thinking, and the NPCs along the way are holding the beasts. If you want to pass the level smoothly in this version, it is best to choose Ghost Stone, because this Ghost Stone will evolve into a Nightmare God, which is a huge pit. Yali opened his backpack, and quietly placed 3 red and white elf inside. Yali picked up one of them, and an image appeared in his mind. Flying mantis, a light green figure, with 2 white sickles in its paws. Put down the elf ball, Yali picked up the one on the right again. A blue and white figure appeared, 2 white ears, a white bead on the forehead, and a white belly. It looked like a short little snake. This was a mini dragon. Yali is dead, it's not a flash mini dragon, then this version has changed again. Yali hesitated, since the mini dragon is no longer shining, can Ghost Stone evolve into a nightmare god? If Ghost Stone could not evolve into a nightmare god, then he did not hesitate, Yali would definitely choose the mini dragon, even if he was abused thousands of times in Novice Village, he was willing. Yup. Quasi-god is not so easy to obtain, especially Kui Long. In order not to let himself hesitate, Yali did not go to see Ghost Stone's poke ball, and chose the mini dragon without hesitation. After Yali's selection was completed, the Guillardo over there disappeared and was replaced by a snake bear. Sure enough, this game is as skinny as ever. Yali pressed the wizard ball switch, a white light flashed, and the mini dragon appeared opposite the snake bear. The mini dragon starts with 3 skills: tightening, electric shock, and electromagnetic wave. Yali seemed to hear the designer say to him, "Are you afraid of the electric mini dragon? Mini dragon, electric shock." "I didn't want the ones," Yali gave orders to the mini dragon. "Mini dragon, woo-woo." A yellow electric light was emitted from the mini dragon, hitting the snake bear. But what surprised Yali was that the snake bear ducked away. Sure enough, this is no longer a simple game world. Yali was so excited that his hands trembled. This kind of world is wonderful. Mini dragon, first paralyze the opponent with electromagnetic waves, and then use electric shock. The mini dragon nodded, "Woo." An electric light shot out and hit the snake bear with precision. The snake bear trembles all over, flashing with electric light. Waiting for it to have other reactions, another electric light shot on it. This is an electric shock. Snake bear could not bear it directly, fell to the ground and fainted. Yali was agitated, this is the battle Pokemon should have. The mini dragon's eyes gleamingly revolved around Yali. Seeing the same happy mini dragon, Yali felt that the world was not so cold. It seemed that the elves of this world still had feelings. It should be only NPCs that are cold. Chapter 3, Return to Reality. Seeing Yali Shengli, the doctor walked over, did not speak, and directly pulled Ye away from the laboratory. In the laboratory, the doctor looked at Yali and said, "Yali, thank you for saving me. I was very experienced in the battle just now, very much like your father. As a thank you, the mini dragon is given to you." Yali did not speak, the doctor continued, "Next, you have to accumulate experience and strive to become an excellent trainer. My Hunza is investigating wild elves on Route 103. Would you like to go and see?" Yali did not speak. After a while, the doctor said again, "My Hunza is investigating wild elves on the 103rd road, do you want to go see it?" Yali quickly replied, "Go." Yali knew that if he didn't agree, the doctor would keep asking questions. This task was bound to be taken. In fact, Yali is unwilling, after all, Hunza is a girl with Jayaka. "That's great, Haruko will be very happy, you will definitely become an excellent trainer." Things came to an end, Yali suddenly remembered that he started school today, and now he is still addicted to games. "Fuck me, how do I leave here?" Yali was stunned, "Let me go out, I want to go to school. I don't want to play games." Yali forced himself to calm down, silently quitting the game in his heart. Yali only felt black before his eyes, and then appeared in the bathroom, still holding a wizard ball in his hand. Yali stared at the elf ball in his hand, feeling the mini dragon inside, stunned. The mini dragon was brought out by himself. Could it be said that things in the game world can be brought out? Yali's hands trembled again, which was caused by excitement. Wait, Yali remembered what he could do to bring the elves to the real world? Take the mini dragon to grab the bank? Do it! By the way, Yali remembered his mother's phone call again in the morning, saying that he was sending him Kui Long. Could it be that the world has changed? Yali is excited again, when the time comes to go to the Tianzhu in the game world to catch the sky dragon, and then bring it out, the world is not going to be trampled on by himself. There are also Gyulardo and Gyuka, all of which can be caught after playing in the league. Thinking of this, Yali couldn't wait to take a look outside. Washed up in a hurry, Yali looked at the time, and it was 8:30. You know that school starts at 7:30 today. Yali didn't even have time to scold his mother, and quickly put the mini dragon's pokeball into his backpack, and ran out with the bag on his back. Outside the room is the living room. This house has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Yali shares a rent with a girl from the same school. However, they rarely meet each other. They only have 1 or 2 greetings. Yali doesn't even know her name. As soon as he left the house, Yali was stunned. A group of BB birds flew in the sky, and a few ladas ran past in front of him. The people walking on the road are followed by an elf. In the distance, an old man is playing with an abo snake. Another old man passing by on the side of the road called, "Pharaoh, how about playing snakes?" A girl behind Yali suddenly called, "Pippi, come back." Yali looked down and saw a short-legged Pippi was running towards him. Yali swallowed, the world has really changed. But why is my heart so excited? On the way to school, Yali couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Yet is not far from the rented house and the school, just 1 street away. The school is called Jingnan No. 1 Middle School. The reason why it is No. 1 Middle School is because this high school is the entire Jingnan County. Yet is already in his 3rd year of high school this year. He was already ready to face the pressure of his 3rd year, but the world gave him such a surprise, and he didn't know what his 3rd year life would be like. Thinking about it, I still have a little look forward to it. Yali ran directly into the school gate, and the guard didn't care about him. After all, when school just started today, the guard opened one eye and closed another. But it's only today, and I won't be so indulgent in the future. When I came in, Yali looked back at Haoli, who was standing next to the guard, and swallowed. There is a picture of heroic lifting him up in the air in his mind. Ye was in the 3rd class when he was away from the 2nd year of high school. The 3rd year of high school has not yet been divided into classes, but the classroom has been changed. Yali hurriedly entered the 3rd grade classroom of high school. There was chaos inside. The one in front, "Will you put away your little fire dragon? Its tail is about to light my table." "Who, put away your stinky flowers? You want to kill the whole class? Or, put him in the teacher's office. It's best to kill all the teachers so that we don't have to go to school. Who's round silk spider? Spit so many spider webs in my place." As expected, the entire classroom was in chaos. Seeing that the teacher was not there, Yali was relieved, went to the back row and found an empty seat to sit down, and took out his mobile phone to search for information about this new world. 10 minutes later, the bell rang. Yali put down the phone and raised his head. In these 10 minutes, Yali had a general understanding of this new world. 100 years ago, doors of space appeared all over the world, and some strange creatures kept pouring out of them, and the world fell into an unprecedented crisis. Countries all over the world have to launch a force confrontation. This battle lasted for 2 years, until some fighters conquered the elves. Then found a way to make the pokeball in the world inside the space gate. Since then, the age of elves has come, and countries around the world have united to form an elves alliance to control elves and trainers. After 100 years of development, UU reading www.uuganshu. The COM trainer system is constantly improving, and different professions are also derived. The most representative is the vocational trainer, which has the highest ceiling of all occupations. Vocational trainers in the early stage will represent the country in major international competitions and win honors. They are also known as professional players. In the later stage, you can challenge the alliance and fight for the position of the king and the leader. The vocational trainer is the nurturing trainer. This is a profession for researching and tapping the potential of the elves. This profession is very popular. May I ask which trainer does not want to cultivate his own elves? Of course, there are also enchanting professional trainers who are part-time training trainers. This kind of trainer is the most difficult to mess with, because the elves of other people are better than you in training and nurturing, so how do you fight? The third exploration trainer, they mainly explore the world inside the door of each space. This kind of trainer is actually the strongest group of people in all occupations, because they and the elves are on the verge of life and death at any time, and they are receiving the cruelest training at any time. Like the current evil-type Heavenly King Hanchinch, it is to explore the birth of a trainer, then turn into a home ownership trainer, and then pass all the way, and finally ascend the throne of the evil-type Heavenly King. There is a saying that I would rather provoke a position than an exploration. Vocational trainers may keep your hands, but exploration trainers will not. Fighting elves with them may be life-threatening. Explore the trainer underneath is a group of miscellaneous professions, such as the doctor in the wizard center, the policeman who maintains order, the builder who specializes in construction and so on. Yali looked through the windowsill to the dormitory under construction, where Haoli, a veteran who moved bricks, was busy. The muscles on those elves hide powerful power, and each one should not be underestimated. Chapter 4, World Change. Not long after, a middle-aged woman walked in. The woman was wearing glasses and looked fierce. He was Yali's second-year class teacher Zhang Chengzi. Now she has also become a third-year class teacher. Yali accidentally heard a classmate next to him mutter, "I would rather explore, not arouse spring joy." Yali secretly gave him a thumbs up. Before the world changed, Yali's class always called Zhang Chengzi wrong, but now it seems even more ruthless. After Zhang Chengzi came in, he knocked on the table and said, "The classmate who I have named will go to the academic affairs office to move textbooks with me." Other classmates keep quiet. After speaking, he raised his head and glanced at the classroom, and when he saw Yali, he was shocked, and then said, "Students who didn't arrive during the morning roll call, report to me after class." Other classmates raised their heads to Yali and looked at Yali. This child dare to arrive later than Zhang Chengzi, he has the courage. Zhang Chengzi began to roll the call, "Pan Jinjia, Wu Shixiang, Wang Chongshun." Zhang Chengzi ordered 6 names, and then took them to move the teaching materials. As soon as Zhang Chengzi left, the classroom was immediately chaotic, and Zhang Chengzi's words had been thrown out of the sky. An inch-headed man next to Yali leaned in front of Yali, and gave Yali a thumbs up. "Yali, fierce. You dare to be late for Zhang Chengzi's roll call." Yali sighed, "I can't help it. I came just after 5 o'clock in the morning, and saw an old grandmother hit the ground by a small lada on the road. You know, I am a kind person by nature, how can I bear to leave here, so I lifted her up and sent her to the elf center for treatment." The inch-headed man is called Xiaozhi Hui, who is the one who just whispered. He and Yali are quite familiar. Xiaozhi Hui was dumbfounded after hearing what Yali said. Yali said proudly, "Are you moved by my kindness?" Xiaozhi Hui, "Ah. It's kind, don't you know that the wizard center only treats the elves? And the old woman, why don't you say that you killed a sacred animal?" Yali thought about it seriously, and slapped his legs. "Yes. I sent little Lada to the elf center, and I did kill a mythical beast in the morning." Xiaozhi Hui looked at Yali dumbfounded, and didn't know how to pick him up for a while. Yali couldn't help but think of the Guelardo chasing the doctor. Isn't that a sacred beast? This world is only in the legendary stage for the beasts. For example, the world of fire opened by Guangshen has only appeared once in it, but it is extremely powerful, a big bird full of flames. There is also the world of electricity opened in southern Zhejiang, the electric bird covered with thorns and so on. These elves are called sacred beasts, because every time they are seen, they show incredible power. That is a kind of terrifying power that surpasses ordinary elves. These elves are revered as divine beasts. Similarly, they have fascinated countless trainers. Xiaozhi did not believe in Yeli, but talked about other things. Yeli, did your family prepare a wizard for you? Yeli, yes. How about you? Xiaozhi was a little disappointed and shook his head. I don't have one at home, so I can only go to the cultivation house. Yeli has also learned about it. By the third year of high school, he has the authority to raise elves. Those with good backgrounds are prepared with elves at home, and those with bad backgrounds can only cultivate house callers. Of course, it's certainly not rare elves that nurture the house callers, they are all very common ones, and the elves have to be paid for. Yeli thought for a while, leaning in front of Xiaozhi, and whispered, "Why don't you wait a few days, I will get you a rare elf at that time, it only costs 10,000 yuan. Yeli remembered the game world. You must know that Xinshao village can control the three families. Then, they will be caught and sold to Xiaozhi, so that Yeli can make some money. Yeli is short of money now. The mini dragon is brought out and nurturing becomes a problem. You must know that the most lack of nutrition in young elves is nutrition. Only when the nutrition keeps up, can you carry out high-intensity training, and there is one that you haven't seen before. The fast dragons in the face are all big holes that are dissatisfied. And the money to buy nutrition has become a problem. Yeli doesn't like asking his family for money, so he can only earn it by himself." Xiaozhi's eyes lit up. "Really? You have to know that rare elves are very expensive. A base of 50,000 yuan can't afford it at all, but 10,000 yuan is still taken out, and 10,000 yuan to buy a rare fairy is a good deal. Yeli, don't tell other people. It's fine if you know it yourself. I'll give you the elf in a few days, and you can ask the family to prepare money for you." Xiaozhi nodded repeatedly and promised, "I promise not to let the third person know." Yeli patted Xiaozhi on the shoulder, "Wait for my news." Xiaozhi's family situation is not good, which is why Yeli decided to help him. Xiaozhi curiously asked, "Yeli, how did you get the rare elves?" "Yeli, I said I was going to catch it, do you believe it?" Xiaozhi, "Cut, who believes it?" Of course, Xiaozhi doesn't believe it. Jingnan County has only opened up a world full of forests, the green world, which is full of insects and grass elves, which is extremely dangerous. You must know that these two kinds of elves are poisonous, and if you don't pay attention to them, your life is in danger. Even the exploration trainer must be fully prepared to enter, let alone Yeli, a small high school student. Yeli waved his hand, "Don't worry about that much. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com can wait a few days and I will give you the wizard. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you wait a few days." Xiaozhi nodded, "Indeed, he won't lose anything after waiting a few days." Xiaozhi asked again, "By the way, what kind of elves did your family prepare for you?" Yeli smiled mysteriously, "Secrecy." Xiaozhi glanced at Yeli contemptuously and was about to hurt Yeli. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Chengzi sitting on the sidelines with cold eyes at the door of the classroom, shut up immediately, and sat down. Zhang Chengzi held the teaching materials, walked in with a cold face, threw the teaching materials on the table, making a snap. Yeli seemed to feel the whole class's heart tremble. "How long have I been out? You are arguing like this? You are now in your third year of high school, and you are going to take the college entrance examination right away. If you can't get into a good university, it will be more difficult to get rare elves in the future, and you will be farther and farther away from professional trainers." Yeli sat down and looked weird. Zhang Chengzi's words in front were okay, but Yeli always felt a huge contrast in the back words. After. Zhang Chengzi chattered a lot, and warned that no elves could be released in the classroom in the future. After a while, the other students who moved the textbook came back, and then started to distribute the textbook. What surprised Yali was that the textbook was almost the same as before, but the content was changed. For example, geography, it talks about the environment in which various elves live, as well as the geographical maps of the various worlds that have been opened. Among them is the geographical map of Jingnan County, the green circle. History has also changed, talking about the changes in the age of the elves in the past 100 years, and several powerful trainers in history. Mathematics is gone, but the language is still there. After all, trainers also need to know words. English is still there, which makes Yali a headache. He hates English the most. Chapter 5, Effort Value, Individual Value. Although it was only the first day of school, because it was already in the third year of high school and the time was tight, the class started straight away. Yali is dozing off every class, and his heart is not interested in class, he just wants to go home to explore the game world. In a blink of an eye, it came to the afternoon. Yali used the school time and lunch break to check the internet, and he had a deeper understanding of the current world. The trainer who has just adopted the elves in high school is called the novice trainer. After is the elementary, intermediate, advanced, and master. Like the King of Heaven, the leader of the alliance, the owner of the gymnasium, these are all master trainers. Each country has 8 gymnasiums. Only when you get the 8 badges of your own country, you are eligible to challenge the 4 kings of the Elf Alliance. Don't think that reality is like a game or TV series. If you push it all the way, it would be a big mistake. You must know that every gymnasium owner is a master-level trainer, and they will try their best, because once they lose, the position of the hall owner must be given to the winner. Therefore, the general vocational trainers are advanced trainers. After they become master trainers, they will choose to challenge the gym. After a day of torment, school is finally over. Since school starts today, there is no self-study at night. Xia Zhihui hurried away, he wanted to go home to discuss money matters with his parents. Ye left the cafeteria to finish eating, and hurried away, he was going to explore the game world. Back to the rental room, the girl sharing the room hadn't returned yet. Yali rushed into the bathroom of the room, and directly pressed the door of the game world. Xia Zhihui returned home. His family lived in the county seat, but the house was very old and the yellow concrete floor was pitted. "Dad, Mom! I'm back!" Xia Zhihui opened the door and called. "Zhihui is back!" Xia Zhihui's father's voice came from the kitchen. Xia Zhihui knew that his father was making medicine for his mother, and Xia Zhihui's family was fine. But his mother was seriously ill 2 years ago. In order to treat his mother, she spent all her savings in the family. Xia Zhihui was embarrassed, wondering if he should talk about buying elves. At this time, a middle-aged woman in the corridor walked over with a tray. There were a few corn cobs in the tray. Xia Zhihui quickly called, "Aunt Su." Aunt Su came over and said amiably, "Zhihui is back? Aunt Su just cooked some corn on the cob, and my family can't finish it. Let me bring you some." Xia Zhihui touched his head, "No need, Aunt Su." "Aunt Su, hey! You kid, you don't want to give you food every time." Xia Zhihui glanced at his father in the kitchen, took the plate in Su's hand and said, "All right. I'll go up and mop the floor for you." Aunt Su waved her hand, "No need, no, I will drag it myself." Xia Zhihui handed the plate back, "Then I don't want it." Aunt Su sighed, "You child. Really sensible, if my family manly is half as sensible as you." Xia Zhihui touched his head, suddenly remembered something, and quickly let the door open and said, "Aunt Su, come in and sit." Aunt Su waved her hand and smiled, "No, Manly is coming back soon. I'm going back to cook for her." At this time, there was the sound of footsteps in the corridor. The smile on Aunt Su's face increased, "Now, she's back." Not long after, a tall girl came up with a black backpack on her back. She was Ansu's daughter, Zhao Manli. When the girl saw Ansu at the door, she ran up and took Ansu by the arm, "Mom." Then glanced at Xia Zhihui in the door, and said hello, Zhihui. Xia Zhihui was a little afraid to look at Zhao Manli, lowered his head, but his voice was not small, "Hi, Manli." Seeing Xia Zhihui lowering her head and not looking at her, Zhao Manli pouted and pulled Ansu up, "Mom, go, let's go home. By the way, Mom, I've decided my fairy, I want water-leaping fish." Ansu turned her head and gave Xia Zhihui an apologetic look. Xia Zhihui closed the door somewhat lonely, walked to the table with the plate, and put the plate on the table. In the kitchen, Xia Zhihui's father chuckled and said, "Zhihui, have you thought about an elf?" Xia Zhihui swallowed, and finally summoned the courage to say, "Dad, can you give me 10,000 yuan, I will buy an elf." Xia Zhihui's father was silent for a long time, and said, "You have grown up and have your own decision. This 10,000 yuan Dad will give you a solution." Xia Zhihui had mixed feelings for a while, but there was no way. Rare elves were not so easy to obtain, and he didn't want to let this opportunity pass. You know, the first elf is very important, and it determines the upper limit of a person. If the first elf is not good or the training is poor, you may not even have the chance to catch the second elf. Because the pokeball is very expensive, one needs more than 5,000, and one pokeball may not be able to catch an elf. More than that, the catching elves must choose to go to the gate of space to catch. At this time, you have to ask the explorer to accompany you, which is another big expense. And there is no guarantee that rare elves can be caught. Therefore, ordinary people simply cannot afford the price of catching the second elf, and most people will choose to buy it directly. The rare elves are all controlled by the big consortia and alliances, and the ones that are sold are those with relatively poor qualifications. In the game world, in the grass of Tianyuan town, Yeli and the Mini Long are fighting against a coyote. Mini Dragon, use tight ties. The Mini Dragon was wagging its tail, and his whole body suddenly jumped up, restraining the coyote. Yeli, very well, use electric shock. The Mini Dragon flashed an electric light immediately, and the coyote that was strangled couldn't escape at all and was stunned directly. Ye left the past and hugged the Mini Dragon, "Good performance, Mini Dragon." The Mini Dragon also shouted happily, "Woo! This coyote is already the third wild elf that Yeli and the Mini Dragon have defeated." After 3 battles, Yeli obviously felt that the Mini Dragon's speed and strength had been improved. Is more proficient in all aspects of skills, and sure enough, actual combat is the best training. Yeli took the Mini Dragon to the next bush. "Come on, Mini Dragon, we are the future leader of the alliance." Mini Dragon, woo woo. Through this time of familiarity, Yeli also learned some functions of the game world. For example, as long as he puts his hand on the Mini Dragon, the attributes of the Mini Dragon will appear in his mind. Mini Dragon. Skills. Tightly. Electric shock. Electromagnetic wave. Effort value. Life, 4. Attack, 4. Defense, 4. Special attack, 4. Special defense, 4. Speed, 4. Individual value. Life, 28. Attack, 25. Defense, 20. Special attack, 24. Special defense, 29. Speed, 30. Yeli was very excited when he saw this, which proved that he could see the potential of the elves. The individual value Yeli can still understand, the highest is 31, the individual value of the Mini Dragon is not bad. But Yeli has some doubts about the effort value. Generally, the effort value is to defeat a kind of wizard growth, but now it is all increasing. You must know that elves are biased towards development, because the maximum effort value is 510, and one item is 252, so it is best to choose the two most suitable effort values. But it's not a normal game world anymore, and I don't know if there is an upper limit on the effort value. I can only wait to explore it slowly in the future. And seeing the individual value, Yali still had a crazy idea. Chapter 6, Gyaka is still Gyaka, and your father is still your father. There is a nurturing house next to the third gymnasium, where the individual elves with full individual value can be cultivated, and finally an individual with full individual value can be cultivated. If this world can also be cultivated, then Yali can cultivate several quasi-god elves that are comparable to divine beasts. But Yali felt that it was still too early to think about it. After all, he didn't even know how to fight Hunza from Novice Village. After all, Hunza was holding Jayaka in his hand. Yali took the mini-dragon to practice level all the time, preparing for Hunza. This practice lasted 3 hours. In the past 3 hours, Yali and the mini-dragon met the little fire monkey, the meow frog seed, and the wooden Xiaogong several times, but Yali didn't have a pokeball in his hand, so he could only defeat it with hatred. Every time he meets them, Yali can't wait to open a golden finger and swipe a bunch of master balls. After 3 hours of continuous practice, the mini-dragon's effort value has all become 45, and all aspects of abilities have been greatly improved. Walking in the grass, Yali and the mini-dragon once again encounter a wonderful frog seed. Yali, mini-dragon, use electric shock. Woo-oh-oh! The mini-dragon gave a soft cry, a golden electric light appeared on its body, and it shot at the wonderful frog seed at a very fast speed. The meow frog seed couldn't avoid it at all, and was stunned directly. Yes, now the mini-dragon release skills have become faster, which proves that his skill proficiency has been greatly improved, and the skill intensity has also been improved. Yali is a bit swollen now, he thinks he can challenge Haruko now, after all, the Jayaka in Haruko's hands has been weakened. Yali took the mini-dragon to the Gukan Town Elf Center above to recover, and then headed to number 102 road. Yali has been on number 101 just now, and Hunza is on number 103, above Gukan Town, with number 102 on the left. After passing through the grass on number 103 road, Yali met a Jenny tortoise and killed him with bitterness. But Yali had already seen Hunza and walked over quickly. Yali, you are here, I heard that you got the wizard from Dad. Come and play. I want you to understand what a trainer is like. Come out. Gyoka. Yali secretly said as expected, and then reluctantly released the mini-dragon. Hunza's Gyoka is huge, Yali needs to look up to see the whole picture of that guy. The mini-dragon is far from him. Haruko, Gyaka, surf. Roar. Gyaka roared, and a huge wave rushed towards the mini-dragon. The mini-dragon couldn't avoid it. He was stunned and lost his combat effectiveness. If Yali had a keyboard in his hand, he must have been smashed to pieces. What kind of a broken game, let people not play it. After the mini-dragon lost its combat effectiveness, Yali went back to the elf center of Gukan Town with a black eyes. Glanced at the mini-dragon elven ball in his hand with a bit of confusion, and Yechengli silently quit the game. Sitting on the bed, Yali was suspicious of life, and he couldn't even go out of Novice Village. Although it is a weakened Gyoka, it is also a beast. While Yali was thinking, the wizard ball in his hand flickered a few times, and the mini-dragon ran out. The mini-dragon looked around for a while, and shouted to Yali on the bed, "Oh oh oh oh! Yali, are you hungry?" Mini-dragon, woo 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 woo. Yali took the phone and checked the time. It was 10 o'clock, and the wizard center was closed long ago. Where can I buy wizard food for the mini-dragon? Yali got up and walked out of the room, but had no choice but to ask the girl next door if she had any elf food. Yali walked to the door of the next room, and the mini-dragon followed along. Yali raised his hand and knocked on the door, "Are you at home?" After a while, the door opened when Yali was about to knock again. A girl with long hair stood at the door, and a fragrance wafted from the door. The girl is very beautiful, especially those big eyes, with a natural arrogance, attracting Yeli. Yeli took a look and moved away. Well, do you have any elves' food here? My mini dragon is hungry. After speaking, he looked at the mini dragon behind him and motioned. The girl also looked curiously, her eyes flashed with surprise. It was the first time she saw a live mini dragon. I have only seen tiny information and pictures on the internet before. The girl resisted the curiosity in her heart, did not speak, turned around and walked into the room. Not long after the girl entered, a cute red head poked out, with big eyes on her head looking curiously at Yeli and the mini dragon. Little fire dragon. Yeli was a little surprised, it turned out to be a little fire dragon. Mini dragon, woo woo. Little fire dragon, oh ho. Little fire dragon, go back to the room. The girl walked out with a packaging bag and said to little fire dragon. Handed the packaging bag to Yeli, 1,000 yuan. Yeli stubbornly took it, so expensive? You are the devil. Appearing to see Yeli's thoughts, the girl said, you just got the elves. Elf food is indeed at this price. Yeli, thank you, by the way, my name is Yeli. Your little fire dragon is very cute. Let's fight when we have time. The girl nodded and turned to enter the room, there will be a chance. By the way, my name is Hanyanyo. Yeli, Yeluo is good. Yeluo is beautiful. Hanyanyo slammed the door shut, promise is the promise of a promise. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, you can be unvoiced. Yeli touched his head, a little embarrassed. Seeing the confined door, Yeli muttered, the cold world, the cold people. Yeli took the elf food and went to the kitchen to get a plate. The plate was useless for a long time, and it was all dust. Yeli washed it, put it on the table, opened the packaging bag, and poured a quarter of it. Seeing only 3/4 of the elf food left, Yeli felt pain for a while, and the 250 was gone in an instant. In other words, $1,000 of food is only enough for 4 meals, not to mention more expensive nutritional products. Elf food can only provide energy to the elves, but not nutrition. If you want to train an elves, it is not enough to supplement energy. Woo-oh-oh! The urging cry of the mini dragon pulled Yeli back to reality. Yeli quickly picked up the mini dragon and put it on the table. Seeing the elf food, the mini dragon's eyes lit up and began to eat. It was starving. What one person and one elf didn't know was that the door of Hanyanyo's room slowly opened a gap, and a red head came out. Yeli remembered that his mother had told him to send him money in the morning, so he hurriedly went to the room to get his mobile phone and wanted to see how much money he had paid. Just as Yeli left, a red figure flashed out from the crack of the door, walked to the table where the mini dragon was, and jumped on it. The mini dragon suddenly looked at the small fire dragon next to him vigilantly and called out. Woo-oh-oh! Little fire dragon, oh ho! The mini dragon looked around, and then pushed the plate in front of him towards the little fire dragon with some reluctance. The little fire dragon hurriedly swung its claws. This scene happened to be seen by Yeli, who was holding the phone, with a smile on his face. Maybe, this is the charm of the elf. Always bring warmth to people. Chapter 7, Little Fire Dragon. Seeing the mini dragon eating, Yeli felt a little hungry. Seeing the 10,000 balance in the mobile bank, Yeli was a little bit ready to move. Or, go to make a string? As soon as this thought appeared, Yeli couldn't suppress it anymore. After the mini dragon finished eating, Yeli picked it up and walked out of the door. Hadn't gone out yet, as if feeling a little bit, Yeli looked back at the little lonely fire dragon on the table now. Yeli said embarrassedly, Little fire dragon, or, are you going with us? The little fire dragon immediately yelled happily, oh ho! Yeli walked back, stretched out his other hand and picked up the little fire dragon, holding one in each hand, and went out. Han Yi's little fire dragon was abducted by Yeli. Went downstairs and found a barbecue stall. Yali ordered a lot of them all at once. Yali felt that he was swollen now, he didn't dare to order so much before. It didn't take long for the barbecue to come up. One person and 2 elves looked at the barbecue on the table and swallowed. The mini dragon is a bit embarrassed. I just ate so much fairy food, now I can't eat it anymore, but the skewers are really fragrant. And the little fire dragon has already started, picking up a bunch of chicken wings and eating it. Yali eats while holding another string to feed the mini dragon. There is no way. Why does the mini dragon have no claws? Well, this chicken wing is not cooked, little fire dragon, use your tail to roast it. Yali took the chicken wing and handed it to the tail of the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon gave Yali a blank eye, but still trying to make the flames in the tail bigger. Yali, little fire dragon, your fire is magnified, there is no temperature. What are you doing? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Yali looked up, almost so frightened, it was Han Yat, and he was grilling with a small fire dragon. Yali holds the chicken wings in his hands. I said I was letting the little fire dragon learn skills, do you believe it? Han Ye gritted his teeth, do you believe it yourself? She was just checking the information on the computer. After checking, she found that the little fire dragon was missing, as well as Yali and the mini dragon. When she came down, she saw the scene in front of her. The anger in her heart can be imagined. At this time, the little fire dragon flashed a red light, and flames filled his body. Yali and Han Ye were stunned, staring blankly. Han Ye said in a daze, This is a spark, the little fire dragon has actually learned to spark. You must know that her little fire dragon was just born, and it will take a while to learn how to spark. Yali immediately said proudly, Look. I'll say I'm teaching it to learn skills. Han Ye he only replied with one word, Go away. The people around who ate skewers were also attracted by the little fire dragon's movement and turned their heads. Using the little fire dragon's tail to grill skewers can actually make the little fire dragon learn to spark. I seem to know a great power of learning skills. Many people are already a little eager to try. Do you want to bring the little fire dragon at home to try? Yali, look, the elf needs an opportunity to learn skills. It's okay to take the little fire dragon out for a walk. It is still small and has a big playful mind. It will be boring if it is bored every day. Han Ye glanced at the little fire dragon who had returned to normal after listening, his face calmed down. Yali pulled a stool for Han Ye, come on, sit down, and you have something to eat. Han Yali sat down reluctantly, and the little fire dragon stood there like a kid who made mistakes, not daring to come over. Yali, come here, little fire dragon, you are great, you have learned to spark. The little fire dragon walked in fear, but after seeing Han Ye's cold face, he immediately threw himself into Yali's arms and secretly looked at Han Ye. Yali, look at you, with a cold face all day long, the little fire dragon is afraid of you. Han Yali just glanced at Yali and picked up the skewers to eat on her own. Yali didn't have anything to do with it. She seemed to be obsessed with skewers. When he returned to the rental house, it was already 10:30, and Yali hurriedly took a shower and went to bed. He did not enter the game world again. He knew that training should be done with Zhang Yushi, and if appropriate, the mini dragon should have a rest. And Hun's Gyaka gave Yali a great sense of frustration, and now he hates the game world a bit. If you can't defeat that Gyoka, you won't be able to get the Pokeball later, and the matter of catching the Poke will become a distant future. Yali knew that even if the mini dragon evolves into a Hakron, it is not the opponent of the Gyoka. This designer is really cheating. Yali fell asleep after thinking about it, and the mini dragon also lay on the quilt to sleep. Early the next morning, Yali got up refreshed to wash, put the mini dragon into the Pokeball, and went out towards the school. Yali originally thought that the first class was morning reading, but what Zhang Chengzi said when he walked into the classroom surprised Yali. The school's Novice Cup will start at the end of this semester. For the next competition, the next will be divided into classes, and you will write down your spirits and skills later. After I report it, the school will classify your elves according to your potential, and the content of the class will be different after the class. Yali was stunned. The importance of the first elf was reflected, and the trainers with great potential would definitely be put into a group. The school's resources are limited, and it will definitely focus resources on potential trainers. This is also impossible. At the same time, Yali also noticed that Xiaozhihui next to him looked lonely. Now he is the only one in the class without elves, and he can imagine his mood. But Zhang Chengzi's next words gave Xiaozhihui hope. Don't worry if you don't have elves yet, as long as you get the elves and report back, you still have a chance to enter the class. Sure enough, Xiaozhihui's eyes lit up and he looked at Yali subconsciously. Yali lowered his head. He can't beat that guy okay now, and the matter of catching the elves is still in the foreseeable future. He feels a little guilty in his heart and dare not look at Xiaozhihui. Sure enough, as soon as the wizard form was posted, Xiaozhihui leaned in. Yali, about the wizard. Yali patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, but you have to wait a few days. Xiaozhihui nodded affirmatively. Well, I'm ready for you reading www.ucavancha.com. Yali nodded and began to fill in the wizard form. Yali knew that the electric shock and electromagnetic waves of the mini-dragon must not be hidden. You must know that the potential of the wizard is related to the future resources and cultivation. Xiaozhihui was surprised when he saw Yali write out the 3 words mini-dragon. Your elf is a mini-dragon. Yali looked up. You have confidence in me now, right? Xiaozhihui nodded repeatedly. Well, I believe you. Yali, by the way, what kind of department do you want for the first elf? Xiaozhihui hesitated. I want the superpower system. But the superpower system is too rare. If the power system does not have the fire system, it will do. Yali nodded. The superpower system and the ghost system are very rare. Up to now, only the Yin-Yang realm opened in western Hunan has the ghost system and the superpower system. Legend has it that there are 2 opposite worlds, the underworld and the superpower world, and the gate of space only leads to the underworld. If you want to go to the superpower world, you can only cross the underworld. There are ghost elves everywhere in the underworld. It is very difficult to cross the underworld. The difficulty of catching the superpower elves can be imagined. Yali, think about it, the superpower system is not impossible. The Game World Novice Village out of Tianyuan City has a wife capture point. There you can meet Lolulus with superpowers and goblins, and eventually evolved into a powerful Xanadu, commonly known as his wife. And in the later stage, you can choose another direction to evolve. Using the Awakening Stone, you can evolve into a superpower plus fighting system. Whether it is Xanadu or El, they are very powerful elves, and the potential of Lolulus can be imagined. However, no one in the world knows the secret of the evolution of El Rito, and there is no relevant information. Chapter 8, Fast Dragon. As soon as school was over at noon, Yali went to the Wizard Center after eating. The Kuai Long sent by my mother today should have arrived, and Yali also wants to buy some fairy food and nutrition for the mini-dragon. Say that the pack of elves food Hanya gave last night hasn't been returned yet? Return it to her when I buy the elf food. Although Jingnan County is a small county town, the Wizard Center is very large, with people coming and going, and it is very lively. Elf Center was established by the Elf Alliance to facilitate the management and control of trainers. It is established in villages and counties all over the world. Elf Center is divided into a sales area and a treatment area. The treatment area is the area where the wounded elves are healed. The treatment is free. Yes, this is a policy set up to promote the battle between trainers. If the treatment area is heaven, then the sales area is hell, because the prices here will make you feel like hell. Wizard Ball, 5,000. Elf Food, 1,000. Milk powder in big milk can, 5,000. Detoxification fruit, 2,000. Numb fruit, 2,000. Ye walked away from the sales area, and it was anxious in his heart. This is too expensive. The 10,000 yuan in the Yeli bank card is only enough to buy 2 cans of milk powder. Obviously, this world spirit has become a luxury item. Yeli bought a large can of milk powder and 4 packs of elf food. The 10,000 yuan in the card instantly became 1,000 yuan. Picking up things, Yeli came to a store called Elf Express, which was overcrowded and obviously very busy. Yeli squeezed in and said to the staff, "Hello, I'm here to get the express." The staff wearing the yellow system did not look up. Name: Yeli, Yeli. The staff lowered their heads and wrote a list, tore it off and handed it to Yeli. "Go over there to get it, the next one." Another staff member took Yeli's list and looked at it, then took the list and opened one of the safes at the back, took out a beautifully sealed box, checked the name, and handed it to Yeli. Yeli took the box. "Thank you." The staff nodded. Yeli was agitated on the way back, and kept holding back the urge to open the box, knowing that he was holding the fast dragon. Powerful Quasi-Shenlong elves. As soon as he returned to the rental room, Yeli opened the box anxiously, and saw a red and white elf ball lying quietly inside. Yeli rubs his hands, picks it up slowly, and presses the switch. A red light flashed, and a big yellow guy 3 heads taller than Yeli appeared in front of him. Kuai Long looks very fat on the whole, especially his belly and tail, which are huge, and there is a pair of slightly tiny wings on the back, which looks very cute. There is a small sharp corner on the head of Kuai Long, and 2 long whiskers are on both sides of the sharp corner. After Kuai Long came out, when he saw Yeli, his eyes lit up, and he ran over to save Yeli, rubbing his head against Yeli's face. "Wow! Yeli was so hugged by him that he couldn't breathe. "Quick! Long, I'm glad to meet you, can you let me go first? I'm a bit out of breath." Quickly Dragon let go of Yeli, his eyes kept looking at him brightly. "Wow wow wow wow! Yeli, well, I have worked hard in the poke ball. I will buy you some fish later. By the way, I will introduce my partner to you." Yeli took out the mini dragon's elven ball, pressed the switch, a red light flashed, and the mini dragon appeared on the ground. Kuai Long glanced at the mini dragon. Although there was curiosity in his eyes, he was still arrogant. The mini dragon is also curious when he sees the queen of the dragon, but a little scared. Oh. Yeli, this is a mini dragon, this is a fast dragon." Yeli introduced them to each of them, put the 2 elves at home, and Yeli went out towards the vegetable market. Since his mother said that Kuai Long could take care of him, Yeli didn't need to think about it and knew that Kuai Long should be able to wash clothes and cook. So Yeli not only went to buy fish this time, but also planned to buy some vegetables, so that he would not have to eat at school at night, and he could go home to eat. Think about the food made by Kuai Long, will it be terrible? Really a little look forward to it. After the arrival of the elves, the original species on the earth still remain, but they can only rely on breeding. Now the meat eaten in the world is cultivated. But farming also needs the care of the elves. As the adults said, if you don't train the elves well, even the farmers will not be able to do it in the future. Yeli bought fish for more than 100 yuan, bought a lot of vegetables, and then hurried back. After all, he had to go to school in the afternoon, so he had to hurry up. Jingnan No. 1 Middle School, in the conference room, the principal and a group of teachers are sitting below. In the main seat, a handsome young man in red sits. The young man sits upright and exudes a spirit of energy. The principal of Jingnan No. 1 Middle School respectfully handed a stack of elf forms to the young man. "Sir Han, this is the more promising elf information we have screened." The young man smiled slightly, and everyone in the meeting room felt like a spring breeze. "It's fine to call me the book, everyone is still my predecessor." The principal wiped the sweat from his face. "Don't dare not, Chief Han guards the people in the water and fire, how dare we call your name directly? Han Shuki listened and smiled a little wider, I have a good temper, the principal is welcome. Without waiting for the principal to speak, the chubby director of the political education office next to him interrupted and said, since Shu Qi is so polite, then we will ask him to read it. The entire conference room suddenly fell silent, and the principal glanced at the director of the political and education office with a foolish look. When Shuki looked at the principal, well, is that right? Then he pointed to the director of the political and education office, this is. The principal pointed to the director of the political and educational office, he is the director of the political and educational office of our school. Han Shuki took out a wizard ball, very well, in order to test the strength of your school, I will fight the director of the political and educational office first. Come out. Hot beast. The whole office is stunned. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com said that they have a good temper? Why do you have to fight if you don't agree? The principal quickly persuaded, no. Chief Han, this is the school conference room. Han Shuki waved his hand, it's okay, I will be responsible for all losses. The director of the political and education office, please release your elf. If you don't fight me, I will reconsider the strength of your school. The principal hurriedly winked at the director of the political education office. The director of the political and education office had to release his elves in a daze the big-nosed gull. Han Shuki did not talk nonsense, and directly issued an order to the fiery beast, spit fire. The faces of the people in the entire office changed at the same time, so they used such powerful fire skills as soon as they played. A group of people quickly turned around and ran out of the meeting room. The flames of the fiery beast were filled with fire, and the fiery red light and shadow flickered. Boom! The huge explosion made the entire teaching building shake a few times. The noisy classroom next to suddenly fell silent, and there was a lot of discussion in an instant. What's going on here? Who is blowing up the school? Can you blow it harder? It's demolished. It's demolished. Outside the meeting room, the black-headed director of the political and religious office and the big-headed gull were directly blown out of the meeting room, and the big-headed gull had fainted. In the thick smoke, Chinese and Korean Shuki and Hot Beast walked out, very sorry to say, well, the wizard information is destroyed, you can print a copy again. The principal dare not say anything else, so hurry up and respectfully agree. Han Shuki walked outside with the fiery beast, leaving everyone a handsome back. Remember, just call me Shu Qi from now on, I'll go to dinner first, and I'll come back in the afternoon. Chapter 9, Kuai Long, are you eager to fight? At the gate of Jingnan No. 1 High School, a group of students came and went. Ye Li, carrying a backpack, no different from other students, slowly walked into the school. It seems that all the students entering the school look in one direction. I saw a handsome young man walking in the distance, with a smile on his face, and every student nodded, making people feel like a spring breeze. The first impression this young man gave Ye Li was that he had a good temper. After the youth passed by, Ye Li heard a bunch of girls talking in front of them. Wow! That guy was so handsome just now. You look good when you smile. Yet. And he just nodded at me. Did he like me? While you go, he obviously nodded at me, okay. Does he belong to our school? I don't feel like it. It would be nice if it belongs to our school, I will definitely pursue him. Ye Li shook his head after listening, what happened to the girls now? I was blind at a young age. Although the man smiled very well just now, he was so handsome. The afternoon class was similar to yesterday, but today's Ye Li was a lot more serious. The main reason is that Ye Li has temporarily lost interest in exploring the game world. The second is that the content of today's class makes Ye Li quite interested. In the meeting room rearranged by the school, Han Shuki was sitting upright, holding a pile of wizard materials in his hand. The first picture of is Ye Li's mini dragon. Elf, Mini Dragon. Skills: Electric Shock, Electromagnetic Wave, Tight Beam. Trainer: Yali. Elf Adoption Time: 2 days. Incubation Time: 2 days. Han Shuki knocked on the table with one hand. This mini dragon has a lot of potential. And this trainer. It seems that there is only one couple in Jingnan County who have dragon elves. The principal next to was surprised. You mean the couple who have dragon affinity and physique? Han Shuki, all I can think of is them, as if they are also surnamed yet. I believe they will prepare elves for their children. If Yali heard what he said, Yali would surely chuckle. Do you know it again? I don't even know the situation of my parents. After listening to Han Shuki's words, the principal hurriedly said, I'll check it now. Han Shuki nodded. Well, let's go. Whether he is the child of that couple or not, let Yali be assigned to the special training class for the time being. The principal respectfully said yes, and then turned away. Han Shuki continued to sit at the table and opened the second piece of information. Then he was taken aback, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised. I only saw the second piece of information that says Fairy, Little Fire Dragon. Skills: Grab, Roar, Spark. Trainer: Han Yat. Adoption time: 3 days. Incubation time: 3 days. As soon as the school bell rang, Yali hurriedly packed his things and hurried home. There was a quick dragon and a mini dragon at home, and he was a little worried. But it was obvious that Yali was thinking too much. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Kuai Long wearing an apron and serving food to the table. And the mini dragon is happily following behind. Yali, Quick Dragon, Mini Dragon, good afternoon. Quick Dragon, wow wow. Mini Dragon, woo woo. Yali looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, feeling warmer than ever. Yali first soaked the mini dragon milk in a large milk can, and then poured some elf food. Kuai Long Yali did not care. According to her mother, it should like to eat fish. Sure enough, there was a small basin in front of Kuai Long, in which there were several cooked fishes. Kuai Long's cooking was delicious. Yali returned to the room after eating. When he returned to the room, Yali found that the clothes had been washed and stacked. This fast dragon is really virtuous. What are the thoughts of parents, who actually cultivated a quasi-god into a family leader? At this time, the door opened sounded, and Hanya brought the little fire dragon in. Hearing noises from the kitchen, one person and one spirit turned their heads at the same time. This is Quick Dragon. Oh ho! Quickly Long turned his head, glanced with disdain and arrogance in his eyes, and yelled softly, wow woo. Then turned to continue washing dishes. Hanya said in a daze, that fast dragon is actually washing the dishes. What kind of a frenzied trainer is to let a quasi-shenlong elf wash the dishes? Yali's room door suddenly opened, and Yali's head poked out from inside. Hanya, are you back? The mini dragon also poked his head out. Woo. Hanya pointed at the fast dragon in the kitchen. Yali, that fast dragon belongs to you. Yali, no, it's my parents. They worried that I could not take care of myself alone, so they sent it to take care of me. Han Yi's expression returned to coldness. This way. Your parents are very kind to you. Han Yali did a little bit gaffe just now, but he became curious about Yali and Yali's parents. Thinking about my parents, it's a farewell thing. Han Yali was about to take the little fire dragon back to the room. Yali quickly called, by the way, there are still leftovers from Kuai Long. Why don't you also try its craft? Han Ye shook his head, no. Next time. Boom. Han Yi's room door closed tightly. Yali touched his head, where did I offend her? Back to the room, Yali found a set of quilts and laid a floor for Kuai Long. Although it looks messy, Yali feels very warm. The mini dragon happily walked around on the floor, and it seemed that he liked it very much. Yali, do you like it very much? Then you will sleep with Kuai Long. The mini dragon immediately yelled happily, woo oh oh. Not long after, Kuai Long opened the door and came in. Seeing Yeli's floor shop, his eyes lit up, and he walked over and sat down, letting out a sigh of relief. Yeli lay on the bed, thinking about the game world in his mind. How do you defeat that guy Oka? Can that world open cheats? Wait online, hurry. Wow! Kuai Long suddenly climbed onto Yeli's bed and hugged Yeli and called. Yeli's eyes lit up, yes, or let Kuai Long try it. Yeli rubbed his hands and said, Kai Long, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, are you eager to fight? May I take you to fight? Kuai Long's claws made gestures and shouted, wow wow wow. Yeli, you mean my mother won't let you fight for me? Quick Dragon nodded again and again. Yeli's face turned black, and immediately took the cell phone by the bed and dialed the phone. Soon, the call was connected. Hey, Xyli, have you received Kuai Long? Yeli, I got it, Mom. Quick Dragon, wow. Just receive it, Kuai Long, you have to take care of Xyli. Quick Dragon, wow woo. Yeli, by the way, Mom, why don't you let Kuai Long fight with me? This is to cultivate your independence and experience in training elves, so start with young elves. Yeli, then you didn't prepare a new wizard for me. This. My father and I hope that you will meet one that suits you. We believe that humans and elves are related. When I met Kuai Long with your father back then, it was also fate. By the way, do you have any elves? Yeli, yes. If you don't prepare for me, I have to find a way by myself. What kind of spirit is it? Yeli, hey, it's a mini dragon. What? Mini dragon? Can you tell me the story of your encounter with it? Yeli, no, Mom, I'm sleeping, I'm hanging up. Don't hang up. Tell Mom, this kid. Yeli hung up the phone quickly, and Yeli felt that if he continued to chat with her, he could talk to her until tomorrow. Chapter 10, Fast Dragon vs Gyaka. Yeli hung up the phone and looked at Kuai Long, K Long. He. Kuai Long immediately hugged his paws tightly, his expression nervous, wow. As a powerful quasi-god elf, he must abide by orders and principles. Even if Yeli doesn't feed him, starves to death, or is abused to death, he will definitely not be able to help him fight. The opponent is a powerful beast. Kuai Long immediately brightened his eyes, but immediately hesitated again. Yeli secretly said, as expected, Kuai Long is still belligerent. Yeli knew what he was worried about, and immediately said, don't worry, I will never tell my parents. Kuai Long's two small wings stirred, flew up, and yelled, who? Yeli, be quiet, you return to the Pokeball first, and I will take you there later. Hanya next door shook, what's wrong? Why did the fast dragon next to him suddenly yell? I wanted to go and have a look, but held back. Yeli put the quick dragon and the mini dragon into the elf ball, and after getting dressed, he went to the bathroom. He was actually very excited. Entering the game world, Yeli released Kuai Long, then put his hand on Kuai Long, and Kuai Long's message appeared in his mind. Fast Dragon. Skills. Stare. Dragon's Fury. Electromagnetic Wave. Electric Shock. Wing Attack. Thunder Fist. Flame Fist. Dance of Dragon. Water Lasing. Dragon Claw. High-speed movement. Dragon Tail. Beat. Dragon Stars. Dragon Dive. Nijin. Destroy the Dead Light. Hajju. Storm. Effort Value. Life, 432. Attack, 652. Defense, 324. Special Attack, 538. Special Defense, 423. Speed, 566. Life, 432. Attack, 652. Defense, 324. Special attack, 538. Special defense, 423. Speed, 566. Individual value. Life, 27. Attack, 31. Defense, 22. Special attack, 12. Special defense, 23. Speed, 27. Seeing the attributes of Kuai Long, Ye Li couldn't recover for a long time. The dense array of skills dazzled Ye Li. There is still effort value. Although Ye Li still doesn't understand very well, the attacks and special attacks of more than 500 and 600 are definitely not to be underestimated. At the same time, it can be found from the effort value of Kuai Long that there is no upper limit on the effort value of this world, but I don't know the trick. There is also an individual, but I didn't expect that the fast dragon attacked the individual to be full. It seems that this fast dragon can do more than housework. Ye Li released the mini dragon first, found a tree and said to the mini dragon, "Mini dragon, I will fight with Kuai Long, how about you? You will be responsible for knocking down this tree. If we come back and you knock it down, I'll take you to eat skewers." When he heard the skewers, the mini dragon's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. "Remember, this tree is blocking your way to eat skewers." Ye Li nodded, and walked away with Kuai Long towards Hunzi. The reason why the mini dragon hit the tree was because Ye Li wanted the mini dragon to learn skills. Logically speaking, now Kuai Long should learn Dragon Wrath. The mini dragon is now strong in all aspects, but he hasn't learned the Dragon's Fury, which makes Ye Li a headache, so he had to make the best move. Soon, Ye Li came to Hunzi again. "Ye Li, you are here, I heard that you got the wizard from Dad. Come and play. I want you to understand what a trainer is like." The same words, cold NPC. But who would have thought that this icy NPC actually possessed the mighty beast elves Jayaka? "Come out. Gyoka." Ye Li released Kuai Long, K Long. "Can you see it? The beast Gyoka, I believe you can feel its power too, let's go. Let's start our first battle between the beasts." Kuai Long yelled proudly, "Roro! Haruko, Gyoka, surf! Ye Li, quick dragon, fly up!" A huge wave hit the fast dragon, and the fast dragon flew into the air, avoiding the blow. "Haruko, use water spray." Ye Li was taken aback, "Is this trick special?" Ye Li began to wonder if this Gyoka had been weakened, but he didn't have time to think about it too much, and quickly issued an order, "Use high-speed movement to avoid. Then use Dragon Dance immediately." Kuai Long moved quickly, and the huge water jet from Gyoka couldn't hit Kuai Long at all. When Gyoka's water spray was over, the fast dragon danced in the air. Dragon Dance, increase attack and speed by dancing. Gyoka, meditate. Meditation, calm and concentrate, improve special attacks and special defenses. A ray of yellow light radiated from Gyoka's body. "Quick dragon, approach it with high-speed movement now." After using Dragon Dance, the fast dragon is very fast, and coupled with the high-speed movement, the flash body has reached the sky above Jayaka. "Very good, Dragon Dive." The fast dragon flying in the air suddenly swooped down, surrounded by air currents. "Gyoka, slam yourself." Gyoka on the ground suddenly jumped up and slammed into the fast dragon at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Water vapor and smoke are filled. Ye Li called, "Kai Long, are you okay? Wow woo! Don't give him a chance to breathe. Destroy the death light." Ye Li knows that there is a huge drawback to the trick of sacrificing one's body to hit, that is, when knocking down the opponent, he will also suffer huge damage. So Ye Li guessed that the current Gyoka couldn't react. But what made Ye Li astonished was that Hunzi actually issued an order, "Gyoka, absolutely 0 degrees. In an instant, Yali could obviously feel the extreme temperature drop around him, and couldn't help but shudder. Kuai Long breathed out a huge white light and collided with the blue light emitted by Gyaka. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Boom! The huge explosion made Yali couldn't help closing his eyes, but his heart trembled with excitement. Is this a powerful elven reality battle? This feels really great. The smoke dissipated, and Kuai Long and Gyaka left a lot of scars. Not waiting for Yali's reaction, Hunza gave another order, water cannon. A jet of blue water jetted out from Gaoka's body towards the fast dragon. Yali, quick dragon, fly around, go around the water cannon. Approach it. Kuai Long fluttered its wings, bypassed the jet of water, and approached Gyaka. Yali, it's over. Dragon's inverse scale. Haruko, hold it. Yet almost fell to the ground from his chin. Is this also a trick? If the designer is now in front of Yali, he will definitely slap him twice without hesitation. Is this really human? Try it yourself. Kuai Long's eyes suddenly reddened, and he attacked Gyaka frantically. A white light flashed across Gyuka's body. Although he blocked the fast dragon's attack, he was beaten and quit. Quick Dragon was already crazy, and rushed towards Gyaka again. Bang! Impacts and explosions kept coming, and the battlefield was filled with smoke, dust, and water vapor. Gaoka, water circulation. A stream of water around Gyaka dissipated, and blue rays of light entered Gyaka's body, regaining his strength. Water circulation. Water flows around you, slowly recovering your physical strength. Quick Dragon hit again, and Gyaka roared in pain. But Kuai Long is confused. This is a sequelae of Dragon's inverse scale. Yali knew there was no way, so he could only give it a try. Quick Dragon, use Dragon's inverse scale again. Chapter 11, Designer, let's go single. Dragon's inverse scale is a very powerful move, but there is a huge drawback, that is, after attacking for 3 consecutive rounds, it will fall into chaos. But Yali, who has been playing games for many years, knows a bug, that is, using the dragon's inverse scale again in the chaos, there is a chance to use it. If it is used, the fast dragon in chaos will use the dragon's inverse scale for 3 rounds again, which greatly reduces the disadvantages caused by chaos. The fast dragon in the chaos flew to Gyaka again, and hit Gyaka with a violent attack. Yali's face was overjoyed, he really used it, and it seemed that he was not an absolute non-chief. Gyaka, sleep. But Yali, who heard Hunza's order, was crazy again, can't play anymore? There are such BT skills. Sleep, fall into a deep sleep and restore all physical strength. Gyaka closed his eyes. His injuries recovered as before. Quick Dragon, in one go, knock it down. Haruko, dream talk. Yalizi felt the ground shake violently, and his body almost couldn't stand steady. But Yali breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Gaoka's dream talk was an earthquake, which had no effect on the fast dragon flying in the air. Bang! Quick Dragon's attacks continued, and new scars appeared on Gyaka's body. Yali, Quick Dragon, use Dragon's inverse scales again. Yali clenched his fists tightly, must use it. As long as the Dragon's inverse scale is used again, this battle will be won. In this battle, Yalifan made a huge mistake, which was to let Kuai Long use the Dragon's inverse scale too early. He thought he could win the game quickly, but now he is in a dilemma. Kuai Long with red eyes, shaking his head, and yelling, "Wow roar!" Then rushed to Gyaka again. Gaoka, use sleep talk again. A stream of water spurted from Gyaka, steaming from the stream. Yali was shocked, it turned out to be hot water. But now Yali has no other way but to rely on Kuai Long to support it alone. Bang! The sound of crashing in the hot water mist kept staring at him. Soon, the smoke and dust dissipated, 2 figures appeared in front of Yali's eyes, and the dragon stood in the air. The huge figure of Gaoka was lying underneath, his eyes turned into two circles, and he had fainted. Kuai Long was covered with scars, many of which were burns, apparently just scalded by hot water. Yali quickly ran over. "Quick dragon, are you okay? I blame me, you shouldn't have let you use dragon's inverse scale so early." Kuai Long glanced at Yali, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he let out a weak voice, "Wow woo." Then fell to the ground. Apparently, the fast dragon also consumed a huge amount of energy. Yali touched Kuai Long. "Are you happy? It seems that you have longed for such a battle. And you won." Yali took out the elf ball and put the fast dragon into the ball, and then looked at Haruko. Haruko had already put Gyaka in the ball, and said to Yali, "It's really a wonderful match. You are very close to the elves, right? In this way, you can become friends with other elves. Let's go and go back to the institute." Haruko finished speaking and ran down. Yali's Hong heaved a sigh of relief. This is considered to be out of novice village. Originally, Yali thought that Hunza's Jayaka had been weakened. No matter how strong it was, it wouldn't be as strong. "I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. If it weren't for the fast dragon, I wouldn't know it would take the year of the monkey to fight with the mini dragon." Put the quick dragon's elf ball into the backpack, and Yali walked in the direction Hunza was walking. Soon returned to Gukan town, Yali went to the wizard center to treat the fast dragon first, and the mini dragon was still practicing by the big tree next to it. Seeing Yali coming, the mini dragon looked at Yali with a frustrated expression, "Woo." Obviously, it felt that Yali was disappointed by not knocking down the tree. Yali walked over and touched him, but unfortunately he didn't learn any skills, and Yali had nothing to do, put it into the poke ball, and then walked towards Tianyuan town. The matter of learning skills still needs to be considered for a long time. It's time for him to get the wizard illustration book and the wizard ball. The wizard illustration book, Yali doesn't really need it. With his years of game experience, he doesn't know any wizard. The main thing is the poke ball, which is what Yali needs most. You must know that if you don't go to the laboratory to get the poke ball, the shops in the ancient town will not open the poke ball, which means that Yali can't buy it now. Soon, Yali came to the laboratory. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Hunza and Doctor standing in the distance. Yali walked over. "Drive." Yali defeated Hunza for the first time. "It's amazing." Yali almost rolled his eyes. "Not only is it awesome, don't you know that your Hunza has a beast? You don't know how hard I tried to defeat her." Drive. Continued, Haruko has a long training experience, and she helped a lot in my experiments. Then the doctor said a bunch of nonsense and gave the Yali Wizard illustrated book. The picture book looks very high-tech, like a flip phone, but it is crystal clear. This Yali knows how to use it. When the flip is on the wizard information will be displayed and then recorded. Hunza next to walked over. "Yali, have you got the wizard illustration book too?" Then he handed Yali 5 elven balls. "By the way, this is for you. This is the elven ball. Then you can use this to catch the elves you like." After speaking, he ignored Yali. Yali had to walk out of the laboratory. Behind the laboratory is the protagonist's home, and now the protagonist's mother is standing at the door. Seeing Yali coming out, she hurriedly walked over. "Yali, have you asked the doctor? This is a wizard? Did the doctor give it? Then you want to be a trainer like your dad. Look, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This is a sports vest. With him, you can go to many places." Said, gave Yali a white vest, and then introduced Yali to the usage, telling him that he could run faster by just pressing B. The leaves are full of black lines. Where is the B button? Where is the keyboard? I want to smash it. Designer, you come out, I want to use the fast dragon to challenge you. And Yali also knew that next there was a passerby NPC who had 2 Fayana. Yes, it was the beast Fayana known as the Son of the Sea, which was hatched from the eggs laid by Mana Fay. Originally the game was nothing. Fayana was very weak in the game, but after experiencing the baptism of Hun's Gaoka, Yali knew that this is not a simple game world. Although the NPCs here are cold, the elves remain spiritual and strong. So, designers, come out and challenge. I use the fast dragon, you can't use the elves, let's have a barehanded fair battle with my fast dragon. For the time being, I don't want to fight the passerby Fayona. It's one thing to fight or not. Let Kuai Long relax first, and Yali himself hasn't recovered from the battle just now, so I will digest it carefully tomorrow. After that, consider the long-term plan. Yali directly took off his clothes and put on the sports vest given by the protagonist's mother. Although there is no B button, I still have to try whether the sports vest has other effects. May bring unexpected surprises to Yali. Putting on his coat, Yali ran a few steps, and found that he was lighter, and Yali ran for a while longer. I was surprised to find that I didn't pant, and didn't feel tired at all. Sure enough, this sports vest had a miraculous effect. Chapter 12, Brother and Sister. After understanding the effect of the sports vest, Yali crossed the grass bug on Route 101 and encountered several wild elves on the way, all of which were solved by the mini-dragon. Yali wanted to go to the store in Gukan town, especially the price of the elf ball. In the game, players can get the corresponding money as long as they defeat the NPC, which can be used to buy Pokemon and some props. But Yali didn't get any money after defeating Hunzi. I don't know why, Yali had a bad feeling. Soon, Yali came to the store in Gukan town. When he saw the price of the goods in the container, Yali was dumbfounded. Compared with the game, there is a 0 added to everything here. The Pokeball that was originally 200 has become 2000. The original 100 wound medicine has become 1000. And Yali also discovered a terrible thing, he has no money, yes, no money. Do you want to go outside and get cash to buy it? I can only try it later. Yali took the mini-dragon and beat some wild elves, and then left the game world. Yali didn't dare to catch the elves. The situation in the game world is still not clear. He has a total of 5 elven balls, in case they are wasted, and there is no money to buy them. Without a Pokeball to help Xiaojihui catch the elves, will he be unable to face Xiaojihui? Back to the room, Yali released the quick dragon and the mini-dragon and let them sleep on the floor. Although Kuai Long was healed, he was mentally exhausted and fell asleep directly on the floor. Yali put his hands on his head, recalling the gains and losses of the battle with Gaoka. First of all, he has too little combat experience. Judging from the results of the battle, the Gaoka is indeed weakened. Originally, he could completely use Thunder and Lightning Fist, which is powerful, effective, and has no sequelae to fight slowly. But because he was too impatient, he directly used the skills of destroying the dead light and the dragon's rebellious scales. If it were not for good luck, in the chaos of the fast dragon, he used the dragon's inverse scale 3 times in a row, and today he definitely couldn't beat the Gaoka. And Yali did not make good use of the characteristics of the fast dragon. The multiple scales of the fast dragon can have the damage when it is full of health. In this case, it is completely possible for the fast dragon to take the first damage first, and then use the dragon dance to increase its attributes once more. Of course, this is also the reason why Yali didn't know enough about Kuai Long. At the same time, it was also because Yali had too little to play against and didn't make good use of every advantage. Sure enough, every detail in the battle is the key to victory, and the key to Yali's victory this time is good luck. Yali thought about it and fell asleep. The mini-dragon seemed to feel that Yali was asleep. He snorted to the side of the bed, jumped on it, put it in Yali's arms, and closed his eyes with enjoyment. Not long after Yali just fell asleep, the door opened next to him. Han Ye walked to the door of the living room and slowly opened the door. I saw a handsome man in red now at the door. His eyes lit up when he saw Han Ye, and he smiled, "Sister, long time no see." Han Ye gave him a roll of eyes. "What are you doing here? Persuade me to go back." Han Shu waved his hands together. "I'm not that boring, you don't know, I also ran out after quarreling with them back then." Han Ye, "Then why are you here?" Han Shuki patted his chest. "I came to teach at Jingnan No. 1 Middle School this time. By the way, I recruited some trainers from the past." Han Yeli said in an unpleasant manner, "Is your guards short of people to such a degree? Run to the small Jingnan No. 1 Middle School to recruit people." Han Shuki, "What do you know? Although Jingnan No. 1 Middle School is remote, there have been many powerful trainers here. I was sent here by the superior this time." Han Ye knows that what he said must be a lie. What a higher level special appointee, he must have been fortunate enough to apply for it, probably because he came to visit her sister. Han Ye, "I have seen it now, it's time to go." Han Shuki, "Hey, little girl, I ran all the way, won't you invite me in and sit?" Han Ye, "The humble house temple is small and can't tolerate your great god." Without his consent, Han Shuki squeezed in and looked around. Not bad. 2 rooms and 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms. The kitchen is quite clean. It seems that you usually cook by yourself. Han Ye is speechless. How can she cook? Had it not been for the inexplicable fast dragon, there was still a large layer of dust in the kitchen. "Well, this is your room. What does the next door do?" Han Shuki said, going to open the door of the next room. Han Yi's face was cold. "Don't move." Han Shu came to be interested. "Oh, you are so nervous, there must be something incredible in it." Han Ye, "How can you tell I'm nervous?" Han Shuki, "Sister, I have known you best since I was a child. The more nervous you are, the colder your face will become. It seems that there are people or things in this room that you care about very much." Han Shu reached out to the doorknob together. Han Ye hurriedly called, "Wait, I'll tell you, there is a person living inside, don't disturb him." Han Shu Chi was taken aback, male and female. Han Yi's face was extremely cold. "Man? What? Man, who is it? Actually dare to live with my sister?" He said that he was about to open the door and go in. Han Ye hurriedly stopped him. "Don't, I want to live with him. He saved me when I first came here, so I rented with him." If Ye Li hears these words, he will surely laugh. "You know it again. I don't even know that I saved you." Han Shuki put his hands down. "Okay. Then you have to tell me his name. I always have the right to know who my sister lives with." Han Yi said with a cold face, "His name is Ye Li, and we are from the same school as you. Reading www.youkansha.com. Han Shu Chi was startled. The first piece of elves I saw in the afternoon appeared in his mind, and he had a bottom line. "Okay, I see. Have you enough money recently? I'll transfer you some more." "Enough. Go back soon." Han Shuki, "All right, then I'll go first, see you tomorrow." Han Ye, "We won't see you tomorrow." Han Shu blinked his eyes together. "That's not necessarily true." Han Yi's mouth slowly curled up, revealing an expression that he had never had before. Han Shu smiled and went out. Ye Li, who slept soundly, suddenly said in a daze, "Designer, eat me." The mini dragon at his feet was kicked directly by Ye Li and hit the ground. "Woo-oh-oh-oh-oh!" The mini dragon yelled angrily, his body flashed with red light, but looking at the quiet quick dragon and Ye Li, the mini dragon was taken aback. The red light on his body slowly disappeared. Slowly came to Kui Long's side, got into Kui Long's arms and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Ye Li was sleeping soundly, and Kui Long suddenly came over and shook Ye Li. Ye Li opened his eyes and said weakly, "Kai Long, what did you do in the morning?" "Wow wow!" Ye Li pulled the quilt. I know I'm going to school today, but the alarm clock hasn't gone off yet, it's too late. Kuai Long ignored Yali and directly took Yali's quilt and sheets away. Quick dragon, you were sent by my mother to torture me. Chapter 13, Sorting. Today, the whole Jingnan No. 1 middle school senior high school is filled with a different atmosphere. Because today is going to be divided into classes, some students are reluctant to give up, some are not reconciled. There is still some confusion about the future. This is what Xia Zhihui showed most vividly. I saw him staring out the window with confused eyes, and the whole person exuded an aura of decadence. Zhihui, maybe tomorrow I will give you the elf, and I will wait for you in the special training class. Today's school notice has come down, Yali has been assigned to special training classes, and some have been assigned to special training classes. In the end, it was Xia Zhihui and the others, keeping the original class still. Yali was packing things up at this time. Xia Zhihui nodded, and after getting Yali's affirmative reply, Xia Zhihui felt quite settled. Yali put everything in his backpack, and after nodding firmly to Xia Zhihui, he headed to the classroom of the special training class. After arriving at the special training class, Yali found that 7 or 8 people had already arrived. Yali found a back position and sat down. Not long after sitting down, a person walked at the door of the classroom. With long hair in a shawl and a black outfit, she looks neat and generous, and everyone's eyes are attracted by her. Yali's secret path, as expected, Han Ye was also assigned to a special training class. Yali waved to Han Ye and pointed to the place beside him. Han Ye's expression grew colder, but he slowly walked to Yali's side and sat down slowly. At this moment, Yali seemed to be able to feel the murderous aura pervading the entire classroom. Yali tilted his head and looked at her. Meet again? Yes, I haven't paid you the money for the elf food yet, or at a WeChat. I will forward it to you on WeChat. Han Ye nodded, took out his mobile phone and added Yali to each other's WeChat. Soon, a young woman dressed in white walked into the classroom. The woman had short hair and a smile on her face. The woman walked to the podium with a folder in her hand. I will introduce myself. My name is Ye Yangxia. I will be in charge of the training courses for the next year. At the same time, I am an elf nurturing trainer. If you encounter problems with elf nurturing, please ask me. The students below are all surprised. They are actually nurturing trainers, also called nurturing teachers. Nurturers are rare, because every nurturer not only has to learn knowledge, but also needs to publish the results of nurturing a certain spirit in order to become a formal nurturer. That is to say, in every breeder, there must be an elf that has been well nurtured, and this elf must have been recognized by the Nurturing Association. Ye Yangxia said again, next, I will call you a few names, and I should also get acquainted with everyone. Yali. Yali was puzzled, why the first person to click was himself, and quickly shouted, here. Han Yat, Wei Lianghua, Lu Huixin. Ye Yangxia finished calling her name and began to introduce the special training class. Special training class, as the name suggests, is specially trained. Is to prepare for the Novice Cup held in the province, as well as for the Middle School Student Team League and Single League held nationwide during the college entrance examination. In other words, the people in the special training class this semester will target the Novice Cup, and the next semester will target the Middle School Student League. Simply put, the special training class is born for competition. In the coming year, the courses of the special training class will be divided into 3 main courses. Elf Training Knowledge Learning, Elves Training Knowledge Learning, as well as Actual Combat and Physical Training. Elf Cultivation Knowledge and Elves Cultivation Knowledge are in charge of Ye Yangxia, Actual Combat and Physical Training are in charge of another teacher. Time passed quickly, and soon the bell rang after class. Ye Yangxia stood at the desk. Okay, I just divided into classes today, so let's stop here. We will start the formal course tomorrow, and another teacher will come over in the next class. Okay, let's end the get out of class. As soon as Ye Yingxia left, there was a lot of discussion in the classroom. "Hello, your name is Ye Li. Nice to meet you." A chubby young man leaned in front of Ye Li, stretched out a handful of fat and said. Ye Li stretched out his hand and shook hands. "Hello." Wei Lianghua looked at Han Ye next to Ye Li again. "Beautiful Han Ye, right?" Han Ye nodded coldly. Wei Lianghua moved a stool next to him, sat next to Ye Li and Han Ye, and began to talk openly. "I tell you that the special training class is to train us to become a professional." Ye Li came interested. "How to say?" "Wei Lianghua, the novice cup for middle school students is just a sieve for us to sift out people who are suitable for elves. The real focus is the National League for middle school students. If we can shine there, this will be an opportunity for our school and teachers to become famous. The country will also give them corresponding rewards. This is also Yelish's Nurturing Association. The reason for coming to teach in our school." "Ye Li, what reward?" "Wei Lianghua, Nurturing House." Ye Li was surprised. The reward of the Nurturing House is indeed a fatal attraction to nurturing families. Nurturing House, as the name suggests, is a place to nurture the elves. The trainer can place the elves in the Nurturing House, and the Nurturing House will take their place. The value of the cultivation house is that there will be two areas attached, one is the planting area and the other is the breeding area. The planting area can grow a variety of trees and fruits, and the breeding area has its own independent elf ecosystem, which sometimes attracts rare elf. It can be said that the cultivation house is a huge cultivation base, and you can imagine its value. Han Ye didn't have any feelings anymore, she had heard of this a long time ago. "Ye Li, what is the reward for the student?" "Wei Lianghua, the winner of the Novice Cup will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan, a rare elf, and various nutritious trees." Ye Li's eyes lit up. 100,000 yuan, this is great. There are also rare elves, if they don't suit you, you can sell them. It's all money. The fruit of the tree can be used to breed many dragons. Wei Lianghua continued, "The second place is rewarded with 50,000 yuan, an ordinary elf, and a tree fruit. The third place will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan and fruit. The remaining 3rd to 10th place will be rewarded with 5,000 yuan." Wei Lianghua wanted to continue to say, "Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com," but the class bell rang. However, the teacher has been late, and the noise in the classroom resumed. 5 minutes later, a handsome young man slowly walked into the classroom. The young man was dressed in red with a smile on his face, which made people feel like spring breeze. Ye Li moved. "Isn't this the person I met at the school gate yesterday?" The youth stepped onto the podium. "Hello everyone. My name is Han Shuki, you can call me Instructor Han. Everyone relax, my temper is very good, and then I will be responsible for your actual combat training and physical training. Give you 5 minutes to gather on the battlefield in the playground." Han Shuki finished speaking and walked out of the classroom. Soon, Ye Li and the others came to the side of the opposing scene. After the world changed, there was an additional opposing field on the playground. The battlefield is a field the size of a basketball court, separated by a white line, and in the middle of the white line is a pokeball pattern. Han Shu came slowly and stood opposite Ye Li. Who else hasn't arrived?" Ye Li glanced around, as if Wei Lianghua's fat guy hadn't arrived. A chubby figure in the distance ran over here. Paused breathlessly and said, "Instructor Han, sorry, I just went to the toilet." Han Shuki smiled and nodded, "It's okay, I have a good temper. You can run 15 laps around the playground first." Wei Lianghua was stunned, looking at Han Shuki in surprise, a little at a loss. Han Shuki smiled again, "Is it because I didn't say it clearly enough?" Wei Lianghua waved his hand quickly, No. I'm going to run now." Then turned and ran towards the playground. After Wei Lianghua left, Han Shuki looked at everyone, "Relax, everyone, I have a good temper." Chapter 14, the good-tempered Korean instructor. Everyone has put Han Shuki on the blacklist of bad temper, and they don't believe his nonsense. Han instructor's mouth, a lie. Han Shuki pointed to the battlefield and said, everyone has seen it. This is the battlefield. After everyone nodded, Han Shuki continued, this is the most common muddy battlefield. In the future, you will encounter various battlefields. Like water system versus battlefield, rock versus battlefield, land and water versus battlefield, as well as the most complicated jungle versus ice battlefield. You have to remember that every battlefield has a great influence on various elves. Pay attention to making good use of all kinds of battlefields to win. Okay, it's useless to tell you too much, Han Yat. Han Yat, here. Yali noticed that Han Yi's eyes were a bit bright. Han Shuki, you have a real battle with me first. Han Yat, yes. Finished talking and walked to the side facing the scene. Han Shuki stood on the other side. Both sides release elves. Han Yi's is a small fire dragon, and Han Shuki's is a red six-tailed dragon. Everyone's eyes lit up, these two are rare elves, but they are rarely seen in normal times. Han Shuki, you can do it first. Han Yat, little fire dragon, sparks. Oh roar! The little fire dragon screamed, flames appeared on his body, and then gathered in his mouth and sprayed towards the six tails. Han Shu smiled together, hee, my six-tailed is very special. Fire skills have no effect on it. Six tails, accept its flame, and then use the sand. Six tail. Six tails screamed, and the little body jumped up to meet the flames from the little fire dragon. The flames had no effect on Liu, but it made its eyes bright. After landing, Liu's feet shook the ground, and soon the little fire dragon was filled with dust. Seeing this, the little fire dragon was a little at a loss. Yali nodded secretly. This six-tailed character is to ignite fire, so the sparks of the little fire dragon have no effect on it, but can increase the power of the six-tailed fire skills. Han Shuki spoke again, take advantage of this now, sparks. Liu was filled with flames, then gathered around his mouth and sprayed towards the little fire dragon. Han Ye hurriedly said, little fire dragon, get away quickly. It's a pity that the little fire dragon couldn't see the six-tailed figure at all, and couldn't avoid it. He was shot and flew out, his eyes turned into circles, and he passed out. Han Shuki put the six tails into the elf ball and walked over and said, send it to the elf infirmary after class. Han Ye nodded, and put the little fire dragon into the poke ball. Han Shuki, everyone just saw that Liu used the ground to use the sand, which affected the sight of the little fire dragon and easily won the victory. So, reasonable use of the venue can achieve a multiplier effect with half the effort. Next, Yali, come and fight with me. Yali couldn't wait a long time ago, and stood up excitedly and called, here. Then Pidian ran to the opposite side of the battlefield. Han Shuki walked to the other side, release your elf. Yali took out the wizard ball and pressed the switch. The mini dragon appeared in the field. Wow! It's a mini dragon. This is a super rare elf. The child of the rich. The classmates next to talked a lot. Han Shu turned his head together, who asked you to talk? Everyone, like the fat man, ran 15 laps without finishing the get out of class. Suddenly wailed, but no one dared to defy and ran to the playground track one after another. After everyone had left, Han Shuki looked at Yali, and then took out a wizard ball. Mini dragon? Then I will use this, go. Hot beast. Okay? Yali feels something is wrong, shouldn't it be Liu? But Han Shuki didn't give Yali time to react, and directly issued an order, burning beast, spray flames. The fiery beast opened its mouth, red flames slowly gathered in the air, and then a huge pillar of fire sprayed towards the mini dragon. Yali stunned, you are a devil. What about venue training? Yali hurriedly called, mini dragon, get away quickly. Fortunately, the mini dragon has been trained for this period of time, and its speed is much faster. With a flick of its tail, it can easily avoid the jet of fire. Boom! The pillar of fire hit the place where the mini dragon originally stood, making a huge explosion. At this time, the mini dragon was filled with red light. "This is Dragon's Fury," Yali said excitedly. "Okay, mini dragon, Dragon Fury." The red light on the mini dragon gathers in one place, forming a red beam of light, and shoots at the fiery beast. Han Shuki was also surprised. This mini dragon has actually learned the Dragon's Fury, and it has only been a few days. Han Shuki, very good, hot beast, use jet flame again. The pillar of fire is facing the red pillar of light of the mini dragon, but the red pillar of light is much smaller than the pillar of fire. It is directly broken through, and the flame hits the mini dragon. Woo woo! The mini dragon cried out in pain, slammed heavily on the ground, and fainted. Yali clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth and said, "Instructor Han, are you sure this is training?" Han Shuki raised his head. "Oh? Are you questioning me? Go, run with them 15 laps." Yali gritted his teeth and secretly said, "You wait for me. I will bring Kui Long over in the afternoon." Put the mini dragon into the poke ball, and Yali ran to the group of people. After Yali left, Han Shu snorted, "Dare to live with my sister, and see if I will not torture you. This is just the beginning." After Yali ran over, you read www.youcanshu. Many classmates of Com ran up to Yali. Wei Lianghua gasped and asked, "Yeah, Li, what happened just now? Why, such a big movement?" Han Yali also ran beside him, wanting to hear what Yali said. "Yali, don't mention it, that instructor Han is not a human being. He fights against me and uses fiery beasts." Wei Lianghua was surprised. "What? Hot beast?" Han Yi's face became colder when he heard it. Yali nodded. "Wait, tomorrow I will bring my parents Kui Long over and beat him to death." Wei Lianghua's eyes lit up. The final evolution of the mini dragon, Fast Dragon. Yali nodded, "Yeah." Wei Lianghua suddenly thought of something and said, "Tomorrow, I will also bring my parents' water arrow tortoise and kill him." The water arrow tortoise just restrained his fiery beast. Yali had finished running with them. It was already noon for school. Because Han Shuki didn't ask them to run fast, everyone ran slowly. It was almost enough after running to the back, so a lot of time was wasted. Because they were worried about the mini dragon, Yali and Han Yali went to the elf infirmary together. The elf infirmary is set up by the school, so that the students can receive treatment in time when the elves are injured in the battle, so as to avoid sequelae. Yali didn't feel tired after running 15 laps because he was wearing a sports vest, like a okay person, with no sweat. Han Ye is different, sweating, panting, and seeing Yali as a okay person, he is full of doubts. This guy is in great health too. After running so many laps, I didn't even sweat. Yali glanced at her, "Are you okay? How about I help you?" Han Ye shook his head, "It's okay." Chapter 15, Han Shuki, come out one-on-one. The little fire dragon and mini dragon are healed. A middle-aged woman wearing a nurse's uniform walked over with a small car. There were small fire dragons and mini dragons on it, and they yelled happily when they saw Yali and Han Ye. "Oh roar!" Yali walked over and picked up the mini dragon. "It's okay. Tomorrow we will bring the fast dragon, beat the deadly hot beast, and avenge you." Woo woo! The mini dragon got even more excited, rubbing Yali's face. Han Ye gave Yali a surprised look, really envious of this guy. Have such good parents. Touching the little fire dragon, although he didn't speak, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. When he returned home from school at noon, Yali hugged Kui Long. "Kai Long, I was bullied by someone, and that person beat me and the mini dragon with a fiery beast to bully the little one. Quick dragon, wow, 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 wow." Ye raised his head. You said you are going to avenge me? No. My parents won't let you fight for me. Quick dragon, wow, wow, wow. Ye nodded, well, I won't tell them. Ye blinked at the mini dragon next to him. The mini dragon yelled happily, woo. Ye took Kui Long to school in the afternoon, but what made Ye dumbfounded was that the afternoon was regarded as a cultural class, and he didn't even see Han Shuqi's shadow. Ye Kongli is hateful, Han Shuqi, if you have the ability, don't hide, come out and challenge. The afternoon class was given by Ye Yangxia, and it talked about some basic information of elves and some elves' habits. Everyone knows these things. Ye Yangxia just asked them to revisit them, and she won't enter the formal course tomorrow. Ye was absent-minded throughout the afternoon. To be honest, if Han Shuqi uses 6 tails in the morning, Ye does not have to be afraid of him with mini dragons. This is the reason why Ye has been so worried about Han Shuqi. However, this afternoon he vowed to bring Kui Long, but that guy didn't come again, giving Ye the feeling of punching the cotton. It feels like eating a fly, and I feel uncomfortable. When he came home from school in the afternoon, Ye released Kui Long to cook. Ye didn't come back until Ye had finished eating. Ye took a pack of elves' food to her, which was regarded as returning her. Han Ye didn't speak, and walked into the room with elf food. Put the elf food on the bedside table, and Han Ye sat on the side of the bed, lost in memory. Brother, where are you going? Han Shuqi turned his back to Han Ye, his small body showed firmness, I'm going out to practice. Han Ye held a Pikachu pillow in his hand, can you not go? Yet, you will understand when you reach my age. If you want to go out and practice alone at that time, remember to call me. After speaking, Han Shuqi walked into the distance, and his figure slowly disappeared into the jungle. Big tears dripped on the Pikachu doll. Han Ye's thin figure looked lonely and lonely. In the blink of an eye, a few years later, Han Ye grew up, and she began to experience Han Shuqi's feelings firsthand. And since Han Shuqi went out, he can often hear news about him. That little figure has now broken out of Nyoda Ming Hall. Finally, one day, Han Ye made up his mind, picked up his mobile phone and dialed the number that he had been eager to call. Hey! Little girl! I miss you. There was no complaint, no sadness of reunion, only a heartwarming word. At that time, she understood that the brother with a hippie smile was still there. That day, she set her brother as a goal, packed up her things and left. But after she came out, she understood the difficulties Han Shuqi had in those days. Was attacked by various wild elves all the way, passing through countless dangers. Just when she was about to arrive in Jingnan County, she accidentally stepped on a big rock snake, was shot by a tail and flew out, and passed out. At this time, Ye has put the quick dragon and the mini dragon into the poke ball, ready to enter the game world. Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Ye opened the door of the room and wanted to go out to open the door, but saw that Han Ye had already opened the door. Little girl! Ye shocked, why is this voice so familiar? Hastily walked over. Han Shuqi leaned against the door, looking at Han Ye and Ye who came with a smile on his face. Ye wondered, Instructor Han, what are you doing? Han Ye said coldly, this is my brother. Ye touched his head, oh. It turned out to be brother-uncle. Seeing the two pairs of murderous eyes suddenly, Ye quickly said, Great instructor, are you wrong? Han Shu smiled and looked at Ye, I think I should give you a special assault training. Go to the park and face the battlefield. Ye's eyes lit up, okay. Zheng Wuri can't find you. Unexpectedly, you brought it to the door by yourself. Han Shu raised his brows, always feeling that something was wrong. Why is this guy so excited? But without thinking about it, he turned and walked down the stairs. Ye and Han Ye followed. Han Ye didn't worry about Ye at all. Han Shuqi didn't know, but she knew that Ye had a fast dragon who could only do housework. Han Ye is also very curious, how much combat power the fast dragon wearing an apron washing and cooking has. After the world has changed, every park has set up a battlefield. The battlefield in the park is similar to that of the school. It is composed of yellow mud, which is a mud battlefield. At this time, Han Shuki and Ye stood on each side. Han Shuki took out the elf ball and threw it out. The red light flashed, and the hot rat appeared in the field. Ye smiled weirdly, took out Kui Long's elf ball and threw it. Kui Long immediately appeared in the court. Han Shu Qi is stunned. The mini dragon has evolved? Impossible, this is only one afternoon. Ye, Instructor Han, please advise. Han Shuki, where did you come from, this fast dragon? Ye, my parents. Come on the front. Han Shuki calmed down, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com had a signature smile on his face. Very well, hot beast, we haven't played against Kui Long yet. Today is a good opportunity. The fiery beast shouted with high morale, fire explosive. Ye, Kai Long, this guy bullied me and the mini dragon in the morning and him. Quick dragon, wow wow. Ye, come on, use dragon dance. Kui Long screamed, and his body began to dance, and a different kind of breath emanated from it. Han Shuki, the hot beast, used the smoke screen to confuse it. The fiery beast spouted thick black smoke, covering the fast dragon. Ye, don't worry about it, use dragon dance again. The fast dragon in the black smoke danced again. Han Shu was shocked, knowing that this can't go on. The two dragon dances of the dragon will be extremely terrifying. Hot beast, don't give him a chance, breathe fire. The red light on the fire explosive beast's body flickered, and waves of flames spurted from its body, spraying towards the fast dragon. Ye, dodge. Then move at high speed to approach the fiery beast. The hot beast Ye knows very well, special attack is particularly high, but the body is particularly fragile, and is called the crispy master in the game. So Ye's tactics are very simple. You can't fight at long range, but directly fight in close quarters. After the dragon danced twice, the fast dragon is very fast. Coupled with the high-speed movement, the fast dragon has reached a speed that is invisible to the naked eye, flashing through the fireballs, and several flashes have reached the sky of the fireball mouse. Ye, just take advantage of this now, use the dragon's tail. Han Shuki smiled slightly, do you think I don't know the shortcomings of Fierce Beast? Chapter 16, Instructor Han, your face is a little thin. Hot Beast, Shadow Clone. The explosive beast screamed, the body split, and a dozen explosive beasts appeared on the court. Ye was surprised. Sure enough, this is not a game. The skills in the game can be hit, but it is different in reality. Many elves can evade skills. Presumably, Han Shuki knew the drawbacks of Hot Beast, so he learned the skill of Shadow Clone. Ye, quick dragon, use the dragon's tail to break all the shadows. Kui Long's tail is covered with white light, and it frantically beats the surrounding shadows. Slap slaps slaps. As the shadows shattered one by one, only one fiery beast remained in the field. Han Shuki calmly said, jet flames. The remaining fiery beast spouted a huge pillar of fire with its mouth open. Ye, quick dragon, resist with the tail of the water. Kui Long's tail was covered with a layer of blue water, and he patted the jet of fire. Boom! There was an explosion, and the surrounding area was immediately filled with white water vapor. Quick dragon, moving at high speed. The fast dragon flew up in the white mist, and approached the fiery beast in the blink of an eye. Hot beast, don't be afraid of it, slam yourself. The fiery beast screamed, white light filled his body, kicked his legs, and crashed into the fast dragon in the air. Ye, dragon dive. Kui Long was full of red light, swooped down, and collided with the fireball rat. Boom! There was a huge noise, and when the smoke cleared, I saw the fast dragon flying in the air, and the fiery beast lying on the ground, already fainted. Han Shuki put the fireball mouse into the elf ball, still smiling, and there is no change because of the loss to Yeli. It's great. Then I will use it, come out. Fire-breathing dragon. Yeli was stunned, and said blankly, Instructor Han, your face is a bit thin today. Han Shuqi was taken aback, what do you mean? Yeli, it's too thin, you need to point your face. In the end, Yeli didn't fight with Han Shu again. He could win the hot beast. He could only win if he had the advantage. After all, Han Shuki's strength is there, and Han Shuki's command in this battle can be said to be close to perfect. And he let the hot beast hit with its own body, making Yeli very confused. Since the hot beast can use the shadow clone, then prove a fact. The physique of the hot beast must be very high, only in this way can its speed meet the conditions for using the shadow clone. With this speed, it should be easy to avoid the dragon's dive of the fast dragon, but Han Shuki let the fiery beast hit the fast dragon with its own body. It is obviously not that Han Shuki is stupid, but that he is keeping his hands. So Yeli felt that it was meaningless to win this battle. The most important thing was that he still had more important things to do, and he didn't want to continue entangled with Han Shuki. Looking at Yeli's back, Han Ye walked to Han Shuki's side, why did you keep your hands just now? Was seen, Han Shuki was a little embarrassed, I want to let him. Han Ye, you think if you use your full strength, Yeli will have this expression even if you lose. Han Shuqi shocked, yet. If he used all his strength, Yeli wouldn't show this expression even if he lost. With the expression of sighing silently, and the back of turning away without saying a word, Han Shuki began to doubt his approach. Think about the bewilderment of Yeli's face when he ran over to fight him with excitement in the morning, and then released the fiery beast by himself. Maybe Yeli didn't want revenge or anything tonight. He just wanted to have a fair battle with the elves. Want to see the gap between the two. If his thoughts let Yeli know, he would surely chuckle, he just wanted to get revenge, and there were two magical beasts to fight behind, what's the point of fighting with that fire-breaking dragon, I thought a lot. The reason for showing that expression is that Han Shuki is too shameless. Back home, Yeli entered the game world directly. He wants to hurry up, first beat the two NPCs, and then went to Tianyuan City to catch Lalola C. When he came to the game world, Yeli took the quick dragon to the wizard center for treatment, and then went to the left of Gukan town. On the left is number 102 road, which leads to Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City is also the location of the 5th gymnasium. The father of the game protagonist is the owner of the 5th gymnasium. At the intersection of number 102, there were already 4 people standing. The designer got frustrated and moved all the NPCs on the road here. The 4 NPCs are 2 shorts boys, Chucky, and a bug catcher. The first boy in short shorts was the great NPC with 2 Fayana. Yeli walked over and talked to the first boy in shorts. The boy in shorts is very neat, are you a trainer? Let's fight. Then he released Fayana. Yeli is speechless, do I agree? Took out the wizard ball, released the fast dragon, touched the fast dragon body, the data emerged. Yeli found that the fast dragon's attack effort value increased by 2, and the others only increased by 1. Yeli was strange. According to reason, he increased by 1 in the battle with Gaoka, and then increased by 1 in the battle with the fiery beast at night. Should be all +2. Didn't give Yeli too much time to think about it, the boy in shorts over there had already given the order. Fiuna, use Q. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and raindrops fell down, and Yeli was enveloped in it. Yeli is happy to see this is giving a chance. You have to know that it's raining chocolate, no, it's 100% hit by electric skills in rainy days. Quick dragon, good opportunity, electric shock. Wow! Kuai Long fighting spirit roared arrogantly, his body flashed with electric light, and then it condensed into a yellow beam of light and shot towards Fiona. I have to say that the electric shock of the fast dragon is much stronger than that of the mini dragon. Compared with the electric shock beam of the fast dragon, the mini dragon is just a line. Shorts boy, Fiona, bubble light. Fiona spit out a string of bubbles in his mouth. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com and Kuai Long's click collided with each other. Ya lifted up from the corner of his mouth. He thought that this battle would be very difficult, but he didn't expect Fiona to ask for rain directly. The rain in the sky is still underground, the ground has accumulated water, and the electric shock of the fast dragon is transmitted through the light of the foam, hitting Fiona. Fiona was wrapped in electric light and let out a scream. Fiona, hail! The electric light dissipated, and Fiona reappeared in the field. Li secretly said, as expected, an electric shock is not enough to determine the outcome. Fiona yelled, the rain in the sky slowly turned into hail, and the water on the ground began to freeze. Li's secret path is not good, not only the advantage is gone, but it is also at a disadvantage, because the hail is very restrained from the fast dragon. Wow! Hail hit Kuai Long, and Kuai Long cried out in pain. Li, Kai Long, we need to quickly resolve the battle and use high-speed movement to approach it. The fast dragon fluttered its wings and flew towards Fiona at an extremely fast speed. Fiona, storm snow. Fiona. The hail around Fiona was rolled up, forming a huge ice storm, blowing towards the flying dragon. Quick dragon, blow the blizzard back with a storm. A storm began to gather around the fast dragon, and swirling storms formed one after another, blowing towards the blizzard that was approaching. Boom! The collision of the two skills caused a huge explosion, and the field was filled with snow and mist for a while. Li, quick dragon, don't give him a chance, the fluctuation of the dragon. Kuai Long spit out a red light, sprayed into the snow mist. Chapter 17, Can't Learn. When the snow and fog cleared, Fiona in the field had fallen to the ground and passed out. Quick dragon, cheer up, the next is the hardest time. Li deeply understands that in the battle just now, he took the advantage of the field first, and was caught off guard by hitting Fiona, but then the advantage of the field turned into a disadvantage, and it would be extremely difficult. The hail in the sky is still falling, and the boy in shorts has put Fiona into the poke ball, and then threw another poke ball. The red light flashed, and Fiona, who was exactly the same as before, appeared in the field. Fiona. Li, quick dragon, dragon dance. Boy in shorts, Fiona, frozen beam. Fiona. Fiona shot a white light beam on the dancing dragon. Kuai Long was hit by the frozen beam and roared in pain. Li, use high-speed movement to approach it. Li knew that he couldn't drag it. Hail was still falling in the sky, and Kuai Long had been hurting. Kuai Long soon arrived over Fiona. Li, thunder and lightning fist. Shorts boy, Fiona, blizzard. Li, don't give it a chance to release. The flashing dragon claw hit Fiona. Fiona. Fiona gave a painful cry and flew out. Li, use thunder fist again. Kuai Long chased after him, with electric light on his paws. Shorts boy, Fiona, shadow clone. Flying in the air, Fiona suddenly had a serious expression, and the same figures appeared around him. Kuai Long's thunder and lightning punched one, and the figure was immediately fragmented, which was obviously fake. Looking at a dozen nearby figures, Kuai Long was a little at a loss. Li, attack with wings to smash all its fakes. The dragon's wings flashed red, and one swooped down and swept towards a group of Fiona. Shorts boy, blizzard. More than a dozen Fiona were released at the same time, and the entire battlefield was filled with storms. The wings of the fast dragon swept one by one, as the clones were shattered one by one, and finally there was one Fianna brewing. Yeli, get close to it, the dragon's inverse scales. Kuai Long flew towards Fianna, red light began to appear in his eyes. At the same time Fianna's blizzard was condensed and the surrounding snowstorms quickly blew Fianna. In the wind and snow, the cry of Kuai Long and Fianna kept coming, but Fianna's cry was still more painful. Soon, the wind and snow dissipated, and the dragon stood proudly in the field, and Fianna had fallen to the ground and fainted. It can be seen that it was very difficult for Kuai Long to win, his body was covered with scars, and he was breathing heavily. Sure enough, it was a bit reluctant to win. Yeli put the fast dragon into the poke ball, and began to summarize the gains and losses of the two battles. Took advantage of the field for the first time, and caught Fianna by surprise. The second time I was not so lucky. Not only was the venue at a disadvantage, Fianna had also been using the ice skills to restrain the fast dragon. Fortunately, the consumption in the first game was not very large, and the fast dragon could resist it. Yeli didn't think about ending the battle with long-range skills directly, but Fianna was too flexible and it was difficult to hit long-range skills. And the advantage of the fast dragon itself is close combat, Fianna's advantage is long-range, it is impossible to use his disadvantages to touch Fianna's advantage no matter how you think. Ignoring the other three NPCs, Yeli first sent Kuai Long to the Wizard Center for treatment, and then came back. Yeli didn't plan to use Quick Dragon this time, so he switched to Mini Dragon. The Mini Dragon needs to exercise, and after playing the boy shorts, the next thing will be much smoother. It's time to consider the first gymnasium. Because the next NPC will have no beasts, Kuai Long will no longer help Yeli fight, so Yeli is going to train the Mini Dragon to prepare for the first gymnasium. Yeli is still considering a very important thing, whether he can beat the first gymnasium with a Mini Dragon. Is it necessary to prepare a second elf, because the first gym is rock and ground, and Mini Dragons do not have any advantage? Let's help Wei Lianghua finish catching the elves first. Yeli's second NPC was the insect catcher, and the elves were unicorns plus spiny tail worms. Although the two elves have been strengthened a lot in this, they are still weaker in front of the intensively trained Mini Dragon. The Mini Dragon is now very high in terms of speed, power, or skill intensity. Chiki used 2 Lalo brushes. Yeli encountered a lot of trouble in dealing with the power of mind, but in the end they all broke through one by one with Dragon's Fury. The last boy in shorts used a snake bear. This is much simpler. Under the last electric light of the Mini Dragon, Yeli successfully ended all the NPC battles on number 102 road. Yeli really walked out of Novice Village. Yeli walked along Route 102 and passed through a few bushes. On the way, he encountered a few wild elves, all of which were easily solved by the Mini Dragon. There are 2 fruit trees planted on the 102 road, and the leaves are picked one by one. They are 2 detoxification fruits and 2 orange fruits. Detoxification fruit, as the name suggests, can remove toxins, while orange fruit can restore the elf's physical strength. These 2 fruits are temporarily useless to Yeli, and Yeli has the urge to sell them in the real world. Soon, Yeli saw the house and couldn't help speeding up. Tianyuan City was in front of him. Tianyuan City is not big in the game, just a few houses, a wizard center, and a shop. Tianyuan City Gym is at the top. Yeli was not in a hurry to catch Lalola C, but walked into the Tianyuan City Gymnasium, where the protagonist's father was already waiting for him. As soon as the protagonist's father saw Yeli, he said, "Isn't this Yeli? Has the house been moved? Did you come here alone? Oh, traveling with elves? Are you going to be a trainer like me? That's great." Yeli is speechless. "Can you let me talk?" At this time, a child ran in. "Uncle, I want an elf." "Oh, it's Hikaru. Xiao Guang, I am going to my relatives and friends' homes in Zijin City today. It is too lonely to go alone. I want an elf to accompany me." Oh, it turned out to be like this. Then like this, Ye will accompany Xiao Guangjun to catch an elf, this is for you. Talking about the protagonist's father, he handed Doffer 2 elven balls. Then Doffer took Ye out and went to the capture point of Lalulasi. Lalulasi's catch point is in the grass on number 102 road. As soon as the two reached the bushes, they met a Lalulas. Lalulasi is very cute. She wears a green hat on her pure white body. The hat has 2 red horns on the front and back, but this horn is flat. Xiao Guang threw one of the elf balls given by the protagonist's father, and a straight bear appeared in front of them. Xiao Guang, bump! A white light appeared on the bear's head and slammed into Lalulasi. Boom! Lalulasi never fought back, and then yelled twice. This is its skill, yelling. Use the impact again. Straight to the bear rushed to Lalusi again. Boom! Xiao Guang suddenly turned his head to Ye and said, Ye, look good, I will teach you how to catch elves. The next operation of Xiao Guang made Ye doubt his life. Come back. Go straight to the bear. Xiao Guang put the straight bear into the poke ball, and then threw a poke ball at Lalulash. Ye had to sigh, this is the NPC favored by GM. This wizard is too easy to catch. The elven ball thrown by Xiao Guang smashed Lalulasi's body, a red light flashed, and Lalulasi was collected into the elf ball. The elf ball shook 3 times after landing, and then several stars flashed. Xiao Guang held the elf ball, yet successfully caught my own elf. Chapter 18, Grab Lalu. Ye was taken back to the gym. Xiao Guang, Uncle, Ye, thank you. Thanks to you, I will cherish it. My mother is waiting for me, goodbye, Uncle, Ye. Xiao Guang finished speaking and left the gym. The protagonist's father said to Ye earnestly, Ye, if you want to be a trainer, you have to listen to my advice. First, you go to the nearby Kana city. Next is a lot of nonsense that Ye knows. The consciousness is to let Ye go to Kana city, defeat the museum owner there, and collect badges. After he becomes stronger, he can challenge him. After speaking, he ignored Ye. Ye had to walk out of the gym. In fact, by this point, the early stage plot of Tianyuan City was over. Next, I was going to catch Lalulasi. Ye and Xiao Guang grabbed Lalulasi's grass before and began to wander around. Sure enough, after shopping for a long time, Ye didn't meet a single Lalulasi. After all, he was not a person favored by GM. Ye encountered a lot of wild elves on the way, all of which were solved by the mini-dragon, and the mini-dragon's effort value increased a lot. Ye guessed that there should be a qualitative change if the effort value exceeded 100. After shopping for 2 or 3 times, Ye finally met a Lalulasi. Ye immediately released the mini-dragon. Mini-dragon, electromagnetic waves. An electric light shot from the mini-dragon to Lalulash. But what surprised Ye and the mini-dragon was that the electric light stopped in front of Lalulasi. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of Lalulasi, blocking the electromagnetic waves. This is the power of mind. Sure enough, he didn't have GM's favor, so he couldn't easily subdue Lalulasi like Xiao Guang. But Ye didn't dare to use moves, because he was afraid that he would kill him directly. Some helplessly he scratched his head and said to the mini-dragon, Mini-dragon, continue to use electromagnetic waves. After using electromagnetic waves several times in a row, Lalulasi on the opposite side finally showed exhaustion. Sure enough, the consumption of mind power to it was huge. After almost 10 electromagnetic waves, Lalulasi was finally hit. There was electric light on his body and pain on his face. Ye took out the elf ball from his backpack and threw it to Lalulasi. Boom! The elf ball hit Lalulasi's body, a red light flashed, and Lalulasi was put into the elf ball. After landing, the elf ball began to shake, and Ye's spirit began to tighten. Once. Twice. Boom! The elf ball exploded, and Lalolasi reappeared in the field. That in centrifugal is a heart-wrenching pain. 2,000 yuan is gone. Shook his head, really can't learn Xiao Guang's way of catching elves. Took out a pokeball from the backpack again, and threw it at Lalulash. Boom! Lalolasi was caught in the ball again, and the pokeball began to shake after landing. Once. Twice. Boom! The wizard ball exploded again, and sure enough, $4,000 were gone. Boom! Yali threw the third pokeball, clenched his fist, and stared at the pokeball on the ground. A bit. Twice. 3 times. Toot! 3 small stars flashed on the elf ball. Yali excitedly picked up the pokeball on the ground, and finally caught it. Holding the elf ball, Yali's mind came up with a list of Lalolasi's attributes. Skills. Call. Power of mind. Shadow avatar. Teleport. Effort value. Life, 0. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Special attack, 0. Special defense, 0. Speed, 0. Individual value. Life, 29. Attack, 30. Defense, 25. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 28. Speed, 30. Seeing this Lalolasi's attribute table, Yali was surprised and heart-stricken. No wonder this Lalolasi had been able to use his mind for so long, and the special attack race value was full. Turning to Lalolasi's body, Lalolasi's thought power is very high in terms of growth and foundation. Yes, Ye was moved, and he was reluctant to sell this Lalolasi to Xiaozhihui. What about Xiaozhihui's elves? Or, grab another one? As soon as he thought of it, Yali sent Lalolasi to the elf center for treatment, and then returned to the bushes to continue shopping. After shopping for a long time, Yali didn't know how long, anyway, after a long time, Yali finally met the second Lalulas. Yali didn't plan to use the mini dragon this time, he just used the Lalu that he just grabbed to draw the silk. Lalolasi was still a little confused after coming out of the pokeball. Yali pulled Lalolasi's little white hand. Lalolasi, my name is Yali, and we will be partners in the future. Lalu. Lalolas cried out suspiciously, tilted his head and thought for a while, as if he understood, and yelled happily again. Yali, all right, let's face our first battle. Lalolasi immediately fought with pride and arrogance. Pull Lu. Yali pointed at the wild Lalolasi on the opposite side. Lalolasi, use your mind. Lalolasi's expression became serious, and an invisible force radiated from it, and went to the opposite side. The wild Lalolasi on the opposite side also exudes an invisible force. Obviously, it also uses thought power. The two seem to be constantly fighting, their expressions are extremely forceful. Suddenly, the wild Lalolasi on the opposite side showed a frightened expression, and then the whole body was lifted up, floating in the air, and yelled in panic, La-lu La-lu. Obviously, its thought power is not Yali's opponent of Lalolasi. Yali, very good, control it to hit the ground. Boom! Wild Lalolasi was suddenly thrown up by Nian Li, and slammed into the ground heavily. The ground was smashed into dust. Waiting for the dust to dissipate, I saw the wild Lalulus lying tiredly on the ground, trying to get up, but it was too late to get up. Yali quickly took out the elf ball from his backpack and threw it to the wild Lalulasi. Boom! A red light flashed, and the wild Lalulash was collected into the elf ball. The elf ball began to shake after landing. Reading www.youcanshu.com stared at each person, and Lalulash's eyes were filled with curiosity. A bit. Twice. 3 times. Boom! The elf ball suddenly exploded. Yali thought he had succeeded, but this made Yali a little overwhelmed. The reappearing wild Lalolasi lay on the ground, watching Yali and Lalolasi warily. Yali took out the last elf ball and threw it at Lalolasi. Boom! The poke ball began to shake again. This time Yali was nervous as never before, because this was the last poke ball. If he couldn't catch it, he could only sell the first one to Xiaozhi. A bit. Twice. 3 times. Toot! Yay! Yali exclaimed happily. Next to Lalolasi also yelled happily, pull Lu. Picked up the elf ball, Yali checked the attributes of this Lalolasi. Skills. Call. Power of mind. Shadow avatar. Teleport. Effort value. Life, 0. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Special attack, 0. Special defense, 0. Speed, 0. Individual value. Life, 28. Attack, 22. Defense, 25. Special attack, 28. Special defense, 28. Speed, 26. Although this Lalolasi individual is not as good as the previous one, it is not bad. All individuals are over 20. With this Lalolasi, Yali was relieved. Chapter 19, Money, Money, Money. In the dark room, Yali was sitting on the edge of the bed. Moonlight shined through the window to illuminate the front of Yali. Although the moonlight is very bright, Yali's heart is full of darkness. Because he just discovered a terrifying problem in the game. In the game world, the computer in the wizard center can't store the wizard unexpectedly. Then Yali has to consider a serious problem. What about these elves eating? And in the future, Yali will build a team to push the road. The food of these elves will be a huge sum of money. Compared with this huge sum of money, Xiaozhi's 10,000 yuan is simply a drop in the bucket. Yali simply do the calculations, Lalolasi and Mini Dragon will eat 1,000 yuan in 2 days, and the big milk can of milk powder is 3,000 yuan in 2 days. Kuai Long costs more than 100 yuan a day for fish, dozens of yuan for his own food, rent, water and electricity, etc., as well as occasional skewers. Yali is getting bigger and bigger. Woo woo woo, the Mini Dragon offered Yali by the side. Yali looked at it. You are thinking about fart, and you still have skewers, and you don't have any money. If you don't sell you, there will be a lot of skewers to eat. The Mini Dragon's eyes lit up immediately. Oh ah! Yali sighed. How did he raise a silly dragon? Touched the head of the Mini Dragon, Yali said, why don't you go to eat tomorrow night? I really have no money tonight. Yali, why don't you want to eat skewers? However, strength does not allow it. The Mini Dragon nodded understandingly. Looked back at the 2 Lalolasi who were living in harmony over there, their heads were big again. This Lalolasi was here tonight, and it was the Mini Dragon and their meals were gone. How to make money next? Yali's head is big, selling rare elves? Don't make trouble, 1 or 2 Yali dare to sell, but if there are too many, don't dare. You know that if you rob the Alliance and those big consortia, you will be killed by the family Bongi. Do you want to sell it secretly, wearing a big leather jacket, go to the station, and pull open the leather jacket when you see someone? There are rows of elven hanging in it, beauty. Do you want rare elves? Yali shook his head abruptly. This would not work, absolutely not. Yali lay down on the bed, and fell asleep thinking about it. The next day Yali was woken up by Kuai Long again, and Kuai Long had become a fat living alarm clock in Yali's eyes. Yali put the 2 Laas and the Mini Dragon into the poke ball, put them in the backpack, and headed for the school. Kuai Long stayed at home to wash and cook. Who told him to be an undercover agent sent by his mother? In the 3rd class classroom of Senior 3, that is, the classroom before Yali, Xiaozhi sat in his seat and looked out the window blankly, just like yesterday. Yali walked over and touched him. Xiaozhihui looked back and saw Ye, his eyes lit up. Ye, you are here. Then he rubbed his hands and looked at Ye. Ye's hand was a wizard ball. Xiaozhihui took it in a hurry, and asked expectantly, what kind of elf? Ye, you can watch it for yourself then. I believe you will like it. Xiaozhihui nodded quickly, then took out a stack of some old money from her arms and handed it to Ye. Ye did not count, and threw it into the backpack. Seeing Ye doing this, Xiaozhihui's eyes flashed with complexity. Ye, hurry up and see what kind of wizard, then go to the teacher to register, try to come to the special training class as soon as possible, time is waiting. Turned around after her speaking. Xiaozhihui grabbed the wizard ball in his hand and called, Ye. Ye turned around puzzled. Xiaozhihui, thank you. Ye turned around, swinging his hands in the air. After watching Ye leave, Xiaozhihui ran outside with the wizard ball. He couldn't wait any longer. Xiaozhihui ran to the corner of the playground, pressing the pokeball switch with one hand trembling. A red light flashed, and a dreamlike elf appeared in front of Xiaozhihui. Pure white body, green hat. Xiaozhihui's eyes lit up. This is Lalolasi. Lalolasi saw Xiaozhihui with shining eyes, hugged her hands and shrank in the corner, pull Lu. Xiaozhihui felt that the future was bright, but he didn't expect Ye to sell him an ultra-rare superpower elf. I felt more grateful to Ye in my heart. Xiaozhihui squatted down and stretched out one hand in front of Lalolasi. Lalolasi, my name is Xiaozhihui. We will be partners in the future, please advise. Lalolasi stared at Xiaozhihui with big innocent eyes, pull, Lu dash. When Ye came to the special training classroom, everyone was already there. As soon as Ye sat down, Wei Lianghua leaned over, Ye, did you bring your parents fast dragons today? I brought the water arrow turtles here today. Ye, no need. Wei Lianghua wondered, what's the matter? Ye, I already played against Instructor Han last night, and I won. Wei Lianghua immediately showed an incredulous expression, really? Ye pointed to Han Ye next to him, you ask her. Han Ye nodded lightly, which was an acknowledgement. Wei Lianghua sat down blankly, you actually won Instructor Han, it's incredible. Ye patted him on the shoulder, sprinkle water. Don't talk to others indiscriminately. Wei Lianghua nodded affirmatively. There was a loud noise from the front. The Giant Rock King and the Qingchuan King fought a decisive battle last night. Yet. It's wonderful. Unfortunately, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com actually lost the Giant Rock King. Had the Qingchuan King's elves restrained the Giant Rock King, the Giant Rock King would never lose. The King of Qingchuan is the most handsome, so he doesn't accept refutation. Obviously it is the handsome King of the Giant Rock, all right. Wei Lianghua interrupted, they all wear masks, how do you know who is handsome? Ye turned his head and looked at Wei Lianghua questioningly, who are they talking about? Wei Lianghua looked at Ye contemptuously after hearing this, don't you know the two kings of the duel? Ye, ah. Do I need to know? Wei Lianghua worshipped with two eyes, the King of Giant Rock and the King of Qingchuan are two powerful trainers who have maintained a winning streak in the underground duel. King Qingchuan and his partner Emperor Nebo have a horrible record of 53 consecutive victories all the way. The Giant Rock King and his partner Bhaskar Dora had a 52-game winning streak, and the two were called the two kings of the underground arena of Jingnan County. Last night was their decisive battle, you don't know. At this time, the class bell rang, and Wei Lianghua didn't dare to continue speaking. He remembered being the first to be punished yesterday morning. Not long after, a handsome figure walked over and leaned against the door, holding his hands. At this time, Ye noticed that many girls in the classroom had their glasses suddenly lit up. Ye pouted his lips, he would be a little more handsome, stronger, and a little bit showy. In the future, I am not going to be my elder brother. Thinking of this, Ye Chen felt better. Give you 5 minutes to gather on the edge of the battlefield. Han Shuki was too lazy to finish, and turned away. Turning around this time, the eyes of the girls in the classroom lit up again. Ye Li quietly looked at Han Ye next to him, and found that her eyes were also very bright. It's over. The world collapsed. Chapter 20, Instructor Han is so gentle. Soon, Ye Li and the others came to stand beside the opposing battlefield. Han Shuki arrived long ago. Beside him, stood a girl with 2 ponytails. The girl's ponytail is very long, and the visual inspection is almost reaching her legs. Ye Li is a little confused, not knowing what to do when she squats. Han Shu glanced at the people who stood still and said, "Everyone is here, right?" Han Shuki glanced around, knowing in his heart, today the special training class welcomes a new student. Then turned to the ponytail girl and said, "Manly, please introduce yourself." Ponytail took a step forward, "Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Manly." Han Shu nodded together, "Okay, let's go back to the team." After Zhao Manly returned to the team, Han Shuki continued, "Yesterday I looked at everyone's running situation. To be honest, I was very disappointed. Only 15 laps, you actually ran all morning. In your situation, how do you face future adventures? Also, elves fighting is also quite dangerous. If you accidentally get injured by mistake, it will not be a joke at that time. So, to become a qualified elf trainer, physique must be the first priority. Your goal in the morning is 25 laps. You are not allowed to leave school if you haven't run. Don't think about being lazy, I'm watching you all the time. I'll work harder and help you count the laps. Let's go." After hearing the order, everyone turned and ran along the track. Wei Lianghua deliberately ran to Ye Li, "Why Instructor Han didn't fight today? I still want to try my parents' water arrow turtle." "Ye Li, even if you use water arrow turtle, you are not necessarily his opponent." Wei Lianghua was surprised, "Why?" "My water arrow turtle restrained him." Ye Li said as he ran, "First, there is a big gap between your 2 commanding strengths, you can't let your elves give full play. Second, you don't know your parents' water arrow turtle at all. You don't even know what skills it can do. How do you command it?" Ye Li has a deep understanding of this. He still has a game world and can see all the skills of Kuai Long. Even so, after a few battles, Ye Li didn't feel that the strength of Kuai Long was fully utilized. Wei Lianghua fell into deep thought after listening, and seemed to understand a little bit. "So you should give up. Train your first elf, and only by walking with it, you can truly understand it and maximize its strength." Wei Lianghua, "Strange, my parents said the same." Ye Li wondered, "Why did they lend you the water arrow turtle?" After running for a while, Wei Lianghua was already breathing a little. "My dad told me that everyone has something worth trying. Only by trying can we get experience and lessons, and people will grow, so they support my decision." Han Yat, who followed behind, was startled after listening, and gradually envy appeared in the eyes of the 2 in front of him. "Ye Li, you have a good father." The ponytail girl speeded up and ran side by side with Ye Li and them, and said as they ran, "Hey! How do you feel when you come to the special training class one day in advance? Is Instructor Han very gentle? Such a handsome person should also have a gentle heart." Ye Li and Wei Lianghua nodded at the same time, and Wei Lianghua rushed and said, "Don't you know, Instructor Han is so gentle, so gentle." A small star appeared in Zhao Manli's eyes, "Really?" But immediately, I felt something wrong with what Wei Lianghua said. Ye Li assisted, "Yes, Instructor Han is a gentle and reliable person, he will lead you to heaven." Zhao Manli was stunned, "How do you feel that these 2 people speak with different emotions?" But Han Ye Li behind him nodded earnestly, "Yes, Instructor Han is a gentle person, he is considerate, generous and humorous. Ye is speechless, others don't know, I don't know yet. She is your brother, of course you said so. After 3 laps, everyone except Ye was already panting. Wei Lianghua gasped, yeah, Li. You special, is it a monster, right? How, looks at you, not, with breathing. Ye, I usually get up in the morning to exercise, little fat man, you can't do it. Han Ye behind is speechless, others don't know you, I don't know you yet. Someday it wasn't for the quick dragon to wake you up, you were clearly still asleep when I left. Because I get up early every day, every time I wake up, Han Ye sees that the door of Ye's room is open. Kui Long is already busy, and when she is about to go out, she sees Kui Long shaking Ye. This also makes Han Ye's very puzzled. People who wake up very late in the morning are in such good health. But what makes Han Ye feel strange is that this morning she saw Ye's room. In addition to the mini dragon, there are other elves, but because the light is too dark, she can't see clearly. Ye quickened his pace and waved at everyone, I'll leave everyone first, and finish early and finish school early. Wei Lianghua called, Ye, you can't just abandon us like this. Ye was too lazy to pay attention to him, speeded up and rushed out, and soon distanced himself from them. Ye really wants to leave school early, and Ye is very interested in the dual field that Wei Lianghua said today, and wants to go back to check the information soon. By the time the others ran to the 17th lap, Ye had already finished running. At this time, Han Shuki was standing on the 2nd floor of the teaching building and looking down. Ye ran downstairs and stood still. Instructor Han, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, I finished running. Han Shuki glanced at Ye, then coughed, Ye, do you know the meaning of the team? Ye, my special? This Korean black belly is going to tell me righteousness and let me continue running. Ye said, understand. Han Shuki's face turned straight, understand why you still leave the team and run so fast. Ye, instructor, please follow what you said. Han Shuki, you still don't understand the meaning of the team. Go back, and after running with them, come and tell me if you understand it. Ye couldn't help it. They took the righteousness, so they could only turn around and ran back. Han has a black belly, you wait for me. Han Shuki on the 2nd floor flashed triumphantly, Boy, fight with me, you are still stunned. Ye who returned to the team clearly saw Wei Lianghua's gloat in their expressions. Ye wanted to say, you guys who are late to mention it, are embarrassed to gloat. But in the end he held back, and attributed all the hatred to Han Shuki. Okay, Han Shuki, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Ye slowed down and ran to Han Ye's side, yeah, hold on. Han Ye was too tired to speak, his teeth clenched tightly. Ye stretched out his hand, come on, I'll take you and run. Humph. Han Shuki, watch my show operation, so that you can become the elder brother smoothly. Seeing Ye's hand stretched over, Han Ye was instantly plunged into memories. A boy about her age reached out to her. Come, take me, I will take you to the hospital, hurry up. At this moment, reality seems to overlap with memory, the same person, the same hand. Han Ye stretched out his hand subconsciously and pulled Ye. Chapter 21, Ye, your grave egg. Han Shuki, standing on the 2nd floor, was dumbfounded at this scene, my little girl. You are doing it right with me deliberately, how can you hold that guy's hand? Han Shuki quickly called, Ye, Han Ye, what are you doing? Just waiting for you. Ye returned, Instructor Han, I have a deep understanding of what you said about the team. The team should help each other. I think classmate Han Ye can't run, so I have to help her. Han Shu gritted his teeth, you leave school first. But Ye shook his head, no, how can I abandon the team and go? Instructor Han can't put me in an unrighteous place. Don't worry, I won't leave. If you wait, Han Yi's classmate can't run. Now, I will finish running behind her back and resolutely complete the task assigned by Instructor Han. The corners of Han Shu's mouth twitched, and finally he was helpless, and waved his hand somewhat sadly. Everyone is out of school. Yay! Long live Ye Li! Long live the Korean instructor! Suddenly cheers came from the entire playground. But after the cheers, everyone was out of breath. Ye Li turned his head and looked at Han Ye. Are you okay? Can you go? Han Ye nodded. I can go. Ye Li, if you can go, I'll go first. See you this afternoon. Ye Li disappeared as soon as he finished speaking, leaving Han Ye clenching his teeth. Ye Li, you grave egg. Soon Ye Li returned to the rental room. Kuai Long had already prepared his meal. Ye Li sat down and ate, and while eating, he took out his phone and was ready to check the information of the duel arena. Seeing this, Kuai Long grabbed Ye Li's phone, and Long Claw made gestures. Wow! Ye Li knows what Kuai Long is talking about, just telling Ye Li that he can't play with his mobile phone while eating. Ye Li gritted his teeth. Kai Long, admit it. You are the undercover agent sent by my mother. Wow! Ye Li finished eating and went to buy things. The 10,000 yuan given by Xia Zhihui disappeared 7,000 in an instant. Ye Li is so distressed. Went back to the rental room again, only then did he have time to check the battlefield. The duel field, the full name of the underground duel field, is a place expressly prohibited by the Elf Alliance. Of course, judging from the current situation, the Elf Alliance obviously turned a blind eye to this kind of place. Because it is a prohibited place, all those who participate in the duel and watch the duel wear masks. The duel arena, as the name suggests, is a place where the elves are duel, similar to a gambling battle. Each side takes out a certain amount of money to have a elves gambling. Of course, the real attraction is not the gambling, but the extra bets besides the gambling. At that time, the official duel field will open extra, whether it is on-site or outside, you can bet. So there will be live broadcasts of the duels on the internet, so the duels are very popular. You need to know that there is no live broadcast of a match, generally only when a match is held. For example, Ye Li, they are about to participate in the Rookie Cup, the High School League, and the highly anticipated Olympics. Of course, the most anticipated is the league contest organized by the Wizard League. These events have not been in this period of time, so the underground duel has become the most attractive live broadcast. There are many underground duel arenas, and there is one in Jingnan County. Last night, the game between King of Giant Rock and King of Qingchuan was in Jingnan County. This kind of game is usually difficult to meet. Generally, it is difficult to match a suitable opponent at the level of the Giant Rock King. After all, people at their level are generally very busy, and encounters can be regarded as coincidences. Of course, there were also exciting games on live channels in other regions last night, but people in Jingnan County didn't pay attention. After all, there are so many duel venues, and no one can pay attention to them all. To tell the truth, Ye is agitated. Isn't this a good opportunity to make money? But you have to plan it carefully. For example, you need to think about it. You definitely can't use the fast dragon or the mini dragon, because the fast dragon will definitely not help Ye Li fight. If you use the mini dragon, Ye Li doesn't need to wear a mask because he may only have the mini dragon in Jingnan County. Then you can only use Lalo to draw the silk. In this case, the first gymnasium will be delayed, and then you have to train Lalo to draw the silk. As we all know, the potential of the elves is unlimited, and what the trainer has to do is to tap the potential of the elves. Through training, the elves can be more flexible and attack stronger, so that the trained elves can more easily understand the skills. Ye Yangxia talked happily on the podium. Ye Li sat at the table a little absent-mindedly, thinking about the dual field all the time. After school, Yali hurriedly returned to the rental room. After eating, he took Lalulash into the game world. Just after taking Lalulasi to fight a wild elf, Yali put her hand on Lalulasi, and her attributes emerged. Skills: Call, Power of Mind, Shadow Avatar, Teleport. Effort value: Life, 1. Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Special attack, 2. Special defense, 1. Speed, 1. Individual value: Life, 29. Attack, 30. Defense, 25. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 28. Speed, 30. Okay? Yali suddenly wondered. Lalulas's special attack actually increased by 2, which is exactly the one that was added. This reminded Yali of Kuai Long. He remembered that Kuai Long was just like Lalulasi today. After playing Gaiuka, the attack effort value was increased by 2, and the others were increased by 1. While the situation of the fast dragon is similar to the situation of Lalulasi, the fast dragons attacking individuals are also full. Yali recalled that after he took the Kuai Long to win against Gaoka, he also defeated Han Shuki's hot beast outside Han Shuki. But the added effort value is the same as that of Lalulasi now. Could it be said that winning the wizard outside does not add effort value? If this is the case, where did Kuai Long's previous efforts come from? Yali suddenly remembered the afternoon cultural class www.ltnovel.com what Ya Yangxia said. As we all know, the potential of the elves is unlimited, and what the trainer has to do is to tap the potential of the elves. Through training, the elves can be more flexible and attack stronger, so that the trained elves can more easily understand the skills. Is it true that in the real world, it is through training to get the value of effort? Yali can only make a rough guess, and can only wait to slowly confirm it later. Next, Yali led Lalulasi to play wildly, until Lalulasi let out a tired call. Yali stopped. In fact, Yali was tired a long time ago. He was tired from school during the day, but he took Lalulasi to play wild at night, so it's not weird if he wasn't tired. And the jungle wild elves are very boring and consume a lot of energy. Yali collected Lalulasi into the elf ball and checked his attributes. The special attack effort reached 60, and the others reached 30. The current Lalulasi is extremely strong, especially the strength of thought. Yali estimated that Han Shuki's 6 tails could not withstand Lalulasi's thought force. Back to the real world, Yali poured some elven food and big milk cans for Lalulasi and the mini dragon, which was regarded as a supper for them. Holding the packaging bag, Yali looked at Kuai Long beside him. Kai Long, do you want to eat? Kuai Long shook his head disdainfully. How could it be possible for a Kuai Long to eat such naive food? Only fish are truly tall and perfect food. Kuai Long couldn't help but remember that when it was a mini dragon, when Yali's mother gave it to him for the first time, its eyes looked the same as it is now. Thinking of that gentle and beautiful woman, happiness appeared in Kuai Long's eyes. Chapter 22, Upper Limit. After Lalulasi and the mini dragon finished eating, Yali immediately called out, "Are you finished? Let's go eat skewers after eating." But when Yali looked at the mini dragon, he greeted him with a little bit of resentment. The mini dragon was very depressed, as was the case last time. Yali always waited for it to eat before taking him to eat the skewers. Yali was actually deliberate. Mini dragons should eat more nutritious food when they are growing their bodies. Walked over and picked up the mini dragon and touched its head. "Silly dragon, it's okay, the part you can't eat, just leave it to me to help you eat it." Mini dragon's eyelids drooping. Woo! Yali quietly took the mini dragon and Lalulasi out, and did not call Han Yala and her little fire dragon. The main reason why is not called is because I am afraid that Lalulasi will be exposed, and I really can't explain where it came from. After eating the skewers, Yali went back to the rental room and went to sleep. The day was over, and a new day was about to begin. Early the next morning, Ye was woken up by Kui Long as usual, and then went to school. The content of today's class is similar to yesterday, the only difference is that a new student came to the special training class today. The new classmate stood next to Han Shuki, a trace of melancholy in his eyes, as well as the somewhat messy and flowing hair, which immediately made many girls' eyes brightened. Hello everyone. My name is Xiaozhi. I hope you can give me more advice in the future. When Xiaozhi returned to the team, he smiled and nodded at Ye, and Ye also smiled and nodded at him. Then the special training class started the morning running training again. Today's course content is the same as yesterday's, the only special thing is that tomorrow is a holiday. Is also the most anticipated thing for all students. After all, just after the summer vacation, many people suddenly feel uncomfortable going to school, so this holiday will be the most anticipated holiday of the entire semester. Before school is over, Han Shuki explained to the special training class, everyone, go back on holiday, don't slacken in training. The content of class will change when you come back next week. Okay, everyone, go back. I hope you have a happy weekend. Yes, Yen said, without you, we would all be very happy. After returning home to eat, Ye entered the game world. Ye is ready to seize the time to train, go to the underground duel tomorrow night to try. In the game world, Ye and Lalulus went crazy against wild elves. Finally, 2 hours later, Lalulus's special attack effort reached 100, and other efforts reached 50. But Ye didn't feel any change in Lalulus, and the imaginary degeneration did not appear. Ye is puzzled, does it take 101 to break through? Ye, who doesn't believe in evil, took Laus and beat a wild elf again. Ye was dumbfounded when he saw the effort value. The special attack effort value was still 100, and there was no change. The other effort value increased by 1 as usual. Ye was dumbfounded, could it be said that the upper limit of Lalo draw is 100 effort points? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ye took Lalulus and hit a wild elf again. Same as before, all other effort points have been increased, but the unique attack effort value has not been increased. Is it a bottleneck that the elf's effort value reaches 100, and a breakthrough is needed to change it? Ye thinks this is more possible. However, even though the special attack effort value could not be increased, Ye continued to use several other effort values. Ye didn't quit the game world until the other effort value of Lalulus was brushed to 60. Poor elven food for Lalulus and the mini dragon. Ye fell asleep while lying on the bed. He was really tired. At around 7 o'clock the next day, Ye was wearing sportswear with a white towel around his neck, and was running in the morning sweating profusely. Originally, Ye was going to take a nap today. It is best to sleep until the wasteland is old, the sea is dry and the rocks are rotten. It's a pity that he was woken up by Kui Long again. It happened to be bored in the room or in the game world this week. Ye felt that it was time to go out for a walk. So Ye took off his sports vest, put on ordinary sportswear, and went out for a morning run. I have to say, it's really refreshing to come out and run. Ran into the park, Ye found a chair and sat down to rest. With his back leaning on the chair, Ye felt a lot more comfortable, as if moving. Ye turned his head and looked into the distance, where a figure was running slowly. Ye was surprised, it was Han Shu Chi. Han had a black belly. Sure enough, the people we usually admire are working harder than us secretly. Ye Chong Han Shu beckoned, Instructor Han, here. After seeing Ye, Han Shuki showed such an expression as expected, and immediately speeded up his pace and ran towards Ye, and soon stood in front of Ye. Today, Han Shuki wears a red sportswear, but the sportswear has been soaked in sweat, highlighting the slightly bulging muscles in his chest. Han Shuki glanced at Ye, the usual smile on his face was missing. Ye thinks he should be tired from running, so he has no intention of acting. Who knows that Han Shuki suddenly smiled in his usual way, sneak exercise. Yali said proudly, then, of course, how much capital I have that they envy, proves how much effort I have put in. Han Shuki nodded, walked over to pull up Yali, go, together. There is a bad feeling in leaf centrifugation. Sure enough, Han Shuki took Yali and ran more than 20 laps around the park. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com must know that the park is twice the size of the playground track. Han, instructor, stop, a moment, yes, can't run. Yali took advantage of his knees with both hands, gasping for breath, he felt that his leg was about to break. Han Shuki also panted, come on, Yali, I will take you to run. We are now a team and we must help each other. Yes, every time Yali said that he couldn't run, Han Shuki directly pulled Yali and ran for another lap. Yali can see it, this guy is naked revenge. Yali regretted not wearing a sports vest today. Instructor Han, gather in the park tomorrow, see or leave. Yali ran away after speaking. He has already decided that he will wear a sports vest tomorrow. He will run 100 laps with Han Shuki first, and he won't be tired after 100 laps, but he will run to death if he runs 100 laps again. Don't you still have strength? Run a few more laps. Came the scream of Han Shuki from behind. Yali ignored it, and said that Han had a dark belly. After returning home, Yali took a shower first, and then put on the already washed sports vest. This time he learned a lot, and he was ready to wear it all the time. Who knows if that Han belly black will suddenly come out and pull it. He is running. Yali put Lalolasi, who was playing on the bed, into the poke ball, and then entered the game world. Yali is going to brush all Lalo's effort to 100, and then brush up the mini dragon. It was already afternoon when Yali came out again. At this time Lalolasi and the mini dragon's effort reached 100. But the two elves didn't learn any skills. Yali was in trouble. What should I do? Chapter 23, Underground Duel. At night, in the underground duel, a young man walked in. Seeing someone coming in at the front desk, he quickly said, hello, underground duel. Are you participating in a duel or watching the game? Participate in a duel. A waiter walked over and brought Yali to another reception hall nearby. The waiter brought Yali to the counter, and there was a waiter in the counter. Hello, please give yourself a name. Yali thought for a while and said, just call Nian Luo. The waiter nodded, and then took out an atlas. Okay, please choose the mask style and the clothes style. Yali took the picture book and opened it. Inside were all kinds of masks. The clothes are all robe, but the color is different. Yali chose a white robe and a green mask. He felt that in order to live a good life, his face must be green. The waiter handed Yali Yuzheng's ID card. Okay, it's 15 in total. 1,000 is your deposit for your first game, and 500 is the money for clothes and masks. There was a pain in Yi's centrifugation. Since a torn robe and a torn mask are 500 yuan, it is too dark. But there was no way. Yali handed in the money, took the ID card, and followed the other waiter to get the robe and mask. Yali was taken to a hall full of chairs. There were many people sitting in it, all wearing masks and robes. Don't say it, Yali's green mask is really unique, attracting a lot of people's attention. The staff pointed to the counter at the back of the waiting hall. Sir, there is the matching area. If you want to participate in the game, please register there and match your opponent. Then pointed to another counter. There is a betting counter. You can bet on the players in the game there. Of course, you can also bet on yourself. The waiter left after the introduction. Yali looked at the front of the hall where there was a huge screen showing the contestants. Yali walked to the matching counter and gave the ID card to the waiter. Hello, please help me match the opponent. The waiter nodded, took the ID card, put it on a machine like a card reader, clicked the mouse a few times, and pressed enter. Took the ID card and handed it back to Yali. Sir, well, it will be displayed on the big screen when you play, and you can go to the corresponding venue at that time. Yali took the ID card and said thank you, then went to the lobby to find a place to sit down and quietly looked at the big screen. Soon, Yali saw his name on the screen. Nian Luo vs Burning Flame. The playing field is number 3. Yali took the ID card and headed towards the venue. The waiting hall was surrounded by a passage leading to the competition venue. Yali walked in along the number 3 passage. 2 people stood at the end of the passage. Yali passed and was stopped. One of the staff said, "Identity card." Yali handed over the ID card. One of them took Yali's ID card and put it on a machine. Soon returned, and only then did Yali go in. Yali walked in and came to a huge venue with shining lights. In the middle is a huge battle arena. Around the venue are auditoriums lined up from bottom to top. At this time, there are many people sitting in the auditorium, all wearing masks and robes of various colors. At the same time, a person walked in from the other side, who was dressed in red with a red robe and a red mask. On the edge of the field, there is a raised table with a person holding a microphone, like a referee. He also wears a mask. At this time, he was holding the microphone and yelled, "Both sides of the game are already in place." The player with the red mask on the right is Zion, currently 0 wins and 0 losses. The player on the left is also 0 wins and 0 losses. Both sides are participating in the duel for the first time. What kind of exciting game will they bring us? Let's wait and see. Please let both parties release their elves. Yali took out the elf ball and released Lalola C. Yali couldn't help but stunned when he looked at the other side. Liawei, how did he feel so familiar? Then look at that person's figure. Isn't Han Belly black? Who else can it be? Why are you everywhere? It's really lingering. Very good, just to revenge the morning. The spirit of Nian Luo is actually an ultra-rare super-powered spirit, Lalola C. And the burnt ones are not bad, they are the rare 6 tails. Both sides are in place and the game begins. As soon as the voice fell, the mouth under the burning mask opened, 6 tails, a flash of lightning. Hearing his voice, Yali was even more certain. This person is Han Shuki with a black belly. 6 tails speeded up and rushed towards Lalu, a white light appeared on his body. Yali secretly. Sure enough, Han Weihei still has 2 hands. He knew that it would take a while for Lalola C to brew his thoughts, so he took the lead. Shadow clone. Yali calmly said. Lalola C's body began to be illusory, and countless figures were directly separated. Liawei was a little startled when he saw this, and didn't know who to attack. Yali, just take advantage of the present, Nian Li. More than a dozen Lalolas brewing thought power at the same time, the 6 tails in the field were a little flustered. Use jet flames to destroy its clone. Ji Yan hurriedly called. It's a pity that it's too late. As soon as Liawei knocked out a clone, he was lifted by an invisible force and floated in the air for a while. Yali, just like that, use your mind to control it and hit the ground. The 6 tails in the air suddenly fell and hit the ground heavily. Reading www.yunja.com. Boom. Smoke and dust on the ground were everywhere. Yali, don't give him a chance, use mind power again. The 6 tails in the dust were lifted by Nianli again, and hit the ground again. Boom. When the smoke cleared, Liawei had already fainted while lying on the ground. 6 tails lost their fighting power, Nian Luo and his Lalo Si won. Thank you Nian Luo and Zion for bringing us the wonderful game, please go back to the hall to rest both of you. Yali smiled triumphantly under the mask. Han has a black belly, you also have today. There was no cheering from the audience, but some just shook their heads and sighed, because this was a game of great disparity in strength, and the burning 6 tails had no resistance at all. Yali just walked to the passageway, and one of the staff members stopped him. "Mr. Nian Luo, congratulations on winning the game. The money you won has been deposited in the ID card. You can go to the counter on the second floor to take it out, or you can continue to store it inside." Ye nodded, indicating that he knew it. Back to the waiting hall, Ye went to apply for a match first, and then went to the next betting counter. Ye thought it was boring to win 1,000 yuan each time, and it was not enough to buy a poke ball, so Ye decided to bet. "Hello, this is the betting counter. You can apply to raise the game bet here, or bet on your favorite players." Ye is surprised, "Can you still raise the game bet?" The staff nodded, "Yes. You apply to raise the stake here. If your opponent also raises the stake, then the stake will increase. We will use the lowest side as our bet. Do you want to raise it?" Ye shook his head, "The bet won't increase, please bet for me." Chapter 24, Game 2. Ye, ask for 2,000. Okay, the next match of Nian Yu is Chen Yu. The odds are 1 to 5, and Chen Yu's odds are 1 to 0.5. Are you sure you want to lose? Ye is strange, why are the odds of Nian Luo so high? This is a gentleman, Nian Luo's winning percentage is 1 win and 0 losses, and his opponent is 3 wins and 0 losses, so Nian Luo's odds are relatively high. It turns out that the next opponent will win 3 in a row, no wonder the odds are so high. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Ye said, "Ash, just keep it down. Give it a go." The motorcycle becomes a pulley. Is it cash? Or swiping the card? Or use the money in the ID card? Ye, I have 2,000 in my ID card, can I bet on it? The staff shook his head, "No, there must be a 1,000 yuan bet deposit in the ID card." Ye, okay, you use 1,000 in your ID card, plus 1,000 in cash. Okay. After paying the money, Ye found a place to sit down and looked at the big screen. At the back of the screen, Ye saw his own name. Nian Luo vs Morning Rain. Game Field Number 1. As the previous name gradually disappeared, it was Ye's turn soon. Ye stood up and walked towards the number 1 venue channel. After checking the ID card, Ye successfully entered the battlefield of opposing one. As soon as he entered, Ye was stunned, and saw that the auditorium was full of people. The number of spectators in venue 3 was totally different from here. But just like the number 3 venue, there is also a referee and commentary next to the number 1 venue. Both players are in place. Now let me introduce the players from both sides. The one on the left is Nian Luo, and the partner is Lalola C. The current record is 1 win and 0 losses. There were a few cheers from the audience. The one on the right is Chen Yu, partner Mosquito Incense King, currently has a record of 3 wins and 0 losses. The audience cheered suddenly. Ye is speechless, why is the gap so big? What kind of exciting game will they bring us? Let's wait and see. Please let both parties release the elves. Ye released Lalola C, and then looked to the opposite side. Chen Yu, who was opposite, was dressed in blue, with a blue mask, and a blue robe. At this time, he took out the elf ball and released a blue and white elf. The body of the elf is round, and there is a white circle on the chubby belly, and there is a black mosquito coil-like pattern inside. There are 2 white fists on both sides of the body. Ye took a look, and the message about the mosquito-repellent incense came into his mind. Mosquito-repellent incense king, water system, the evolutionary form of mosquito-repellent coil tadpoles, and then evolved to become the mosquito-repellent coil warrior, also known as the mosquito-repellent frog. I didn't expect that there would be an evolved elf on the opposite side. It seemed a bit difficult. Both sides are in position, the game start. Chen Yu took the lead, mosquito coiler, use hypnosis. The lines on the mosquito-repellent incense gentleman's belly rotate, and an invisible force is released. Lalola C was directly affected by this force and fell asleep standing in the field. Ye's face was solemn, and he didn't speak, because it was useless, and Lalolasi couldn't use his skills after being hypnotized. Chen Yu called out again, "Use a serial slap." Mosquito-repellent incense gentleman ran to the opposite side of Lalolasi, raised her white fist, and hit Lalolasi continuously. Lalolasi was knocked to the ground, but fortunately, it woke up. Yeli quickly issued an order, "Shadow clone." Lalolasi quickly got up, his expression serious, his body began to be illusory, and then shadows appeared in the field. Yeli, Nianli. More than a dozen Lalo draws were brewing at the same time, and an invisible force slowly radiated out. Seeing so many shadows, the mosquito-repellent incense gentleman is obviously a little flustered. "Chen Yu, mosquito-repellent incense, please kill its clone with a water gun." The mosquito-repellent incense gentleman calmed down, and a jet of water shot out of the mosquito-repellent-like pattern on his belly, sweeping across Lalolasi's clone. Just halfway through, the mosquito-repellent incense gentleman lifted his whole body off the ground. There is only one Lalolasi left in the field, and there is an invisible light in his eyes at this time. "Yeli, control it to hit the ground." The mosquito-repellent incense in the sky suddenly fell and hit the ground. Chen Yu was very calm, "Get rid of its power of thought." The mosquito-repellent incense that hit the ground suddenly yelled, struggling hard, and suddenly broke free from the shackles of the power of mind when he was about to land. Then he stretched out his white fist and squeezed it on the ground, and bounced to the ground firmly. Suddenly, the whole arena remembered the thunderous cheers. "What?" Yeli was stunned. "How strong is Lalolasi's thought power?" Yeli is the most clear, 31 full individuals, plus 100 effort value. Chen Yu said slowly, "Your Lalolasi's thought power is really strong, and you can almost reach the elementary level, but my mosquito-repellent coiler is already a junior, so you are not my opponent." Yeli has a dignified expression. It turns out that 100 effort points or more is a junior trainer level, no wonder the effort points have not been able to increase. It seems that today's match is a bit difficult. Yeli's mouth suddenly evoked. "Since it is the primary bottleneck, let's break through today." Lalolasi, power of mind. Lalolasi seemed to be infected by Yeli, her expression suddenly serious, and an invisible force radiated again. Chen Yu smiled, "It's useless, there is a huge gap between beginners and novices. The mosquito-repellent incense gentleman, get rid of its thought power, use hypnosis." The mosquito-repellent incense gentleman who slowly left the ground suddenly struggled and got out of the control of mind. www.novel.com. The mosquito-repellent incense lines on his belly began to spin. Lalolasi fell asleep again. "Chen Yu, that's it, water cannon." A huge jet of water sprayed out, hitting Lalolasi who was asleep. Lalolasi cried out in pain, and slammed heavily on the ground. The audience suddenly became quiet, and they all stared at Lalolasi on the ground. Yeli smiled, "Lalolasi, Nian Li. Others don't know, he is very clear, Lalolasi's defense and special defense are 100, according to Chen Yu's statement, they have reached the peak of novices, and there is no problem with bearing this little damage." The audience was boiled, and the commentator and referee next to him took the microphone and said, "Can the Nian Luolahuzi stand up? Why is Lalolasi's power of no use to the mosquito-repellent lord? Use mind power, what exactly is he going to do?" Lalolasi in the field supported the ground with both hands and slowly stood up. The audience cheered instantly. The referee called from the side, "Lalula stood up." Lalolasi has a pained expression, but seriously starts to brew her thoughts. Chenayu's expression remained unmoved, and he couldn't see it when he moved, because he was wearing a mask. At this time, he stretched out his hand, "Mosquito-repellent incense gentleman, use the water cannon again to end the game." Yeli smiled, thinking beautifully, "Lalo draws silk, move instantly." The water cannon of the mosquito coil hit the spot where Lalolasi originally stood, but it hit nothing. Because Lalolasi disappeared, all the audience were surprised that this Lalolasi could move instantaneously. Although surprised, no one would think that Lalolasi could beat the mosquito coiler. Chen Yu also smiled, is that so? Chapter 25, Mental Strength. Mosquito coiler, use hypnosis again. The lines on the chest of Mr. Mosquito Repellent revolve again. The invisible power rushed towards Lalolasi, but this time Lalolasi was not hypnotized. Instead, there was something brewing with a painful expression, and then he screamed, "Pull Lu!" A powerful force radiated from it and rushed towards the Mosquito Repellent Incense Lord. The Mosquito Repellent Incense Lord's eyes were dull, and he was directly rushed out and hit the ground. The whole audience was quiet, and then there were overwhelming cheers. Yali was also taken aback. What Lalolasi had just used was actually a strong mind. Could it be that Lalolasi broke through? Yali suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Lalolasi, very good, then it's our turn." Nian Li. Before the mosquito repellent coiler on the ground got up, he was lifted up by an invisible force. Chania was also surprised, and then calmed down. "Mosquito repellent incense gentleman, get rid of it." The mosquito repellent coiler struggled, but this time he couldn't escape. This morning rain was stunned, and murmured, "This is an elementary power of thought, no wonder that the power of thought of Lalolasi just now has no effect." He still let Lalolasi use it all the time. It turned out that he used my mosquito repellent incense to sharpen his Laru. Drawing silk to break through to the elementary level. Boom! The mosquito repellent incense controlled by the mind force hit the ground, dust everywhere. "Yali, don't give him a chance, use mental meditation." The invisible force on Lalolasi once again radiated out, and suddenly rushed to the mosquito repellent lord in the smoke. Yali thought it would be over, but when the smoke cleared, the mosquito repellent incense gentleman stood steadily there. Although his body was covered with scars, his eyes were piercing. Chen Yu said with great interest, "Nian Luo? Great! I haven't encountered this kind of battle for a long time. You successfully aroused the fighting intent in my heart." "Yali, hehe, I am also honored. I actually want to find a pressured opponent." "Chen Yu, then, the battle is about to begin." "Yali, okay, Lalolasi, use your mind power." Chania calmly said, "Hold. What?" The audience, including Yali, were shocked. The mosquito repellent incense master would actually hold the skills, and the most important thing was that Chen Yu actually endured it until now that the mosquito repellent incense was used, hiding too deeply. "Mosquito coiler, dig a hole." The mosquito repellent incense gentleman who blocked Lalolasi's mind suddenly jumped up, his body rotated in the air, and he plunged into the ground suddenly and disappeared. "Yali, Lalolasi, don't panic, feel its position seriously." Lalolasi calmed down, her eyes slowly closed, and as the invisible force overflowed from her body, a picture appeared in Lalolasi's mind, and a mosquito coil suddenly appeared on the ground in the picture. Lalolasi suddenly looked at the place where the mosquito repellent incense had drilled out of the screen, and a burst of spiritual force was released and rushed to the ground. Boom! The mosquito repellent incense king hit the mental power as soon as he rushed out of the ground, and was directly rushed out, lying on the ground and fainted. The audience was silent. Why did the mosquito repellent incense suddenly disappear? What's going on? Yali has been unable to recover for a long time. Why can Lalolasi predict where the mosquito repellent incense will come out just now? Is it? Yali's eyes lit up, predicting the future, and this skill could explain it. Chen Yu was also stunned. He thought it would be a thrilling battle, but suddenly his mosquito coils were gone. The referee coughed while holding the microphone, and there was a lot of discussion in the whole arena. "Ahem, this is the first time I have seen this situation, let's ask Lalolasi's partner Nian Luo." After finishing speaking, he jumped down and walked to Yali's side. "Mr. Nian Luo, what is the skill that your Lalolasi suddenly used just now?" Why can he find out where the mosquito-repellent incense is so accurate? After finishing speaking, the microphone came to Yali's mouth. Yali, I think everyone has heard of this skill, but I haven't seen it before. This skill is to predict the future. Wow! The audience in the entire arena was boiling, and today I actually saw the skill of predicting the future. The referee was also excited. It's actually a skill of predicting the future. This game is really exciting. Indeed, superpower elves are rarely seen, let alone superpower elves that are difficult to learn to predict the future. Chen Yu put the mosquito-repellent incense monarch into the poke ball, after Chong Yeli nodded, walked to the passage behind, and quickly disappeared in the passage. Yeli took out the elf ball. Lalola si, you have worked hard, come back. Glanced at the audience above, Yali turned and entered the passage. Yali was calm on the surface, but she was excited in her heart. Today's harvest is really great. Lalola si not only broke through to the elementary level, but also learned 2 skills at once. This time I made Yali understand that he couldn't just train blindly. Sometimes he needed a stressful match, so that he could dig out the training results of the elves and get twice the result with half the effort. And today's gain is more than that. Counting the 1,000 yuan he won in the first game against Han Weihei, this time it's 1,000 yuan. With his bet, 1 to 5 is 10,000 yuan. Tonight Yali has a whole lot won 12,000. The money is now stored in the ID card. Yali went to the second floor and took out 12 of them, leaving 1,000 in it. Yali looked at the stack of money in his hand, and he was so cool in his heart. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Back to the rental room, Yali took a mini dragon, went out to eat skewers, and made money. It must be spent. Otherwise, what are you doing with hard work? Next, Yali is going to grab a water spirit to prepare for the first gymnasium in the game world. The template version of the game world is one of the Nightmare Trilogy, a version that many old players dare not touch. Because this version is very difficult, the first gym is more than 40 levels of elves. If you successfully walk to the first gym, then congratulations, your elves at most 20 levels, want to play the first one. The museum is simply wishful thinking. Of course, Yali doesn't know if there are any changes now, and whether the gymnasium will be weakened or not. These are not known. Yali didn't enter the game world after eating the skewers and went to bed after taking a bath. It was very late when he came back, and he didn't have time to enter the game world again. Early the next morning, Yali was wearing sportswear and jogging in the park like yesterday. The only difference is that Yali wore a sports vest today. Han Shuki, come on. Let you see who is the father today. Same as yesterday, Yali, who ran 2 laps, sat on a chair in the park to rest. Sure enough, Han Shuki, who was wearing the same clothes as yesterday, ran to this side slowly. What was different from yesterday was that he was followed by a small red figure. The small figure seems to be struggling to run, but he still tries hard to persevere. Yali was taken aback. Why did Han Shuki run with 6 tails? Is it because you lost the game against yourself last night, so you need to train 6 tails? Thinking about it, it's really possible. Soon, Han Shuki ran to Yali, showing his signature smile. Yali, I think I need to give you a special training today. Chapter 26, What's Wrong with the Current Society? Yali waved his hand. Don't make trouble, let's continue running training. I am extremely motivated today. Want to use me to help you train the elf? Are you thinking about fart? If it weren't for Lalolasi to be exposed, Yali could not wait to take out Lalolasi's elf ball and hit Han Shuki's face, and then told him loudly. Yes, I abused you last night, what's wrong? Han Shuki was not in a hurry, and said in no hurry, Yali, the training of elves is similar to that of people. With more training, an occasional battle can get twice the result with half the effort. Yalitan Tanshao, but what I lack now is training. Han Shuki followed the temptation again and again, Yali. Battle is also a kind of training, so you can hone yourself well. Yali waved his hand. I think running is my home. Han Shuki's smile is a bit ugly. Do you mean you want to run for the rest of your life? The trainer doesn't just run. Yali stood up and started walking in place. Instructor Han, I don't have time to fight with you today, or another day. Today I just want to run. Han Shuqi rolled his eyes, showing his usual smile. All right. Let's run together. Yali couldn't ask for it, and nodded quickly. Well, let's go. After 10 laps, Han Shuqi began to gasp slightly, and Liuwei was exhausted. 20 laps later, Liuwei lay on the ground and refused to move. Han Shuqi had to put him in the poke ball. Then Yali took him for 50 laps. Han Shuqi was already a little out of breath, so he ran into the aisle. Yet. I tell you. You need to train, moderate training. Yali slowed down and ran around Han Shuqi, without breathing at all, but I'm far from the limit. Don't you have to train to the limit to break through? After finishing speaking, he walked over and pulled Han Shuqi. Walk around, I think Instructor Han is far from reaching the limit. Of course, I am the same. Come and run another 100 laps. Han Shu saw Yali chi bang da da da, and he was very surprised. Yali was so tired after only running 20 laps yesterday, but what happened to him today? Have you taken stimulants? This special has run 70 laps, even he can't stand it anymore. At this time, Han Shuqi was being dragged by Yali to run, and Han Shuqi was a little uncomfortable. Yali, my sister told me to go home for dinner, or run away another day. Yali, the plan for a day lies in the morning. How can you be delayed by eating, and I also know that you can't go to your sister for eating. Han Shuqi pulled Yali, the two stood still, and Han Shu said together, Yali, I think we should run another day. I still have very important things today. Yali pulled Han Shuqi hard, but couldn't pull it anyway. Sure enough, this guy was a little bit strong, so he had to say. Instructor Han, you are slacking off, don't use those reasons to perfunctory training. If you perfunctory life will perfunct you. Han Shuqi stopped Yali. Yali. Tomorrow. I really have something to do today. Yali tried his best, still unable to pull Han Shuqi, and finally had to say, okay. It seems that Instructor Han is determined to leave. Han Shuqi shook his hand, trying to shake Yali's hand away, but Yali couldn't bear it. I caught you once, how can I let it go easily? At this time, an ant walked by, seeing the two of them doing this, showing a look of disgust, speeded up her pace. The two faintly heard the ant whispering, what's going on in society now? Handsome boys like men. The two retracted their hands in a conditioned reflex. Yali shook his hair and said, Mother, I don't like men, you misunderstood. Han Shuqi looked at Yali speechlessly, wondering if the number 13 is okay? In the end, Han Shuqi managed to get out, which made Yali very unwilling. Han Shuqi, don't let me catch the opportunity next time, or you will break your leg. Went back to the rental room and checked the time. It was a little too late. Yali kept grunting in his stomach. Fortunately, Kui Long had already prepared the food. And I have already poured elven food for the mini dragon, but Lalola C is still in the elven ball. Han Ye is not at home, and I don't know where he went. Yali put Lalola C out, poured elf food on it, and soaked a large can of milk powder. The milk powder was the second can, which was bought on the day Lalola C was sold. Yes, there is not much left now. Yali plans to finish. After eating this can of milk powder, I will buy them fresh milk later, but the premise is to make money. After Lalola C finished eating, Yali took it into the game world. A hand was placed on Lalola C, the attributes emerged. Skills. Call. Power of mind. Shadow avatar. Teleport. Mental strength. Predict future. Effort value. Life, 101. Attack, 100. Defense, 100. Special attack, 101. Special defense, 101. Speed, 100. Individual value. Life, 29. Attack, 30. Defense, 25. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 28. Speed, 30. Yali was taken aback. Lalola C's effort actually broke through 3 items: life, special attack, and special defense. This made Yali ecstatic. He didn't expect that the battle brought so many surprises. Yali brought Lalola C to the Tianyuan city store, ready to buy some elves, and began to prepare for elves. Yali now has more choices. There are 3 types of water system Usangia on the 103rd road. www.ltnovel.com. Small saw alligator, water leaping fish, and Jenny tortoise. But Yali has limited money and can only choose one of them. For the first gymnasium, these 3 are good, but for long-term considerations, the third gymnasium is the electric gymnasium. Obviously, the water jump fish is more suitable. When he walked to the counter of the store, Yali was stunned, because except for the elf ball injury medicine, there was an elf breakthrough at the end. After Yali's curious choice, Lalola C's effort page appeared on the screen. Life, 101. Attack, 100, breakthrough. Defense, 100, breakthrough. Special attack, 101. Special defense, 101. Speed, 100, breakthrough. Yali chose the speed breakthrough, and a reminder appeared in his mind. Does it cost 10,000 yuan to break through the speed of Lalo's drawing? Yali is stunned. Nima, this is not a game of pit money. How does this game world bring this routine? If you don't learn it is good, you will learn all these indiscriminately. Yali can't be fooled. His goal of playing games has always been that all equipment depends on hitting, and I lose by recharging. Yali counted it up. If Lalola C didn't break through 3 of them in the underground duel, it would cost 60,000 yuan to break through all of them with money. My dear, this is killing Yali. Yali could only buy 5 elf balls silently for 10,000 yuan. Just like that, there are only 2,000 money left in the underground duel. Took Lalola C through the grass on Route 102, and all the wild elves encountered on the way were killed. It didn't take long to come to Gukan town, and Road 103 above Gukan town. Chapter 27, Return to the Duel. Yali stared at the ceiling of the room. He doubted his life. He hugged his blood and took 5 elf balls, aggressively to number 103 road, but he didn't catch anything. 5 poke balls, that's 10,000 yuan. It simply took Yali's life. Special ones shouldn't believe that there is luck in the pit money game. Only now did Yali realize that it was a great luck to catch Lalola C, and it was harder than winning the lottery. Yali felt that he couldn't do this anymore, and the elf in him would starve to death. So he decided to postpone the matter of catching the elves first. He had to save money first. As for the first gymnasium, let's try Lalola C and Mini Dragon first. Yali did the calculations. Now he only has $2,000 left on him, plus 1,000 in the underground dual ID card, for a total of 3,000 yuan. Play 2 games in the evening, bet 2,000 in one game, and win the game by adding your own time. After 2 games, you will probably win about 6,000 yuan. Wait, if you win the first game, you can bet 4,000 in the second game. This way, you can win 10,000 at night. In order to ensure that every game can be won smoothly, Yali plans to put Lalola C's efforts into practice during this time. It's best to stack Lalola C's special attack effort to the primary peak. Yali was very curious about how much effort the elementary peak is. With an idea, Yali entered the game world again and began to brush Lalo's effort. Has been brushed until the afternoon meal time. Lalolasi's special attack effort value brushed to 161, life and special defense also reached 131. After came out of the game, Yali began to prepare to go to the underground duel arena. At night, Yali walked into the underground duel arena wearing a white robe and a green mask. Began the match at the match counter, and then bet 2,000 yuan at the betting counter. What surprised Yali was that his odds were actually 1-2. It seemed that today's first opponent was not a good one. Soon, Yali walked into the first venue. At this time, the referee and commentator took the microphone and began to speak loudly. Yesterday there was a very exciting match. Lalolasi played against Mosquito Coil King. I believe that anyone who has seen that match will have a deep impression of Nian Luo and his Lalolasi. Today, we are fortunate to see Lalolasi and Nian Luo again. What kind of battle will he bring us? Please always applause everyone who invites our students to enter the arena. Suddenly, there were enthusiastic cheers and various screams from the audience. In the applause, the commentator began to introduce Yali, Nian Luo, partner Lalolasi. The current record is 2 wins and 0 losses. Yali walked in slowly, and the applause and cheers became deafening. Waiting for the cheers to stop, the commentator said in a loud voice, "There was once a player who took a wonderful frog seed and won 2 consecutive victories along the way. In the third game, he encountered a very difficult match, but he made a way out of adversity. After the wonderful frog seed successfully evolved into the wonderful frog grass, he successfully defeated his opponent. He brought us an exceptionally exciting game and successfully won 3 consecutive victories. Speaking of which, his situation is similar to that of Nian Luo. Nian Luo also encountered a strong opponent in the second game. Lalolasi succeeded. After breaking through, defeat the opponent. Okay, next we have Meow Frog and his partner Meow Yet. In the passage opposite to, a green figure with a whole body slowly walked over. Yali's first glance at him felt that this was a werewolf, who was even more mad than him. Yali was just a green mask. The man was green all over, and even his shoes were green. Meow Yet, partner with Meow Frog Grass, with a current record of 3 wins and 0 losses. Wow! Cheers and applause louder than Yali's appearance suddenly sounded, making Yali a little dizzy. Yali is upset, what a pity, even pretending to be more forceful than me. Okay, please let both parties release the elves. Yali and the opposite Meow Ye released the elves at the same time, and immediately 2 green figures appeared in the field. There was another cheer in the audience. Yali is speechless. How free are you guys? Every elf will cheer. In fact, Yali didn't know that in the underground duel, everyone was wearing masks and similar robes, no one would know their identities. Don't need to care about the image, so everyone let go. This is also one of the attractions of the underground duel. Nowadays, people are working hard. They are tense every day, busy for life, and occasionally come to the underground duel to let go of everything and cheer, which is a very relaxing behavior. Okay, both sides are ready, the game begins. With a cry from the referee, Meow directly issued an order, Meow Frog Grass, Parasitic Seed. Meow Frog throws some green suddenly, hitting Lalolasi. Yali quickly said, Lalolasi, use mind power on the parasitic seeds, don't get hit. Yali knows the terrifying sigil of the frog grass. Take the parasitic seed to root the opposite elves, always absorb physical strength, use hypnotic powder to hypnotize opponents, and then use growth to root underground to restore physical strength, and finally with the absorption skills to occasionally absorb the opposite physical strength. As long as it is not an elf who restrains the frog grass, it will be a headache when encountering it. The way to deal with this trick is to prevent its skills from hitting. Seeing that the parasitic seeds were blocked, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com Meowye was slightly surprised. The trainer on the opposite side was a bit interesting, and he wasted such a good attack opportunity to block the parasitic seeds. Meow Frog Grass, Hypnotic Powder. Yali, use teleportation to avoid, and then use mental power. Lalolasi in the field suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the frog grass. Then a white light flashed in his eyes, and an invisible force rushing out and hitting the ground. What? Meow was taken aback, and the superpower elves were too weird. Wonder Frog, stand up and use the flying leaf sharp knife. The wonderful frog grass suddenly bounced, and pieces of fallen leaves formed around it, hitting Lalulash at a very fast speed. Yeli, use your mind to guard against it. The flying blades suddenly stood still in front of Lalolasi, as if an invisible force imprisoned those leaves. As Lalolasi reduced her thought power, those leaves fell on the ground and dissipated into the air. Lalolasi looked at the leaves, and was taken aback for a moment, and then as it brewed, a piece of leaf formed around him. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Is this Fei Quadeo? But it's impossible. Lalolasi is not a grass, it is impossible to learn the flying blade sharp knife. The referee exclaimed, this is a magic leaf. It is not a flying blade. Lalolasi once again surprised us, and actually learned a new skill in the battle. Yeli's eyes are also full of surprises, this is the accumulation of accumulation. At this time, the leaves around Lalolasi had already formed, and suddenly shot towards the wonderful frog grass. Boom! Meow Frog was beaten back for several steps, his body was covered with scars, and he was breathing heavily. Meow gritted his teeth while looking at the side. Meow Frog, grow! Chapter 28, Unguarded. A vine suddenly grew around the frog and plunged into the ground. Suddenly, a burst of green energy followed the vine into the body of the frog. At the same time, the dim eyes of the wonderful frog herb come a little brighter. Use sunbeam! Meow Ye called helplessly, as if she had given up. On the bud of Meow Frog grass, a ray of white light was attracted and slowly condensed. Yeli, Lalolasi, use mental power to end the game. Suddenly, a powerful mental force gathered from Lalolasi's body, and rushed towards the wonderful frog grass. Boom! Meow Frog was rushed to the ground and fainted. The referee immediately called out, the result of the game is out. The winner is our missed player. He and his partner have won 3 consecutive victories. What kind of exciting games will he bring us in the future? Let's wait and see. The audience cheered and thunderous. Although the game was not very exciting and the frog grass had been passively beaten, it was undeniable that Nian Luo and Lalolus were very strong. In the cheers, Yeli walked back to the lounge along the passage. Yeli didn't rest and started the match directly, and then went to the betting counter to bet all the $7,000 he won, but unfortunately, the odds this time were only 1:1. But Yeli was not disappointed either. As long as he wins this game, his money can become 15,000. Is a huge number for Yeli now. There was no suspense in the second game. Yeli won again, winning 4 straight. When he walked out of the duel, Yeli had a large pile of money in his hand, totaling 15,000. After returning home to feed the mini dragon and Lalolasi, Yeli fell asleep. The recent days were a bit too full, and Yeli was a little tired physically and mentally. Lalolasi and the mini dragon also lay on the quilt to sleep. Early the next morning, Yeli was woken up by Kuai Long as usual. Fortunately, Yeli could wake up. If he couldn't wake up, Kuai Long might use Dragon Claw to forcibly wake up. The Dragon Claw is okay, if a dragon dive or destroy the dead light or something, Yeli will be miserable. Yeli rinsed, put Lalolasi and the mini dragon into the pokeball into the backpack, and then went out. When I came to the special training classroom, the other students had already arrived and were discussing something fiercely. Yeli walked in and heard it clearly. Zhao Manli called, Nian Luo is the most handsome. Do not accept any rebuttal. Yeli nodded secretly after listening, girl, you are very honest, I like it very much. But it reacted immediately, why did they pay attention to Nian Luo so quickly? Nian Luo Ming had only 4 consecutive victories, so it shouldn't be so famous. In fact, Ye didn't know that there were no exciting matches in the duel on the weekend. Nian Luo had the highest winning streak since he played in these 2 days. Wei Lianghua analyzed, I see Nian Luo's figure and his voice. I think he is very young and maybe about the same size as ours. Do you think I look like? Ye walked over and smiled. A group of people looked contemptuous. Wei Lianghua, Ye, it's just you, someone who doesn't even know the King of Giant Rock and King Qingchuan, you are embarrassed to say that you are like Nian Luo. Zhao Manli was surprised, you don't know Qingchuan King and Giant Rock King, you are really lonely. Ye is speechless, what's wrong with this society? But what everyone didn't notice was that Xia Zhihui looked at Ye, his eyes flickering, if he was missing something. Others don't know, but he knows very well that Ye sells his lalolasi to him. Since Ye can sell one to him, it shouldn't be difficult to reserve one by himself. And with the rarity of lalolasi, few people in Jingnan County can get it. Zhao Manli exclaimed excitedly, I really want to see what Nian Luo's true face looks like, she should be as handsome as lalolasi. Ye subconsciously looked at Han Ye who was listening attentively next to her, only to see her eyes lit up. Fuck me, silly girl, you don't like that me too, do you? Wei Lianghua asked, you said, Nian Luo can continue to win next? Will it become the third king of our Jingnan County underground duel? After 50 consecutive victories in the underground duel, he was honored as the king, and he was honored like a star. Don't think it's easy to win 50 games in a row. You have to know that the winning streak is usually matched to the winning streak, which means that the opponents encountered later will become more and more difficult, and the difficulty will increase exponentially. This is also the reason why there are only 2 kings in Jingnan County now. Of course, there were also in the past, but they have been smashed into the altar. Zhao Manli, I think it's a bit difficult. After all, lalolasi has just broken through the elementary level, and his next opponents are some veteran junior trainers. Wei Lianghua wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the class bell. Not long after, Han Shuqi came to the door of the classroom as usual and left after saying, as usual, 5 minutes, meet on the battlefield. Soon, everyone assembled. Han Shuqi stood on the opposite side and said, this week, you are about to start a new round of training. Before I started training, I decided to pick a classmate and play against me. You must observe and study carefully by the side. Classmate Ye, come and fight with me. Ye's secret path is indeed, day and night defense, still can't prevent this hand's black belly. But since you're looking for abuse, don't blame me, let you know why the sky is blue today. Han Shuqi's purpose could not be simpler. He wanted Ye to help him sharpen the 6 tails. Facing the 6 tails, the mini-dragon with full effort really didn't have any pressure. Don't tell me, except for Ye, everyone else really couldn't meet Han Shuqi's requirements. Ye walked out, and the two walked to both sides of the battlefield together. Han Shuqi was the first to release the elves, and sure enough, a red figure appeared in the battlefield. Ye releases a mini-dragon. Han Shuqi, you can do it first. Ye, then I'm welcome, mini-dragon, get close to it quickly and use a tight tie. The mini-dragon suddenly jumped up, the ears on Yu reading www.yukansha.com's head spread out, forming a pair of small wings, and flew towards the 6 tails at a very fast speed. Han Shuqi, jet flames. Liu Wei opened his mouth and spit out a huge pillar of fire, enveloping the mini-dragon in the sky. But to everyone's surprise, the mini-dragon just opened its mouth, unmoved, flew over to face the flames and entangled the 6 tails. Ye, good job. Continue to haunt him, and then use Dragon Fury. The mini-dragon opened its mouth and spit out a red beam of light, hitting the 6 tails. Boom! Because of being too close, Liu Wei directly ate a full dragon's fury. Ye, don't give it a chance, end the game with an electric shock. A yellow electric light appeared on the mini-dragon, and the six-tailed tail was still in a daze, unable to make any response at all, and directly stunned it. The people at the scene stared blankly, and after a long time there was no way to recover. Ye actually won, and won the black-bellied Han instructor. Han Shuki was also a little dazed. Looking at the six tails who had fainted, Han Shuki wondered whether he should continue training the six tails. In order to train the six tails on Saturday, he went to participate in the underground duel. He felt that even if the six tails were weak, it should be no problem to win the next or two games with his command. As soon as I went, I ran into a perverted Lolulus. The elves of the superpower and ghost systems were originally known for being weird, but the Lolulus he encountered was even more terrifying, and the six tails were solved with two thoughts. This morning, he originally wanted to use Yali's mini-dragon to sharpen his six tails, and by the way, he avenged his revenge for pulling him for a run yesterday. As a result, I was abused again, but is Liyue too weak? Or is he too weak? Han Shuki began to doubt himself. Chapter 29, Super Ball. Ye saw Han Shuki's expression. Did he think he was too much? But think about it carefully, even if Ye is not too much, Han Shuki will continue to torture him. But Ye still gave Han Shuki a step down, so he said, "Instructor Han, let's take it, my mini-dragon has the advantage, and it's only a risk to win the six tails." Han Shu nodded together. "Well, I did a good job, as expected I will train you alone these 2 days." "Ye, my special? Throw your nose on your face? Why are you running with me?" But Ye didn't bother to expose him. After all, Han Shuki still needed a little face as an instructor. All the classmates looked at Ye in amazement. Instructor Han actually gave Ye away from the small stove. It was so miserable. Han Shuki coughed. "Well, where did you think I lost in the match between me and Ye just now?" Zhao Manli immediately raised her hand. Han Shuki, "Okay, it's you, classmate Han Ye, you will answer." Zhao Manli looked dazed. "Obviously I raised my hand." Han Ye was taken aback, but he immediately reacted and said, "Neither the instructor nor Ye made any major mistakes. The key to the real decision is that the mini-dragon of Ye has a greater advantage. First, the mini-dragon's natural physique and racial value itself are very strong, and it is a fragile elf nemesis like the six-tailed physique. Secondly, Ye's mini-dragon has been trained very well, regardless of its speed, strength, and physique, it has reached a certain level, so that the six-tailed flames did not affect it much." Han Shu nodded together. "Well said. Okay, let's stop here for today's battle drill. Next, I will talk about our training content this week. This week, you are still running, but unlike last week, you will run with your elves this week. The purpose of this training is to make you fit better with your elves. So next, the goal for the first day is 30 laps. My requirement is very simple. You have to keep the same speed with your elves. If your elves can't run anymore, you just hold them and you have to run for me. You can leave school after running." Unexpectedly, no one sighed, and there was a faint expression of excitement. Han Shuki, "Okay, everyone release the elves, let's start." Ye didn't need to let go, the mini-dragon was already standing beside Ye. Red lights flickered, and elves appeared on the playground. Zhao Manli's is a blue water leaping fish, and Han Yi's little fire dragon also appeared in the court. When Xiaozhihui released Lalolasi, everyone exclaimed. Zhao Manli was surprised. "Wow! It's Lalolasi, an elf like Nianluo. You can't be Nianluo." Xiaozhihui was a little cramped. It was the first time he received so many people's attention. Some didn't know what to do, but shook his head to deny it. Wei Lianghua also leaned over. "Student Zhihui, your parents actually prepared Lalolasi for you, so it's great for you too." Xiaozhihui touched his head. "My parents bought it with great pains." Zhao Manli is suspicious. She and Xiaozhihui are neighbors going up and down the stairs. She is very familiar with him and knows Xiaojuhui's house best. How can a family whose life is about to become a problem prepare Xiaojuhui for such a rare elves like Lawless? Han Shuqi glanced at Xiaojuhui's Lawless. In fact, when he came back Saturday night, he hadn't doubted that Xiaojuhui was the one in the duel. But now after seeing Xiaojuhui's Lawless, Han Shuqi dispelled his doubts, and at a glance, he knew that there was a huge difference between Xiaojuhui's Lawless and the one in the duel. Lawless's training depends on its eyes. The brighter the eyes, the stronger the mental power and the better the training. And Xiaojuhui's Lawless not only didn't look very bright, but also had a timid look in his eyes. It is impossible for a well-trained spirit to have such a look. Wei Lianghua's elf is a Jenny tortoise, very cute. Han Shuqi, okay, let's start everyone. Together with the elves, everyone started to run along the track. Everyone was very excited at first, but problems later appeared. After 15 laps, the elf couldn't run anymore and could only run by pulling. After 20 laps, the elves stopped running and could only run with them. But Yeli is not included here. The mini dragon itself has a very high body constitution, running is not a problem at all, and it can fly. Yeli finished the first run and went home straight from school. The others were still running until the other classes had not finished running after school. Was seen in this scene, immediately ushered in or envy or sympathy and gloating eyes, and even some people looked fortunate not to be assigned to the special training class. Yeli returned home and entered the game world after eating. He wanted to use the noon time to brush Lawless's effort. At the same time, Yeli was about to hit the number 104 NPC out of Tianyuan City. Because I have no time to go to the duel at night, I can only use the noon time. Entering the game world, Yeli appeared in Tianyuan City, along number 104 road. Yeli passed through a bush of grass www.ltnovel.com in front of a dock. Behind the dock is a large tract of grass, and there is a road leading to the forest in the middle of the grass. Yeli remembers a rumor that in the grass behind this dock, there is a very low chance of encountering 3D Dragon 2. After encountering a thief, he can steal the Master Ball. But Yeli didn't know the truth or not. He had tried it. After walking in the grass for an hour or two, he didn't encounter the 3D Dragon 2. The chance of encountering the beast was lower. The probability is about the same as that of the Flash Wizard. The probability of the Flash Elf is the most clear. When he caught the lightning bird in the unmanned power station, he successfully encountered a small flash magnetic monster after encountering 3 thunder gods and 2 lightning birds. Calculated, the chance of encountering the flash elves is 1/5 of that of the beasts. There were 2 fruit trees beside the bushes. Yeli walked over and picked them off. There were 2 more detoxification fruits and 2 orange fruits. At the entrance of the forest, there was an NPC, and there was an elf on the opposite side. Yeli directly used Lalo to solve it. There are a lot of grass in the forest, there are 2 insect catchers and a water arrow team NPC. What made Yeli excited was that after playing the water arrows NPC, he got a super ball. There is no other kind of pokeball in the outside world, but I heard that it is under study. If Yeli took the super ball out, operated it a little bit, and applied for a patent, then there would be no need to worry about money in the future. But Yeli felt that he still had to make a long-term plan. After all, he had not entered any space gate, and the source of the super ball became a problem. Say you invented it yourself? No one would believe it, he hadn't learned any professional knowledge, how could he invent it? Yeli sighed, it seemed that he still had to take his time, not in a hurry. Chapter 30, The First Gym. Yeli walked around in the forest and found a pokeball in the lower right corner of the forest. If Yeli would not take this pokeball to his heart when playing games, he would never pick it up. But it's different now, that's $2,000. It's a pile of big meat. I found an anti-narcotics on the first insect catcher, and a PP reply on the second insect catcher. It can be said that the harvest is quite fruitful. The PP reply is really useless to Yali now, because the elves now don't have such a saying as PP. Out of the forest, Yali saw 2 more fruit trees. This time there are 2 orange fruits and 2 sesame fruits. Yali picked them all and put them in the backpack. There was a flower shop in front of him. Yali walked in, talked to the people inside, and got another numb fruit and a pippy whale water bottle. The pippy whale water bottle is actually used to grow fruit trees, but Yali doesn't have any fruit trees that he wants to grow now. Yali went to the back of the flower shop again and found a wound medicine. Ye has been playing this game for so long, and the locations of many items are already well known. Ahead are 2 NPCs and a bridge. There is a pair of twin NPCs on the bridge, and Yali all beat them. After crossing the bridge, there are 2 more fruit trees, this time 2 maguo and 2 tangerine fruits. There is an old woman next to the fruit tree. Yali gets a detox fruit after talking to her. In this way, Yali already had 8 orange fruits, 7 detox fruits, and 5 detox fruits. These fruits are temporarily useless to Yali, but they will be useful in future adventures in the wild. There is a power prop, which is used in battle to increase the attack. Yali picked it up and put it in his backpack. Since then, Yali finally came to Kana City, where the first gymnasium in the game world is also located. The first gymnasium is the Rock Department Gymnasium. There are 3 gymnasium trainers NPC and 1 gymnasium master. Yali directly bypassed the gym trainer NPC and found the owner of the gym. Yali didn't expect to fight over, just wanted to get to the bottom, but couldn't make a plan. Yali just walked in front of the owner of the museum. The owner said, "Hello, I am Du-Wan, the owner of the Pokemon Museum in Kana City. Because I wanted to verify what I learned in the Pokemon Trainer School in actual combat, I became the master of the gymnasium. Let me see what Pokemon you use and how to fight, okay?" After finishing speaking, he released an elf, a small brown fist stone. Yali released the mini dragon. At the beginning of the battle, Du-Wan took the lead. Small boxing stone, use earthquake. Yali, mini dragon, fly. Aowu. The white ears on both sides of the mini dragon opened up, turned into a pair of small wings, and flew off the ground. Suddenly, the ground vibrated, and Yali staggered and almost fell. After slowly stabilizing his figure, Yali called out, "Mini dragon, fly over and wrap it around with a tight tie." The mini dragon flying in the air suddenly accelerated, flew to the small fist stone and directly entangled the small fist stone. Yali, just take advantage of this, Dragon's Fury. The mini dragon entangled the small fist stone, opened its mouth and spit out a red beam of light, hitting the small fist stone, and the small fist stone suddenly showed pain on his face. Du-Wan, patience. Yali shocked after hearing this. This skill is a bit disgusting, but it also depends on whether the small boxing stone can hold it. Mini dragon, Dragon Fury. The mini dragon opened its mouth again and spit out a red beam of light. Boom! Xiaochuan stone was hit again. His expression was full of pain, but he clenched his teeth and persisted, his body shining with white light. Yali, Dragon's Fury again. The mini dragon opened his mouth again and there was a red beam of light. But this time the small fist stone didn't hold it, and he fainted. Yali, good job, mini dragon. The mini dragon also responded happily, Aowu. Yali was also very happy, he didn't expect to hit the first elf. If he could beat the owner of the museum at one time, Yali felt that it was acceptable. Du-Wan, the next decision is you, Dian Snake. After speaking, he threw a wizard ball, a red light flashed, and a huge figure appeared in front of Yali and the mini dragon. Roar! The big rock snake made a huge roar as soon as it came out, making the mini dragon a little bewildered. Mini dragon, ready, there will be a tough battle next. The mini dragon responded with high spirits, Aowu. Du-Wan, Dian Snake, falling rock. The tail of the big rock snake was shining with white light, and with a flick of its tail, the stones wrapped in white light hit the mini dragon. Yelly, mini dragon, avoid it. The mini dragon flashed to one side at an extremely fast speed. Stones hit the place where it originally stood. The ground vibrated and dust flew. Yelly, fly to the big rock snake, use a tight tie. The mini dragon bounced from the ground and was about to fly to the big rock snake. But Du-Wan said, the big rock snake, the rock is closed. The big rock snake flicked its tail, and huge rocks fell from the sky, blocking the path of the mini dragon. Just as the mini dragon wanted to go around, another huge rock fell. When the mini dragon wanted to look back, there was already a huge rock behind it, and the mini dragon was caught in a dilemma. Du-Wan, Dian snake, use falling rocks again. The big rock snake flicked its tail, and the tail flashed with white light, and the rocks wrapped in white light hit the inevitable mini dragon. Boom! In an instant, dust was everywhere, and the mini dragon was directly smashed to the ground, showing pain on his face. Yelly, mini dragon, can you still stand up? The painful mini dragon stood up with difficulty, spread its wings and left the ground. Yelly, calm down, look for the cracks in the rock, and drill through. Aowu! The mini dragon screamed, and its speed increased sharply, flickering and avoiding among the huge rocks, dodged the rocks in front of him dangerously every time. Finally, it came to the big rock snake. Yelly, use tight fitting. The mini dragon flew away, entangled the big rock snake's neck. Roar! The big rock snake roared in pain. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com frantically struggled, and dust was thrown up on the ground. Yelly, dragon's fury! The mini dragon opens its mouth to condense the red light. Du-Wan, use impact! A white light appeared on the head of the big rock snake. After a random collision, he couldn't knock down the mini dragon on his neck. The red light from the mini dragon's mouth suddenly hit the big rock snake. Big rock snake couldn't see the mini dragon with his eyes, and he undertook the attack again. His face was crazy, and he crashed everywhere like crazy. Blocks of huge rocks were crushed, and the mini dragon on the neck was also hit by the broken rocks, showing pain on his face. Yelly, mini dragon, leave him alone, continue to use dragon fury. The mini dragon opened his mouth again and spit out a beam of light. Roar! The big rock snake roared again in pain. Yelly, mini dragon, dragon wrath again. Boom! The big rock snake, who was hit by the dragon's fury again, couldn't bear it this time, and his entire head tilted down, hitting the ground with a loud noise. When the dust dissipated, the eyes of the big rock snake on the ground had turned into circles, and it had apparently fainted. Yelly was agitated in his heart and won, so that Du-Wan was left with only one elf. Yelly clenched his fist tightly, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Can you beat it? As long as you have played the first gymnasium, the second gymnasium is much easier, because the second gymnasium is a fighting system, and you can use Lalo to sweep it all the way. In this way, I can go to the third gymnasium and go to the breeding house to nurture the elves. Just above the third gymnasium is the desert, where you can catch round sharks. At that time, it is possible to cultivate a full biting land shark and create the first elf of the first echelon. Chapter 31, The First Gymnasium, Past. Yes, Yelly has great ambitions. He wants to build 3 echelons for himself. The first one is definitely the monster team. The sacred beast team is dominated by sky dragons, and supplemented by Guladoga Oka and other sacred beasts. Then is the first echelon. The team composed of all the dragon quasi-gods full of individuals is also his team to show his identity to the outside world. Yelly's goal is the leader of the dragon elves. The second echelon at the end is the auxiliary team, headed by Lolulus and Mini Dragon, specially trained to push the gym as an auxiliary team. At this time, Du-Wan had already put the lost rock snake into the pokeball, and then threw another pokeball. Come on! North knows. Yelly looked at the Mini Dragon, is it okay? The mini dragon nodded, Ayo, woo. Yali, okay, let's go. Fly over, use tight fitting. Do one, a sharp stone attack. Yelled to the north, and huge sharp stones suddenly grew out of the ground. Boom! The mini dragon was directly hit by a boulder, flew out, hit the ground, and fainted directly. Yali put the mini dragon into the poke ball, and said to the poke ball, "Thank you. You are already very good." Yes, Yali is already quite satisfied. The mini dragon killed the two elves on the opposite side, and it's strange that Yali is not satisfied. Took out Lalolasi's elf ball and threw it out. Lalolasi, I'll rely on you next. Lalolasi appeared in the field and shouted, La-lu. Yali, Lalolasi, magic leaf. The north-facing nose is a rock type, the magic leaf is a grass type, and the north-facing nose is restrained by the magic leaf. Do one, towards the nose, sharp stones attack. Blocks of huge sharp stones rose from the ground, blocking the magic leaf of Lalulash. Boom! The two skills collided, causing a violent explosion. Yali, Lalolasi, Nianli. Lu. Lalulasi's eyes flashed with white light, and the opposite nose suddenly rose from the ground. Yali, control it to hit the ground. Boom! Chao Bei's nose hit the ground heavily, making dust everywhere. Do one, discharge. The north-facing nose on the ground seemed to be unharmed, and a yellow electric light flashed suddenly on his body. The electric light gradually zoomed in, covering the entire battlefield. Lalulasi was enveloped in it, making a cry of pain. When the electric light dissipated, Lalulasi and Chao Bibi continued to look at each other. Although Lalulasi had scars on her body, she still stood tall, and the discharge from the north nose didn't seem to have much effect on it. Do one, face north nose. Lock it. Chao Bei's eyes gleamed, staring at Lalulasi. Do one, electromagnetic gun. A white circular barrier appeared in front of Bibi, from which a huge white beam of light shot out. Yali knew that he would definitely not be hit by this trick. Even if Lalulasi could bear it, the consumption would be very huge. Lalulasi, use an instant to move behind Chao Bei nose. Lalulasi understood, and disappeared in place. And the beam of light from the electromagnetic cannon looked like it had eyes, and it turned around in an instant, hitting Da Chao's north nose. Da Chao Bibi suddenly panicked. At this time, Lalulasi had already appeared behind Da Chao Bei nose. Yali, it's now, strong mind. Lu. Lalulasi's whole body shone invisible light, condensed into a strong force, suddenly wanted to rush towards the north nose. Bang! The electromagnetic cannon and spiritual thought hit Chao Bei nose at the same time, causing a huge explosion on Chao Bei nose. The nose toward the north suddenly groaned in pain. But when the smoke cleared, Yali was surprised that Chao Bibi stood there with scars all over his body. Didn't just fall down. Yali, Lalulasi, use the mental power again. Do one, discharge. Lalulasi and Chao Bei nose released skills at the same time, and the two forces collided. Boom! Smoke and dust are everywhere, I can't see what's inside. But soon, the smoke dissipated, and Lalulasi was standing in it, lying there facing the nose in front of it, and had passed out. Yali was excited. I won, I played the first gymnasium. Yali was only trying to get to the bottom, but he didn't expect to win. It really gave him a big surprise. Du Wan, I lost. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. I understand. The Pokémon League stipulates that if the trainer defeats the master of the gymnasium, you can get this Alliance Rock badge. Talking, Du Wan handed Yali a small yellow badge. Du Wan, by the way, you can take this too. Du Wan handed Yali a CD. This is a skill cheats machine, inside is a rock enclosed skill move cheats. Du Wan explained to Yali the effect of the rock closure and the method of using the cheat machine. She also told him that he could only use it once and think twice before using it. Then he ignored Yali, and Yali had to walk outside the gym. As soon as he walked out of the gymnasium, before Yali had walked a few steps, he heard someone call. "Go, don't get in the way." A rocket's guy ran past Yali. A figure chased after him. "Wait. Wait, wait. Don't grab my package." Disappeared in front of Yali after speaking. Yali is familiar with this scene. This is the plot triggered after playing the gym. The next step is to help an old grandfather his long-winged gull back, and then the old grandfather will sail and take him to the second gymnasium Wuda town. Yali didn't rush up www.novel.com. He first went to the wizard center to treat the mini dragon and Lalo Si, and then went to the side to get the cheat machine Jahi/. After getting Jahi Jan, Yali suddenly remembered that he seemed to have to go to school. Exit the game world. Yali takes a look at the time. I rely on it. It's 2:30. Hurriedly ran out of the bathroom, grabbed the bag and ran outside. Lying by the window, Kui Long in the sun turned his head in confusion. Did something ran past just now? Is the sun too big? I dangled my eyes and looked at the flowers. Yali came to the school gate and was stopped by a muscular arm. Yali looked up and saw a powerful elf standing in front of him, the guard's powerful force. Then a middle-aged uncle wearing a security uniform walked up from the security room and gestured to Yali with his arm. "Look at what time it is." Yali apologized. "I'm sorry, Uncle Security, I overslept at noon." Uncle Security raised his eyelids. "I remember you, you seem to be late on the first day of school too. The leaves are holding the grass in the centrifugal force, so many students every day, you actually remember me. You are the devil." Yali touched his head. "That's not the habit of sleeping late on vacation. So I didn't get up when school started." Uncle Security can ignore Yali and ask directly, "Which class are you in? What's your name? I'll call your class teacher to get it." Yali immediately said, "Senior year, special training class." Yali thinks that the special training class should have some authority. Maybe the Uncle Security let him in directly. Who knows that the security man's expression remained unchanged. He turned and walked into the security room, picked up the fixed phone and started dialing. "Yali, Nima. What is the use of me in this special training class?" Chapter 32, My name is Andy Lau. In an independent office, Han Shuki is sitting at his desk, looking at the newspaper in his hand. I saw a line in the newspaper that read, "The City Elf Contest is about to start." Han Shu Chi Juju stared at the subject, lost in thought. At this time, the phone rang, and Han Shuki still didn't move his eyes away from the newspaper. He held the phone in his other hand and placed it next to his ear. "Hey! This is Han Shuki." A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Instructor Han, here is a classmate from your class who is late and was stopped by me at the door. What do you do with it?" Han Shu has come to be interested. Some people will be late for the special training class. "Oh. What's his name? Wait a minute, let me ask." Uncle Security waved to Yali outside, and Yali ran over. "What's your name?" Yali hurriedly said, "My name is Andy Lau." The Uncle Security guard ignored Yali and said to the phone, "He said his name is Andy Lau." Han Shuki was furious after hearing this, and shouted, "If he says you believe it, ask for his real name. Return Andy Lau, and I'm Jackie Chung." Yali felt like entering the ice cellar after hearing the conversation between the two. Isn't this Han's black-bellied voice? This time it's over, let him grab the handle again. Uncle Security was shook by Han Shuki's roar, and immediately stood up. "Quickly, what's your real name?" "Yali, my name is Chen Zhen." Yali knows that he can't tell his real name even if he is killed. The Uncle Security guard was trembling with anger and gritted his teeth. "Do you think I'm a fool? Haoli!" Yali waved his hand quickly. Don't, I said, my name is Wei Liang Hua." Although the uncle security guard was suspicious this time, he still said to the other end of the phone, he said his name is Wei Lianghua. Han Shuqi thought for a while, there is indeed a guy named Wei Lianghua in the class, but I remember he didn't go home today. So, don't let him in, I'll check it out. Finished talking and hung up the phone and was about to get up when the phone rang again. I didn't mean to wait for me to pass. Why did you call again? Picking up the phone and looking at it, Han Shuqi was taken aback. Isn't it the security phone? I saw the 3 words Wang Kuei on the phone. Han Shuqi is puzzled, why is this old guy calling me? Surely not at ease. Han Shuqi pressed to connect, and put the phone to his ear. Hey! I am Han Shuqi. Hey! Books are here. How are you doing? Han Shuqi, very good, it tastes delicious. Have you heard about the City Elves contest? Han Shuqi, what? Are you going to participate? I am not in the mood to compete with those juniors, but I want my students to participate, but they have no experience, so I want to take the students to your school for a friendly match. What do you think? Han Shuqi secretly said, as expected, this old man cannot afford to be profitable. He must have caught a very potential student and wants to show off to himself. But Han Shuqi still has to agree. As a colleague, it is okay to help, and if he doesn't agree, the old guy will say he is afraid. Han Shuqi, no. Are you scared? It's okay, these are some of the younger generation's discussions. Han Shuqi, I mean you don't use it, let's go to your school. Old man, I am afraid of everyone, I am not afraid of you. Really? You won't play me? Han Shuqi, then you think so. I will probably bring students to your school the day after tomorrow. After speaking, he hung up the phone, then threw the phone on the table and went out. At the gate of number 1 Lieutenant Colonel in Jingnan, Ye Li was squatting on the ground, drawing a circle with a branch in his hand. Han Shuqi walked to Ye Li, smiled and said, Student Wei Lianghua. What are you doing here? Ye Li raised his head and glanced at Han Shuqi, knowing that he couldn't escape today. I'm thinking, should I take classmate Han to eat supper in the evening? The smile on Han Shuqi's face disappeared, and he was too lazy to pay attention to Ye Li, turned around, and said as he passed the security booth, let him stand here for 2 hours and reflect on it. Uncle Security, yes. Ye Li looked at Han Shuqi's back and shouted in his heart, Han has a black belly, you wait for me, I really take Han Ye to eat supper at night, if possible, drink a little wine by the way. Ye Li just squatted at the door and drew a circle until 4:30. Ye Li stood up, and the words Han Shuqi were written in every circle on the ground. Originally, Ye Li could turn around and leave. It's a big deal if he didn't read this book, but Ye Li didn't want to let Han Shuqi catch him anymore. What if he didn't drop out of school? And the most important thing is that Ye Li wants revenge. Ye Li swayed to the classroom, and Ye Yangzia was still talking in Kaikai at the desk, telling the elf cultivation knowledge. Ye Li quietly entered through the back door and sat down in his seat. Ye Yangzia glanced at Ye Li, did not criticize him, and continued to teach. Han Ye looked curious, his eyes seemed to ask him what he was doing, why did he come now? Ye Li blinked, not knowing how to convey information with his eyes. Other people also looked at Ye Li with questioning eyes. Ye Li wanted to tell them that he was caught by Han Weihei again, but he didn't know how to express it with his eyes, but he just rolled his eyes back. After tens of minutes, school is over, Ye Li is speechless, come to the woolen yarn class. Wei Lianghua and the others leaned over, Ye Li, why did you go? You came so late. Don't let instructor Han know. Otherwise, you will look good. Ye Li Tan Tanshao, I was here long ago. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was blocked by Han's abdomen. Han Jiao was at the gate of the school. I only came in now. Ye Li wanted to say that Han had a black belly, but suddenly thought that Han Ye was next to him, and quickly changed to instructor Han. Zhao Manli shook her head regretfully. Who told you to beat him in the morning? He must be out of anger. Ye Li, then what can I do? Should I let him? Wei Lianghua's eyes lit up, but Ye Li was really handsome when you won the Korean instructor in the morning. Ye Li looked at Wei Lianghua, with ill intentions in his eyes. You mean I'm not handsome at ordinary times? Okay, Wei Lianghua, break up. Wei Lianghua quickly grabbed Ye Li. Don't, I mean you are usually handsome, but when you win the Korean instructor, you are already shining. Ye Li stretched out his hand and patted Wei Lianghua on the shoulder. Young man, you are very honest, I like your character very much. You are actually very handsome. Wei Lianghua, classmate Ye Li won the prize. Ye Li is still the most handsome. Ye Li, yet. We are both handsome. The two arrived at the same time. You are very honest. Zhao Manli and Han Ye are looking at these two people silently. Zhao Manli asked curiously, Ye Li, how did you train the elves? Why is your mini dragon trained so well? Ye Li, speaking of this, I have to talk about what I do to get up early every day. Han Ye looked contemptuous next to him. Really have the face to say. Ye Li, I usually do. I will get up 2 hours early and take my mini dragon for a run first. After dinner at night, I will take the mini dragon for a walk first, and after the food is almost digested, I will run until 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 33, Reappearance. Han Ye looked at Ye Li strangely. Why didn't he know that this guy could blow so well before? People who can't get up every day have the face to say such things, but Han Ye is also surprised. Ye Li goes to school during the day and stays bored in the room at night. He doesn't see how he trains, but the mini dragon is getting stronger and stronger. I really can't understand him more and more. Who can understand Ye Li's hardship? Every day I suffocated in the game to level up. People are almost suffocated, and have experienced countless battles in a week. That kind of dullness is not something most people can experience. After a few people chatted a few words, they packed up and went back. Ye Li wears a mask and white robe after dinner, and Lalola Si gets up and heads to the underground duel arena. The task of making money is a long way to go, and his countless goals are based on money. Ye Li, forget it, the mini dragon needs 60,000 to break through. The main reason is that the mini dragon can't meet any decent opponents now, so it's hard to break through in battle. And after the first gymnasium was played, Ye Li guessed that the battle in the game world seemed unable to allow the elves to break through. So Ye Li decided to spend some time to break through in order to prepare for the third gymnasium. Don't ask why money is spent in the game, it's really fragrant to ask. There is also Lalola Si, 3 of which have not broken through yet, and another 30,000 yuan is needed. The most important thing is to cultivate round land sharks later. Ye Li probably forgot it, at least 480,000 for the base. This is still not the money for the material. Just grabbing the Pokeball money for the material is a bottomless hole. So next, Ye Li is going to devote all his energy to the task of making money. Ye Li came to the underground duel and started the match directly, and then went to the side and bet all the 155,000 won yesterday. The odds were the same as yesterday, 1:1. Fortunately, Ye Li did not disappoint too much. As long as it does not become 1:0.5. Soon, Ye Li began to enter the arena. Walking in the passage, Ye Li had heard the voice of understanding. I think everyone is familiar with the player who is about to enter the arena. Just the day before yesterday, he brought a Lalolas to the competition. In just 2 days, he broke through many difficulties and won 4 consecutive victories. Wow! Nian Luo! Nian Luo! Nian Luo! Haha, everyone guessed it. Okay, let's invite our Nian Luo player and his partner Lalola Si. Wow! In the violent cheers, Ye Li walked in with a green mask and white robe. And the one who is going to play next is no stranger to everyone. When he first came to the scene, his partner was a unicorn. When no one was optimistic about him, his unicorn was in 2 games. Evolved twice in a row in the battle. And in the next game, he won 4 consecutive victories. He, known as the evolutionist, is also known as the underground dual cultivator. He is the poisonous bee and his partner Big Needle Bee. Wow! In the enthusiastic cheers, a man in yellow clothes and a black mask walked out of the opposite passage. Please let both parties release the elves. Yali released Lalolasi, and there was cheers on the court. It seemed that they were not here to see Yali, but Lalolasi. The venomous bee also released the Big Needle Bee. The Big Needle Bee looks like a huge wasp. It has a pale yellow body. There are 2 black patterns on the huge buttocks. The bottom of the buttocks is pointed, and the back of the body is a pair of white wings. Did not wait for Yali to observe carefully, the poisonous bee has already taken the lead, Big Needle Bee, moving at high speed. He knows Yali's difficulty, although the Big Needle Bee worm type can restrain Lalo's silk, but that is only relative. The superpower elves are stronger in that weird thought power, which can be offensive and defensive, and difficult to defend and very difficult to entangle. The Big Needle Bee fluttered its wings and flew towards Lalu, moving faster and faster in the air, with a faint afterimage. In a flash, he has reached the sky above Lalolasi. Yali, Lalolasi, Nianli. Poison Bee, use and hold. Lalolasi's thought power was released. But the Big Needle Bee in the air stretched its 2 claws forward, and a transparent light wall appeared in front of it, which counteracted Lalo's thought power. Venom Bee, use the missile needle. The spikes on Big Needle Bees turned into white light and suddenly shot out, and after shooting it reappeared. 3 or 4 shots were already shot in a blink of an eye. Yali calmly said, "Move instantly." Lalolasi suddenly disappeared, and the Big Needle Bee's missile hit the position where Lalolasi was standing, causing a violent explosion. Venomous Bee shook his body, and the superpower elves were really difficult to deal with. Yali, very good, Shadow Clone. Lalolasi, who appeared in the distance of Big Needle Bee, has a serious expression, and her body is illusory. There are a lot of Lalolasi's figures in the battlefield. Big Needle Bee panicked when he saw this, and didn't know what to do. Poison Bee, don't panic, use random blows to destroy its clone. The spikes on Big Needle Bees appeared white light, and each spike shot towards the surrounding Lalu. Yali, strong mind. Suddenly, more than a dozen Lalulas in the entire battlefield were brewing at the same time, and the Big Needle Bee who only knocked out 2 or 3 clones suddenly panicked. More than a dozen mental urges hit the Big Needle Bee at the same time, and one of them really hit the Big Needle Bee directly and hit the ground. Yali, take advantage of the victory to pursue the attack, the power of thinking. Venomous Bee panicked too, Big Needle Bee, stand up and hold it with you. The Big Needle Bee suddenly bounced up, and his 2 paws moved in front of him, and a transparent barrier appeared, blocking Lalolasi's thoughts. I'm just waiting for you to use this, Yali, Lalulasi, strong mind. The Big Needle Bee that had just put down its claws was suddenly rushed out by a terrifying mental force, and hit the ground far away. When the dust dissipated, he had fallen into a coma and lost his fighting power. How strong is Lalolasi's thought power? Yali knows best. The special attack effort value has been more than 200, which is more than twice the previous value. The Big Needle Bee can block the next strong mental thought, which has proved that it is very strong. Congratulations to our Nianluo players for winning again. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. He and his Lalulus once again proved their strength to us. And now, what I want to announce is that Nianluo and his Lalulasi have won 5 consecutive victories. Let us congratulate Nianluo and his Lalulasi. I believe that next, he will bring us more exciting battle. Let us wait and see. Nianluo put Lalulasi into the elf ball, and walked out of the battlefield to the warm applause and cheers. Without stopping, Yali went to the match counter again to start the match. Then he went to bet all the $31,000 he won on himself. immediately walked into the aisle again. Yali heard the referee's part-time commentary again. Everyone knows the player who will be on the field, but you absolutely can't think of it. He is the one who has just won 5 consecutive victories with Lalolasi all the way through. Wow! The audience is excited. Nian Luo actually wants to play 2 games in a row without rest. To be honest, I didn't expect it. Even seeing the same player in 2 consecutive games, Nian Luo still surprises us as always. After Yeli came on the court amidst cheers, the referee continued, the player who will be on the court next believes that everyone has a reflection. He used to leave a big name in the duel. That year, he brought his young Zhila to the duel. That weird power of thinking caused headaches for all the players who met him. After winning 5 games in a row, he disappeared. This time, we are fortunate to see this powerful super trainer again. What kind of exciting battle will he and Nian Luo bring us on the battlefield? Let us use enthusiastic applause and cheers. There are opponents' tricks come on the court. Chapter 34, The Battle of Mind Evolve Kyrillian. In the passage, a person wearing a yellow robe and a yellow mask walked out slowly. Yeli's first feeling is that this person is so yellow. Nian Luo player, partner Lalolasi, current record, 5 wins and 0 losses. Tricky player, partner Yang Zhila, the current record is 5 wins and 0 losses. Please let both parties release the elves. Nian Luo released Lalolasi, and the trick released a yellow elf holding a spoon. The most attractive thing about Yang Zhila is its long beard and huge tail. I announce, the game start. Yali and Gishu said at the same time, Nian Li. Lalolasi and Yang Jila on the opposite side are brewing power at the same time, an invisible force collided in the air. Although invisible, all the spectators were nervous, and the power that hovered over the battlefield always suppressed them. As time passed, Lalolasi began to show pain on his face. Yali has a solemn expression. This is the most stressful opponent he has encountered since he came to the duel. Even the mosquito-repellent Incense King did not put him so much pressure. There was a bang as if something was broken. Lalolasi was wrapped in an invisible force, and rose off the ground, struggling in a panic in the air. Yali, Lalolasi, don't panic. Use your mentality. Lalolasi calmed down, and suddenly exerted force in the air. A huge invisible force rushed out, broke through the power of thought, and continued to rush towards Yang Zhila. Tricky said softly, we also use mental urges. Yang Zhila raised the spoon in his hand, and an invisible force rushed out. The two forces collided in the air, but Yang Zhila's mental strength seemed to be stronger, directly breaking through Lalolash's mental strength and hitting Lalolash. Lalolasi cried out in pain, and was rushed out and hit the ground. Yeli's expression under the mask is solemn. If he loses, he will lose everything, especially the more than 30,000 yuan he just bet on, and he has a winning streak, and his reputation. All this will disappear. Yeli smiled suddenly, Lalolasi, do your best. If we lose, we will come back again. Yeli wants to leave, he has a game world, and he can afford to lose this game. Lalolasi felt Yeli's relaxed mood. The two of them had the experience of beating wild elves in the game world. Yeli's words of encouragement seemed to be still echoing in his ears. There was also a situation where Yeli held the skewers and handed it to his mouth when eating skewers at night. After eating the skewers, he took a napkin and wiped his mouth and smiled. Scenes come to mind one by one. Lalolasi's eyes suddenly firmed up, and she whispered, Lalu. Then bravely stood in front of Yeli, and firmly looked at Yang Zhila on the opposite side. At this moment, its tiny figure seemed to hide a huge figure, fighting for Yeli at all times and sheltering him from the wind and rain. Yeli looked at Lalolasi in front of him, feeling inexplicably settled. Okay. Lalolasi, come on. Our most difficult battle, one without regrets. A strong mind. Laru. The powerful thought power on Lalolasi rushed towards Yang Zhila. Wisecraft saw this power with doubts in his eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion. He felt that Lalolasi's mental strength this time was much stronger than before. But he didn't care too much, and said to young Zhila, "Phantom light." Young Hila raised the spoon, and his mental power appeared in circles, hitting Lalolasi's mental power. Boom! The two forces collided in the air, causing a huge explosion. But in the dusty fog of energy, circle of spirit power is cast off without losing power, rushing out of the dusty fog, and hitting Lalolasi. Lalolasi was blown away, her eyes were dull. He raised his hand in vain and wanted to hit him, but it seemed to stop again. Yali knows badly, Lalolasi is confused. Yali called, "Lalolasi, wake up." Lalolasi shook his head suddenly, and the small body got up with difficulty. Began to be wrapped in white light. Yali was taken aback. Is this? A pair of green calves stretched out from the white clothes, and as the legs got longer, the white clothes became skirts. The green hair began to derive on both sides, and the front gradually turned into pointed bangs. The red horns on the head were retracted and grew from both sides to form two red horns. Yali was excited, and Lalolasi actually evolved into Kyrillian. I have to say that after Lalolasi evolved into Kyrillian, she gradually had a hint of wife's charm. The audience was taken aback for a moment, and then violently cheered. The commentator held the microphone excitedly, appeared, "Nian Luo and his Lalolasi once again brought us a miracle. No, it should be called Kyrillian now, it has evolved in the battle." The trick was also taken aback, and the mouth under the mask slowly aroused. "I'm starting to look forward to this battle." Yeli exclaimed excitedly, "Kyrillian, let's go." The first battle after evolution. Chi-Lu Kyrillian yelled softly, her red eyes with arrogance. A white light suddenly appeared on Kyrillian's body, and it suddenly shot at Yang Jira on the opposite side. Yang Hila raised the spoon to resist, but didn't stop it. What kind of skill is this? What is the effect? Everyone at the scene was stunned. Kyrillian didn't care about Yang Jila. www.novel.com suddenly closed her eyes, as if an invisible force had entered Kyrillian's body. Yali secretly applauded. He knew this skill is meditation, which can improve special attack and special defense. The trickery also saw the skill behind Kyrillian, and immediately said, "Yang Jira, you can't let it improve, the spirit is strong." Yang Hila immediately understood. Lifting up the soup spoon to condense the power, but no power appeared, Yang Jila looked at the soup spoon in his hand in doubt, with a dazed expression. The trick was taken aback, and was puzzled. Not only him, but also Yali and the referee at the scene were stunned. What's the situation? The referee suddenly remembered something and picked up the microphone and said, "I see, this is the effect of the first skill used by Kyrillian. This skill is called seal, which seals off the opponent's same skill as himself, so that the opponent cannot use it." Wow! The audience was in an uproar, but they still have this skill. The referee continued, "But everyone knows that in the battle, it is difficult for us to encounter the situation where the opposite elves and our own elves have the same skills. So this skill can sometimes become very tasteless, but today is different. Both Kyrillian and Yang Jira belong to the superpower elves, and many of their skills are the same. In other words, most of Yang Jira's skills will be sealed. Unusable." Wow! The audience was thrilled. Today's game was unprecedentedly exciting. Not only did they see the evolution of the ultra-rare elf Lalulus, but they also saw the skills they had never seen before. And now Lalulasi suddenly opened his eyes as if he had finished meditating. The audience's heart suddenly tense, as if there is something terrible in Kyrillian's eyes, which brings them some kind of invisible pressure. Chapter 35, Change of Mind. Yali listened, and the commentary was shocked, and he understood. The corners of his mouth slowly raised, and he waved his hand, "Kyrillian, try the evolved mind power." Chi-Lu. Kyrillian yelled, and his eyes turned white. An invisible force wanted to cover young Zhila away. Tricky's face is a bit ugly, he really didn't know that Kyrillian and young Jira had the same skills, and for a while, he really didn't know what to use. Kin only tentatively said, "Young Zhila, Phantom Light." Young Hila raised the spoon, and his mental energy radiated out in circles, colliding with Kyrillian's thoughts. But Yunjira's Phantom Light did not block Kyrillian's thought power. The power of thought went unabated and directly enveloped young Zhila. Then, surrounded by this invisible force, he rose off the ground. Yali was also surprised. It seems that Kyrillian's current thought power is different from before, and it's too much stronger. Kyrillian, control it to hit the ground. Then use mental power. Chi-Lu. Kyrillian understood. The young Jira in the opposite air suddenly slammed into the ground, making a loud noise, and dust flying. The white light in Kyrillian's eyes is even more dazzling, a terrifying invisible force gathers around it, and then rushes towards young Zhila. Boom! Young Jira, who hadn't gotten up yet, was rushed out, wiping the ground and flying far. Scheming ran to young Zhila worriedly, calling out, "Young Zhila," as he ran. Waiting for the dust to dissipate, I saw young Zhila on the ground fainted. Seeing this, Yali exclaimed excitedly, "Kyrillian, we won, you are awesome." Kyrillian also yelled happily, rushed to Yali's side, got into his arms, and kept rubbing his head against Yali's face. The entire battlefield suddenly sounded deafening cheers. Yali was shocked and his scalp was numb, and he quickly reached out and covered Kyrillian's ears. Picking up Kyrillian, Yali looked at Kyrillian seriously and said softly, "Kyrillian, from now on, you and I will be honored and disgraceful." Kyrillian, Chi-Lu. The mini-dragon who temporarily stayed in the cold palace yelled unwillingly, "Oh!" Took young Jira back the elven ball, and the trick came over to Yali and said, "Your Kyrillian has been cultivated and trained very well, I am willing to go down." Yali was taken aback, "Cultivate? I haven't cultivated it." But still to the trick, "Your young Zhila is really strong, if it weren't for my Kyrillian evolution, I'm afraid it's really not your opponent." Smirked self-deprecatingly, turned around and walked along the passage. When he came out of the underground duel, Yali was holding 63,000 yuan in his hand. The first game bet 15,000, plus the bet of the game itself, a total of 31,000. The second game bet 31,000, plus his own bet, a total of 63,000. But the second game was too thrilling. Yali almost lost. You know, if you lose, it's 32,000. He will be beaten back to the prototype, starting from the beginning. But fortunately, the evolution of Kyrillian made Yali survive the difficulty. Walking down the street, Yali's mind echoed with the tricks that he said when he left, "Your Kyrillian is well cultivated. Very well cultivated. Very good. Good." Yali shook his head suddenly, "Hey? Why is there an echo?" But these words made Yali think deeply. He knew best that he had never nurtured Kyrillian, so he usually gave him some big milk cans of milk powder. But Yali knows that eating big milk cans is far from true cultivation. Let's put it this way. Training is to tap the potential of the elves, and cultivation is to increase the potential of the elves. If an elf does not undergo any training and nurturing, it is the limit to grow to the elementary level, and training and nurturing can make the elf grow to intermediate, advanced, or even master level. Yali now seriously suspects that the Kuai-Long at home has been crippled by his parents, because after so many days of observation and research, Yali found that the intermediate level is more than 500 efforts. In other words, the fast dragon is barely an intermediate elf, that is to say, the fast dragon may not have experienced any training and nurturing. Not even a wild dragon, wild elves will fight at least usually, rushing to find food. And Yali's fast dragon ate and slept all day long. The only thing he did was housework. However, the fast dragon who grew up in this environment is directly an intermediate elves, one can imagine how powerful the fast dragon's racial value is. As for Kyrillian's evolution, whether the power of mind has changed, is it related to cultivation? It remains to be studied. Yali decides to go home first, and then enter the game world to see if Kyrillian's effort has increased. Then there will be a guess. When he got home, Yali couldn't wait to enter the game world. After releasing Kyrillian, Yali immediately put on Kyrillian's head. Kyrillian looked at Yali dumbfounded, wondering what he was going to do. Kyrillian's attributes emerge. Kyrillian. Skills. Call. Power of mind. Shadow avatar. Teleport. Mental strength. Predict future. Magic leaf. Seal. Meditation. Effort value. Life, 151. Attack, 100. Defense, 100. Special attack, 201. Special defense, 151. Speed, 100. Individual value. Life, 29. Attack, 30. Defense, 25. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 28. Speed, 30. Yali's secret road is indeed, UU reading www. The effort value of UUGonshu.com has not changed, but Kyrillian's thought power after evolution is very strong, as if it has changed, so that even elves like Yongjira at the same stage as it are not opponents. But Yali still didn't understand the reason. He planned to go to school tomorrow to ask Mr. Yangxia about cultivation knowledge, and he should be able to figure it out by then. Yali quit the game world, took the mini dragon and Cyrillian, and went out to the barbecue booth. Yali's plan during the day was to call Han Yali, but at night, in order to evolve Kyrillian, he didn't call it. After arriving at the barbecue booth, Yali threw the mini dragon on the stool next to him, and sat down with Kyrillian in his arms. The mini dragon looked at Yali innocently. What happened? Has changed? I fell out of favor. Yali ordered a lot this time, not only because he was happy, but also because he was rich. I have a bottom in my heart. Soon, the skewers came up, and one person and two elves picked up and started to make a lot of pieces, and it was so dark. Yali deliberately didn't feed the two elves a supper today, and wanted them to relax completely. While eating, Yali suddenly realized that someone was coming here. Yali subconsciously looked up. Then the whole person was stunned immediately, and the chewing mouth stopped, opened wide. Student Wei Lianghua is very elegant. This late-night snack, you can't see the appearance of two fierce battles. A handsome young man smiled and sat down opposite Yali. Yali swallowed what was in his mouth, calmly said, "What did the instructor Han say? I don't understand." Yes, the handsome young man sitting opposite Yali is Han Shuki, with a black belly. Chapter 36, Nurture. Yali secretly miscalculated, just told this guy during the day that he would take his sister to eat supper at night, and sure enough, this nurse girl crazy demon came over at night, and he let him see Cyrillian. At the same time, Yali also realized that he shouldn't bring Kyrillian out indiscriminately in the future. When someone sees it, he will definitely doubt Yali's identity. Well, come out and take it home and eat slowly. You can also ask Han Ye to drink 2 glasses together. Well, perfect. Han Shu, who was sitting across from Yali, smiled and said, "Some people seem to be students, a novice trainer of the dragon family, but they didn't expect that they were secretly thinking of the famous underground duel." Yali took a bite of the skewers, and calmly said, "Instructor Han, don't talk nonsense. I also said that some people are instructors on the surface, but they are my elder brother behind the scenes." The smile on Han Shuki's face froze. "Yali, I advise you to speak carefully." Yali is not afraid of him. Smiled slightly, "Hee, pay attention to what you say. Don't talk nonsense." Han Shuki's face eased, and his previous smile returned. If you don't want the whole world to know that you are Nian Luo, you have to promise me one condition. Ye took a string of skewers to feed Cairilian in his arms, and raised his head and said, if you don't want to be my elder brother, don't threaten me. Han Shuki, don't you want to listen to the conditions first? Ye, no, you can't threaten me. Who would believe that the famous Nian Luo is a high school student? When the time comes, I will push Cairilian on my parents. Anyway, they will give me a fast dragon, not bad for a Cairilian. Han Shu gritted his teeth, thinking about what Ye said quite reasonable. Han Shuki couldn't help but said, my colleague works as an instructor in Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. He wants to have a friendly match with our school. Ye, oh. Han Shuki stared at Ye with wide eyes. I said so much, you just say oh? You are not curious, I did not agree. Ye, whether it's up to me whether you answer or not. Han Shuki, if I promise you will also go to war. Ye, it's okay, I can just find someone to walk through the scene at that time. Han Shuki, Ye, since that colleague of mine dared to do that, he must have produced a good student. If he loses then, it will be related to the honor of the school. Ye waved his hand, I'm relatively cliched, and I'm not interested in honor or anything, I'm only interested in money. Han Shuki is speechless, after talking so much, don't you just want money, say it earlier. Hurriedly asked, how much do you want? Ye chewed and said, 500,000. Han Shuki, what? You won't be able to grab so much if you take Cairilian to grab the bank. Ye, then how much do you say? Han Shu gritted his teeth, I will give you up to 2,000. You are responsible for dealing with those strong students. Anyway, you must win this game. Ye, are you thinking about fart? I am in the duel every minute and go up and down for a few $1 million to play for you $2,000. Han Shu gritted his teeth together, 10,000, 10,000 at most, no more. Ye thought for a while, anyway, I want to fight, and it's not bad to make 10,000. So nodded. Let's do it. I reluctantly agreed. But let me say first, I only use mini dragons, not Cairilian. Han Shuki breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed a bunch of skewers at random and ate it as he said, it's okay, it's enough to use a mini dragon. Well, you Cairilian is well bred, but it's a pity. Ye is puzzled, this is the second time I have heard from others about the cultivation of Cairilian, but he has never cultivated it at all. Ye asked casually, how do you say? Han Shuki, you Cairilian is a bit special, he broke through to the elementary level before he evolved. This kind of situation usually only happens to the elves that spend a lot of money to cultivate. Ye is curious, can't training achieve this effect? Han Shuki shook his head, no, training will speed up their evolution, only cultivated ones will do. Han Shuki raised his eyebrows after speaking, why don't you seem to understand anything? How did you, Cairilian, cultivated? Ye Tan Tanshao, this was given to me by my parents, I don't know. I don't know how to explain, so I push on my parents. Han Shuki looked like he was helpless, and continued, the reason why you say that Cairilian is a pity is because the evolution is too early. Ye, isn't the evolution bad? Han Shuki, you know what a fart, since you have broken through the elementary level, if you rush to the intermediate level, you are likely to cultivate perfect potential. Ye was taken aback, intermediate? Perfect. Han Shuki shook his head, you still don't know anything about cultivation. The evolution of elves is a qualitative change, and the junior, intermediate, and advanced are just quantitative changes. Let's tell you this. A glass of water and a bucket of water, at the same time the compressed quality becomes a drop of water, which drop is of high quality do you say? Ye suddenly realized, you mean, you invented a way to compress water. Han Shuki had an urge to choke Ye to death. He was so angry that he stood up, Go away, I'm leaving. After turning around and not taking a few steps, I turned around to get a few skewers. www.novel.com Kong Guy said, this thing is not bad, I will ask you when I win the game. Oh, yes, perfect elf, it's an elf with great master potential. Yeli, if you want to leave, hurry up, you don't have much left. Han Shuki showed his signature smile and turned away. But Yeli's words from Han Shuki lingered for a long time. It is no wonder that the young Jira that Kyrillian had fought as soon as he evolved was unable to fight back. It turned out that Kyrillian's thought power was of a higher quality. But Yeli regretted hearing what Han Shuki said. According to Han Shuki, as long as it reaches the primary qualitative change, it is different. Others may not be able to see it. Yeli knows that Kyrillian has only 3 effort points to reach the primary level. The other 3 items have not been achieved. If I knew it earlier, I should have used money to break through the other 3 items. And it's not impossible to raise Kyrillian to the intermediate level. But Yeli just thought about it. He didn't have any money at that time, and he didn't understand this. How could he think of it? But Yeli feels that it is not difficult for him to cultivate the elves with the potential of masters. But it seems to be quite expensive. Yeli calculated it and broke through 60,000 for the elementary level. I don't know if it broke through the intermediate level. It might be 600,000. I rely on, a long way to go. Yeli has now discovered that the elves are a bottomless pit. It takes so much money to own the game world, and I don't know how much money it will cost for those who don't have a game world. It will cost millions to create a potential wizard of a master. Yeli is going to visit the breeding house for a while to find out how they cultivated the elves. Took Kyrillian and the mini dragon back home, Yeli took a hurried bath, and fell asleep holding Kyrillian. Yeli feels extra tired today. Chapter 37, Hiking in the Wild. When Yeli arrived at the school early the next morning, as usual, the other students came, and Yeli was the last one to arrive. At this time, the special training class was still in the friar state, and Yeli just walked to the position and sat down. Wei Lianghua leaned in. Yeli, did you watch the game in the underground duel last night? Yeli shook his head. I really want to see it too. The problem is that I was playing a game. Wei Lianghua regretfully said, you don't know how wonderful yesterday was. The unsatisfied Lalola C has evolved into a Kyrillian. Moreover, after the evolved Kyrillian, he beat a young Zhila like a dog. Same. Yeli found that Han Yi's eyes brightened when he talked about Nian Luo, and then looked here, as if expecting Wei Lianghua to continue speaking. Yeli secretly shook his head. This girl was over. Zhao Manli interrupted next to him, don't talk nonsense, that trick became famous a year ago, and his young Jira was invincible in the underground duel at the time. Wei Lianghua curled his lips, so what, it's not lost to my family Nian Luo. Zhao Manli argued, obviously it's my family who missed it, okay. Yeli is speechless, I will give you both, okay. Zhao Manli stretched out her hand and patted Xia Zhihui next to her, classmate Zhihui, when did your Lolulus evolve? Look at the Nian Lianqi Lulian, how handsome. Xia Zhihui's eyes peeked at Yeli, mine is too early. A few people haven't talked a few words, the class bell rang. Strangely, today's Han Shuki didn't lean by the door to let them gather. Instead, walk into the classroom and stand on the podium. Today, our training is a bit special. It is also the cruelest training for you since the beginning of school. This training will not be carried out so quickly. But there was an unexpected situation. You should have heard of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School? Yesterday, the instructor there called me and asked me to play a friendly match with them. I agreed. And our goal today is to cross Jingling on foot and head to Jingbei No. 1 Middle School to have a friendly match against them. Wow! There was a sound of discussion in the classroom. They didn't dare to speak, but they were all startled by the news. Jingnan County and Jingbei County are separated by Jingling Mountains. Jingling is a mountain, and I usually go to Jingbei County by train or bus. There are spray-like objects on the roadside and on the railway, and wild elves will not come close. But it is very difficult to cross Jingling on foot. There are various elves living in groups on Jingling. If you accidentally provoke a group, your life may be in danger. What's more dangerous is that if you step on the tail of a big rock snake, then you just wait to die. Han Shuki raised his hand. Be quiet, everyone, listen to me, this time I cross Jingling, I will protect everyone by the side, so don't worry. Because this time is special, I have already applied to the school for a cultivation fund of 5,000 per person. Yali opened his mouth and looked at Han Shuki on the stage. Han had a black belly, and Han had a black belly. You gave me 5,000 directly. You told me 2,000 last night. Wouldn't your conscience hurt? Okay, I will give you 1 hour, and you should prepare what you should prepare. 1 hour later, gather at the school gate. Han Shuki turned around after speaking, and the special training class was already very noisy. Wei Lianghua called, what the hell? Jingling can be climbed on foot. Not to mention the wild elves above, you have to break your legs when you walk. Zhao Manli's eyes are bright, wow! I'm finally leaving school, and I'm almost suffocated during this time. Yali waved his hand and went, I'm leaving now, go and prepare something. There are a lot of elves in Yali, so I need to go back to arrange it, and the elves' food has been eaten in the past 2 days, and I still need to buy them. Yali went to the elf center to purchase 2 large cans of milk powder and 5 bags of elf food, and then went to the vegetable market to buy a lot of fish, which was enough to eat for 2 days, and also bought some other things, many of which were all it is used in the wild. Yali estimated that it might take 2 days to come back this time, and Kui Long will be responsible for taking care of Kairulian during this time. Yes, Yali didn't plan to take them. The first reason was that it was not convenient to feed them along the way. Secondly, it is useless to bring it. Kui Long doesn't help Yali fight, and Kairulian can't be exposed. Bringing it will only increase worry. Arranged 2 elves, Yali put all the tree fruits obtained from the game world into his backpack, it might be useful then. When Yali arrived at the school gate, the others had already arrived, and Han Shuki was standing in front of them. As soon as Yali arrived, Han Shuki, go! Everyone carried their bags, and set off with the large group. Soon, everyone looked at a large jungle densely covered mountain, and occasionally a few Spitfires and Bobo flew out of the jungle on the mountain. Because the traffic is relatively developed now, Jingling has been unattended for many years, and the only way up the mountain is a hairy road full of weeds. This road is very difficult to walk, and the weeds next to it may get stuck in the pants, causing pain in the legs. Han Shuki walked in the front to open the way, and said as he walked, explore in the wild, especially in the door of space, be very careful, because poisonous elves will appear around any time. As soon as Han Shuki finished speaking, an abo snake came out next to him. Han Shuki raised his leg and kicked it. Abo snake was kicked out by this foot and disappeared into the dense jungle. Han Shuki continued, everyone has seen it. Generally, you don't have time to release the elves at this time. When you slowly release the elves, you may have been bitten. If you didn't bring the antidote at the time, congratulations, you have buried the corpse in the wilderness, so when you go out to explore, if you don't have such a strong physique as me, it is best to let the elves follow at any time. Han Shuki finished speaking, stood still, turned his head and looked at them quietly. Yali comprehend, took out the wizard ball and released the mini dragon. Everyone else also took out the poke ball and released the elves. Han Shuki nodded and continued walking, and then continued, every trainer has a time to explore the wild. Don't think that you don't need to go to the wild to become a job trainer. I tell you officially now, it is impossible. Take the current famous position trainers, they basically stay in the gate of space every holiday to find materials to cultivate elves. All their achievements are the fruits of their own hard work, and they may be struggling with life and death at any time behind them. I let you run, not to torture you, but to give you more chances of surviving during your future adventures. In the wild, you may encounter huge dangers at any time. If your elves lose their combat effectiveness and cannot fight, you can still escape the danger by relying on powerful bodies. Let you run with the elves, so that you can run in with the elves, and make up for each other in the wild, so that it is possible to make no mistakes. Yali nodded secretly behind. Yali did learn a lot this time. I have to say that although Han Shuki has a dark belly and a bad temper, 10,000 words are omitted from the following, no, 100,000 words, wait, 1,000,000 words, besides, as an instructor, he is still very dedicated. Chapter 38, Other People's Lives. Everyone walked along Mau Mau Road for half an hour. Some people have already started to breathe. Fortunately, they have been exercising for the past 2 weeks. Everyone's physique has been improved, otherwise some people will no longer be able to walk. Because this hairy road is uphill, Han Shuki walks extremely fast, so he is extremely tired to walk. At this time, there was a sound of sorrow and soothing from the side. Everyone and the elves quickly warned. Soon, purple abai snakes came out of the grass. The sound of xi suo suo did not stop, obviously there are still many in the jungle. Everyone saw that there was a shoe print on the head of the abo snake at the front. Obviously, this is the one that Han Shuki just kicked. Yali observed that many people began to panic. In fact, Yali was also quite panicked. He wanted to turn around and run away, but Han Shuki didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to mess around. Han Shuki whispered, "Calm down, everyone, I will count 1, 2, 3 later, everyone will run together. 1, 2, 3, run." After Han Shuki finished speaking, they ran forward, and everyone quickly followed. But there are too many abai snakes, and the speed is so fast, the ones running behind are almost caught up. Han Shuki stopped and stood aside. "You guys run forward, I'll go to the end." The other students did not dare to hesitate and continued to run forward. Han Shuki took out the elf ball and released 6 tails. After all the classmates passed, Han Shuki said to Liawei, "Shake the sand, stop them." Liawei turned his back to a group of abo snakes, and quickly kicked the ground with his hind legs. The sand on the ground was lifted by the 6 tails, forming flying dust. Han Shuki just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. A pair of red eyes appeared in the dust. Han Shuki didn't say a word, turned around with 6 tails, and ran after everyone. A group of people ran for a long time, and stopped breathing heavily until they saw that there was no abai snake catching up behind them. Wei Lianghua complained, "Instructor Han, why didn't you attack just now? Just beat them away." Han Shuki, "This question, Yali, come and answer for me." Yali nodded. Wei Lianghua asked this question well. The reason why Instructor Han didn't attack them was because Instructor Han kicked the head of the day before. Abeishi felt guilty, so he didn't attack them. Han Shuki took out a wizard ball, smiled and looked at Yali. "Yali, I think I should give you a special battle training, go." Hot beast. Yali hurriedly waved his hand. "Instructor Han, I was joking just now, what time is it now, and I'm still fighting special training." Ahem. The reason why Instructor Han didn't attack just now was because there were too many snakes. Even if they attacked, they would not have any effect. Instead, they would cause even more powerful counterattacks. A more serious situation may lead to the evolution of abo snake, abo monster, and there may be fierce fighting at that time. If you accidentally provoke other wild elves while fighting, then we won't even think about going out of Jingling today. Han Shu listened and nodded slightly. Yes, Yali was right. In the future, if you encounter wild elves in the wild, you can run as much as you can. Don't attack vigorously. Okay, let's continue walking. Yali talked to Han Shuki for so long, and everyone was almost resting, got up and continued walking. Walked until 10 noon, some classmates began to complain about being hungry. At this time everyone heard a rumbling sound from the front. Han Shuki, everyone, hold on, there seems to be a waterfall in front of you. Let's go there to rest and have lunch. Everyone was excited, and finally they could rest. Soon, a stream appeared in front of the stream. The top of the stream was a waterfall. The clear water poured down from above, and the white splashes were flying in the air. For everyone who is tired from walking, suddenly seeing such a scene, it seems that there is a clear stream in their hearts, which makes people feel refreshed, fresh and natural. Everyone can't wait, speed up and walk over. There are a few big trees by the waterfall. Many people brought cloth for picnics, laid them under the trees, and put food on them. Yali went to the woods to pick up some firewood, threw it on the ground, and then shouted at the little fire dragon next to Han Yat, "Little fire dragon, come and help me." Little fire dragon had longing in his eyes, but he still looked up at Han Yat. Han Yat nodded, and the little fire dragon immediately ran to Yali happily. Yali pointed to the pile of firewood in front of him, "Little fire dragon, light these firewood with sparks." The little fire dragon comprehended, and spit out a pillar of fire from his mouth, igniting the firewood in front. Yali nodded, touched the head of little fire dragon, and then took out a prepared chicken from his backpack, as well as various seasonings. How can people who like to eat skewers go to the wild without bringing chicken? Yali went to find a stick, and when the fire was over, when only the charcoal was left, Yali used the stick he found to pass through the chicken, and then set it on the charcoal and grilled it. Yali held the stick in one hand, turned his head to look at the others, and was stunned when he saw Han Shuchi Yali. Because Han Shuki was so embarrassed, I saw a coal turtle lying in front of him. There was a pan on the coal turtle. As the coal turtle heated up, the pan slowly emitted heat. And in the pan, it was a big steak. Damn, it's so exquisite. This is the perfect picnic. Soon, the fragrance began to float in front of the two of them. Wei Lianghua held a compressed biscuit in his hand and sniffed the aroma. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and bitten the compressed biscuit frantically. After he swallowed hard, he took another breath and bit the compressed biscuits crazily again. At this time, Han Shuki took out another elf ball and released a dark elf. Yali took a look. "I rely on, Gengui." I saw Han Shuki stretch out a hand, plunged into Gengui's stomach, and took out an exquisite dish from it. Then put the fried steak on the plate. Yali watched enviously. Is this the life of others? It's too delicate. Then Han Shuki took out various vegetables and seasonings from Gengui's belly and made a vegetable salad. Then he took out a bottle of red wine and a glass. Yali looked at the roast chicken in front of him again. It seemed that there was no taste. "Wait, you can take it to fight with Han Bell in a while." Han Shuki fried 2 more steaks, then gestured to Yali, and then looked at Han Ye who was sitting in the distance. Yali understood this time. No one knew that Han Yeli was Han Shuki's sister. If Han Shuki didn't want to ask Han Yeli to eat, it would cause injustice. This was to signal Ye to leave. Yeli took the roasted chicken and ran to Han Shuki, and put the roasted chicken on Han Shuki's small folding table. "Instructor Han, let's fight the tables." Han Shuki looked at Yeli's roast chicken and nodded reluctantly. Then Yeli turned his head and said to Han Yat, "Yat, your little fire dragon has helped me a lot, come and eat together." Han Yat nodded, and brought the little fire dragon over, and the others could only watch. Han Shuki took out 2 more wine glasses and poured red wine for Yeli and Han Yat. The 3 of them ate and drank. You can't see the appearance of coming out to experience. Chapter 39, Carp Leaping Over the Dragon Gate. After everyone had finished eating, they sat under the tree to rest. Yali leaned against the tree and squinted and dozed off. "Wow! Look, what is that?" Zhao Manli beside her suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Yeli opened his eyes suddenly. He was awakened by Zhao Manli's voice. Other people looked in the direction of Zhao Manli's fingers, and saw a red color in the stream under the waterfall, and occasional scales flashed by, shining brightly in the sun. That's the Carp King. There are so many Carp Kings. Zhao Manli called again. The others didn't speak, they watched quietly. Soon, the whole stream was full of Carp Kings, and they saw them standing in rows in the stream, staring at the waterfall in front of them. At this time, one of the Carp Kings suddenly accelerated, and its tail swung suddenly. It rushed out of the water and dived into the waterfall above. It swung its tail quickly in the waterfall and wanted to climb up. Yeli understood this. Isn't this the carp leaping over the dragon gate? The elves like Carp King are very special. You say he is rare, and they are all over the floor. You say he is not rare. He has evolved into a Tyrannosaurus and is extremely powerful. However, it is extremely difficult for the Carp King to evolve into a Tyrannosaurus and requires a special opportunity, and the leap of the carp to the dragon gate is one of the opportunities. The so-called golden scales are things in the pool. They will turn into dragons in the face of wind and cloud, and after the world has changed, they are described as the king of carp. The carp can transform into a dragon by jumping over the dragon gate. In the eyes of the Carp King, the waterfall in front is the dragon gate. At this time, the other Carp Kings also started to try, but the dragon gate couldn't be so good. The densely packed Carp King jumped up and was washed down. And more than that, other Carp Kings will attack the same kind in the air, and the difficulties can be imagined. The densely packed Carp King jumped wildly. This scene was extremely spectacular. Others had already taken out their phones and started recording videos. At this time, Yeli noticed a golden figure in the water flashing by. Just a glance, Yeli could see the appearance of that Carp King. It was actually golden, flashing Carp King. Yeli can't wait to jump into the water and throw the master ball. But that figure just disappeared without a trace in a flash. Not long after, a golden figure suddenly rushed out of the water, got into the waterfall, its tail swung wildly, and directly surpassed the other Carp Kings in the waterfall, stood out and soared up. Yeli knew that this was the one he saw before. Wow! Golden Carp King, heterochromatic elf, this is the first time I have seen you. The person next to him exclaimed. Just when the Golden Carp King was approaching the top of the waterfall, the speed slowed down. Many people have squeezed their fists, hoping that the Golden Carp King can climb over the waterfall and evolve into the Carp King. Yeli didn't think so. He hoped that he couldn't turn it over, so that he would have a chance to catch it. It just so happened that there was a pokeball in his bag. At this time, the Golden Carp King has been unable to move, his tail swinging wildly. Just when everyone thought he was going to fail, the Golden Carp King suddenly jumped up and jumped into the stream above the waterfall. There was a sudden violent white light flashing above, and when the white light dissipated, a huge red figure appeared in front of everyone. Roar! The red Tyrannosaurus roared violently, as if venting the joy in his heart. Han Shuki suddenly said to everyone, "You guys are waiting here, I'll go up and have a look." After speaking, he turned and left. Yeli looked at Han Shuki's back and probably guessed it. This guy was heart-stricken and wanted to catch that red Tyrannosaurus. Yeli said that he didn't move his heart, that was a fake, that was a flash elf. Even if it is not strong, it can be used to show off. Someone used to catch a flash elf for hundreds of hours in a game, just for the dream in their heart. How can it be called a dream? But it's useless for Ye to leave. He doesn't have the strength. How could he be able to fight that Han Belly Black? Unless the fast dragon is brought in, there is still a fight. But Yeli was not very disappointed, mainly because after listening to Han Shuki's words last night, Yeli knew that the potential of this red carp dragon was gone, and no matter how training it was impossible to reach the master level. Soon, in the jungle in the distance, an orange-red elf flew out. On the elf's back, Han Shu stood proudly, his clothes fluttering in the wind, very, pretending. The person next to exclaimed, "That's a fire-breathing dragon. Wow! That's Instructor Han above. He is so handsome." Ye Li pouted his lips. He was blind at a young age. Where is he handsome? Is it handsome with me? I just missed a fire-breathing dragon. Ye Li also noticed that Zhao Manli and Han Yi's eyes were twinkling with little stars. My dear, I have to hurry to catch a fire-breathing dragon, otherwise, how can I win the limelight with Han Bai in the future? Soon, there was a deafening sound of fighting over the waterfall. Ye Li knew that Han's belly black had begun. The fighting sound continued for more than 10 minutes, and then Han Shuki rode the fire-breathing dragon down. Although there were scars on the fire-breathing dragon, looking at Han Shuki's satisfaction, Ye Li knew that Han had a black belly. Ye Li secretly decided that if there is a chance, he must catch only the electric elves, and specifically restrain the black-bellied red Tyrannosaurus. Or let the mini-dragon practice electric shock more. It is best to learn 100,000 volts or thunder, and then electrocute him. www.novel.com. The fire-breathing dragon landed. Han Shuki jumped down from above, faintly energetic, hands one wave. Everyone has almost rested. Let's go. Let's play and arrive at the Jingbei County Wizard Center before dark. If you don't want to sleep in the wilderness, go faster. After listening, a group of people lazily packed their things and set off. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, a group of people entered the Jingbei Wizard Center in embarrassment. Wei Lianghua sat down on the sofa in the lobby. Wow! I just found out today that the sofa is so comfortable to sit on. Zhao Manli, you should pay attention to exercise. Look at you, it's almost a big pile. Wei Lianghua asked lazily, then why are you sitting on the ground? Aren't you better than me? Zhao Manli, who was sitting on the ground, said weakly, no matter how good your body is, you will be tired. Look at my water-leaping fish, they are almost dried up. Wei Lianghua complained, I don't know who it was. I threw a stone and hit the big needle bee's nest. We wouldn't have been so tired if we weren't chased by the big needle bee. Zhao Manli. I seemed to see that it was thrown by Instructor Han. At that time, I saw him look at the sky, then picked up a stone and threw it into the jungle, and then the big needle bee flew out. Wei Lianghua hurriedly leaned over and whispered, hey! Then I know, he was afraid that we would not be here before dark, so he deliberately made such an accident. Zhao Manli, then he really has a black belly, but I used to think he was handsome and gentle. Ye Li took out a bottle of mining water from his bag and unscrewed it, and handed it to Han Ye next to him. Is it all right? Han Yi's face shook his head coldly, and then took the mineral water that Ye Li handed over. It's okay, I can hold on. Chapter 40, Jingbei 1 Middle School. Han Shuki came over with several room cards and took everyone to the second floor to rest. After a day's walk, everyone was very tired, and fell asleep, nothing to say all night. Around 8 o'clock the next day, Han Shuki woke up everyone. Looking at the group of people with sparse eyes, Han Shuki smiled and said, do you want to run 2 laps before going to Jingbei No. 1 Middle School? Everyone shook their heads abruptly, all cheered up. Han Shu waved his hands together, go. Jingbei No. 1 Middle School was not far from the Wizard Center, and Ye Li soon arrived at the gate of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Looking at Jingbei No. 1 Middle School, I have to say that it is much more stylish than Jingnan No. 1 Middle School. This is someone else's school. Through the open telescopic door, you can see that there are already a dozen students waiting inside. Standing in front of all the students is a middle-aged man with a round face, fat, and a sense of sight as a teacher. Seeing the arrival of Han Shuki and the others, the round-faced middle-aged man came over. Shuki, long time no see. Han Shuki, Pharaoh, I haven't seen you for a while. You are fatter than before. It looks like the food at Jingbei No. 1 Middle School is good. Yes, the middle-aged man with a round face is Han Shuki's colleague, Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei, so average, better than Jingnan. Han Shuki, I came all the way, so you let me stand in front of the school. Wang Kuei patted his forehead, look at my head, go, I will show you our school first. Wang Kuei took Ye and the others, as well as the students from their school, to visit Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. I have to say that Jingbei No. 1 Middle School is more magnificent than Jingnan No. 1 Middle School in terms of construction scale and architectural style, and more importantly, they have dormitories and dormitories. Compared with the solitary muddy battlefield of Jingnan No. 1 Middle School, the battlefield of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School is much richer. Jingbei No. 1 Center is divided into two types, indoor and outdoor battlefields, including water battlefields, mud battlefields, and land and water battlefields. Compared with Jingnan No. 1 Middle School, it's a huge difference. Wang Kuei finally brought everyone to a halt on the battlefield indoors. The friendly match between Jingbei No. 1 Middle School and Jingnan No. 1 Middle School is held here, and the battle venue is selected by new players. Han Shu nodded together, then let's start. Wang Kuei took the crowd to sit down in the audience. A few brightly dressed and serious-faced people walked out of the audience passage. When passing by Han Shuki, they all came up to shake hands, while Han Shuki's expression was pale. Ye Li speculated that this group of people should be the school leaders of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. The middle-aged man walking in the front came to the commentary platform, picked up the microphone on it, and opened his mouth in an old accent. Hello, everyone from Jingnan No. 1 Middle School and Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. I am Zheng Yuniang, the principal of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. After speaking, he paused. The classmates of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School quickly applauded. Ye Li and the others could only clap their hands symbolically. Zheng Yuniang continued, today, our Jingbei No. 1 High School had the honor to have a friendly match with Jingnan No. 1 High School. I am honored to be the referee of this friendly match. Next, I will announce the rules of the competition. There are three types of competition venues: water-based venues, mud-field venues, and water-land venues. The venues are chosen by new players. Each side will have an elf, and the elf that loses the battle loses the game. In the battle, the player can give the elf the medicine or tree fruit to relieve the abnormal state, but not the medicine or tree fruit to restore physical strength. I announce that the friendly match between Jingnan No. 1 Middle School and Jingbei No. 1 Middle School has officially started. Please both sides send contestants to choose the venue. Ye Li was here, everyone turned to look at Han Shuki, let him make up his mind. At this moment, Han Ye stood up and nodded at everyone. After Han Shu gave a signal, Han Ye walked up to the contestant stage with a microphone on it. Han Ye walked over and picked up the microphone. Coldly said, Jingnan No. 1 Middle School, Han Ye, partner with the little fire dragon, choose the mud to fight the battlefield. A student walked out of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School, picked up the microphone and said, Jingbei No. 1 Middle School, Li Jiaxuan, partner Katie Dog, muddy ground against the battlefield. Zheng Yuniang, the players from both sides have been selected. I announce that in the first friendly match between Jingnan No. 1 Middle School and Jingbei No. 1 China, Han Ye will play against Li Jiaxuan. Please enter. After Zheng Yuniang finished speaking, Li Jiaxuan and Han Ye walked down the ladder to stand on both sides of the opposing battlefield. Zheng Yuniang, please let both parties release the elves. Han Ye's and Li Jiaxuan threw the elven ball at the same time, and the little fire dragon appeared in front of Han Ye's, standing with their backs to Han Ye's. In front of Li Jiaxuan on the opposite side, a fairy with a yellow mane Katie Dog. Zheng Yuniang, I announce that the game has officially started. Han Ye immediately said, Little Fire Dragon, smoke screen. The little fire dragon understood, and exhaled a puff of black smoke, enveloping Katie Dog. The Katie Dog shrouded in the smoke suddenly looked panicked and didn't know what to do. Li Jiaxuan, Katie Dog, don't panic, use high-speed movement and get out of the smoke screen. The Katy dog in the smoke screen calmed down and ran in the smoke screen faster and faster. Han Ye said coldly, "Predict his position, use sparks." Flames condensed in the mouth of the small fire dragon, and a pillar of fire sprayed out of the smoke screen. Katy dog was a little flustered, so he ran in a straight line when he ran. After running out of the smoke screen, he just hit the sparks of the small fire dragon and was directly shot out. Ye Li secretly applauded, but Han Ye and her little fire dragon got along so well. The two seemed to reach a consensus in an instant, and they were calm during the battle. Unlike Li Jiaxuan and Katy dog on the opposite side, little fire dragon is just a smoke screen, so he panicked. At this time, the Katy dog climbed up again, looking at the little fire dragon with panic in his eyes. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Li Jiaxuan knew that he couldn't go on like this anymore. He and his Katy dog hadn't experienced many battles at all, and he might lose if he went on like this. Li Jiaxuan, Katy dog, use stare. The Katy dog suddenly stood up straight, with sharp eyes, looking at the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon saw Katy's eyes a little scared, and took a step back. Zheng Yuniang explained in a timely manner, Katy dog used the stare, the little fire dragon was scared, and the attack was lowered. Li Jiaxuan called, "It's now," moving close to it at high speed. The Katy dog ran frantically and went to the little fire dragon. Han Ye, little fire dragon, use sparks again. The little fire dragon opened his mouth and spit out flames, spraying towards the running Katy dog. But what surprised Han Ye and the little fire dragon was that Katy dog escaped the little fire dragon's sparks just as soon as she did. Without the interference of the smoke screen and the vision is unobstructed, it is too easy for Katy dog to avoid the sparks of the little fire dragon. Soon, Katy dog has come to the little fire dragon. Li Jiaxuan, use bump. Katy suddenly flashed white light on the dog's head and bumped into the little fire dragon. Han Ye, don't be afraid of it, use crazy scratching. The little fire dragon flashes white light on its two claws, and uses its two claws to grab the Katy dog at a very fast speed. Bang! The sound of the collision between the two elves kept coming. In the end, the little fire dragon was knocked back several steps. There is no way, the power of crazy scratching is still somewhat different from that of slamming. Li Jiaxuan, don't give it a chance, use bite. Katy dog ran to the little fire dragon again, and opened his mouth during the run, with white light shining in his mouth. Chapter 41, Invincible Lalola C. Han Ye, little fire dragon, use the trick you just learned, Dragon's Fury. The little fire dragon roared, and opened his mouth to spit out a red beam of light, which happened to hit the open mouth of Katy dog. Katy dog screamed in pain, flew out, hit the ground, his legs twitched, and his eyes turned into two circles. Zheng Yuniang announced the result in time, but his words were obviously disappointed. Katy dog has lost the ability to fight. The winner of the first game is Jingnan No. 1 Middle School Han Ye. Leaving this side, a few classmates suddenly cheered. Ye Li cares about them unintentionally. At this time, his eyes stayed on a burly young man sitting next to Wang Kuei. Whether he was watching the game just now, or watching Wang Kuei and the leaders of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School, his eyes were full of arrogance and disdain. He doesn't seem to pay attention to these people, as if in his eyes, the people here are all spicy chickens. There is no doubt that the talented student Wang Kuei caught should be him, and he is also the person Ye Li will focus on today. For 10,000 yuan, Ye Li has no choice. Otherwise, Ye Li absolutely doesn't want to mess with these so-called geniuses, because this kind of people can't afford to lose. Once they lose to someone, they will never die with that person, and they won't let go of being a ghost. And their family background is not too bad, extremely troublesome. Zheng Yuniang, now it's up to classmate Han Ye to choose whether to continue the fight or take a break. Han Ye raised the microphone in his hand, go on. Zheng Yuniang, student Han Ye chooses to continue, Please send contestants here from Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Here at Jingbei No. 1 Middle School, a girl stood up. Jingbei No. 1 Middle School, Chen Yian, partner Ibrahimovic. The mud is on the battlefield. Zheng Yuniang, Chen Yian chose a muddy battlefield, and the playing field remains the same. Please Chen Yian enter the arena. Soon, Chen Yian stood opposite Han Yat, and then released the elf. A small brown elf appeared in front of Chen Yian. Zheng Yuniang, the game begins. Chen Yian, Ibrahimovic, a flash of lightning. Ibrahimovic screamed, accelerated to the little fire dragon, faster and faster, and white light appeared on his body. Han Yat, crazy grabbing. The two dragon claws of the little fire dragon shone with white light, and they faced the running Ibrahimovic. The two elves collided in an instant. Bang! The dragon claw clashed with Ibrahimovic frantically, and finally the two elves retreated at the same time, panting and looking at each other. Han Yat, little fire dragon, dragon's fury. The red light condensed in the mouth of the little fire dragon, forming a beam of light, spraying towards Ibrahimovic. Chen Yian, go away. Then use 2 consecutive kicks. Ibrahimovic ducked away from the red beam, then jumped up and kicked the little fire dragon with his hind legs. Boom! The little fire dragon was kicked back 2 steps, his expression was painful. Who knew Ibrahimovic kicked it again after bounced from the little fire dragon, the power was even more swift and violent. Boom! The little fire dragon couldn't hold on, and fell back. Chen Yian, don't give him a chance, use bumps to end the game. The jumped Ibrahimovic's head was covered with white light, and he slammed into the little fire dragon at a very fast speed. Boom! The little fire dragon was hit, and his whole body flew out on the ground. Han Yi's face was particularly cold, and he looked at the little fire dragon worriedly. When the smoke dissipated, the little fire dragon fainted. This game ended very quickly, mainly because the little fire dragon had consumed his physical strength in the previous battle, and Ibrahimovic's offensive was extremely fast. Han Ye put the little fire dragon into the poke ball, and Chen Yian, who rushed to the opposite side, nodded and turned back to the auditorium. Zheng Yuniang, Han Yi's little fire dragon lost the ability to fight, and Chen Yian won the game. Chen Yian, do you choose to rest or continue the competition? Chen Yian said vigorously, go on. After finishing talking, he took a provocative look at Jingnan No. 1 Middle School. Han Shuqi looked at the others, and just wanted to order someone. Xia Hui stood up suddenly, I'm coming. His flowing messy long hair and melancholy eyes suddenly brightened the eyes of all the girls present, including those from Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Ye Li pouted, how could anyone feel more handsome than himself? Fortunately, Han Yi's eyes didn't change, otherwise Ye Li would fight Xia Hui. Han Chu nodded and agreed. Xia Hui took the microphone handed by Han Yeli and said, Jingnan No. 1 Middle School, Xia Hui, partner Lalola Si, the mud is on the battlefield. The people in Jingbei No. 1 High School were surprised. It was actually an extremely rare elf like Lalola Si. Even the burly young man sitting next to Wang Kuei took a serious look at Xia Hui. Wang Kuei's expression was a bit ugly, but after seeing the burly young man next to him, Wang Kuei felt quite calm. Zheng Yuniang, Xia Hui of Jingnan No. 1 Middle School chose the muddy battlefield. The battlefield remains unchanged. Please enter the court. Xia Hui slowly walked towards the battlefield, and many girls couldn't help screaming when they saw this. Wei Lianghua leaned in front of Ye Li, student Zhe Hui is a good show bag. Ye Li, he is the same as the two of us, he has a kind of innate handsomeness. This is given by his parents. We have no choice but to accept our fate. Wei Lianghua nodded in agreement, you are too right. We will be troubled by this kind of handsome throughout our lives. Soon, Xia Hui came and stood opposite Chen Yi in www.novel.com took out the wizard ball and released Lalola Si. Chen Yian took the lead, Ibrahimovic, Hit! Ye Li shook his head after hearing this. Chen Yian's support is too big. There may be a little chance to use electric light to flash, but he dares to use impact to test. Sure enough, Xia Zhihui glanced at Ibrahimovic, who was coming here with melancholy eyes, and said, Nianli. An invisible energy formed on Lalolasi's body and shrouded towards Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic, who ran to this side, suddenly got up from the ground and flew in the air, struggling in a panic. Xia Zhihui, throw it back to the ground. Lalolasi understood. Ibrahimovic in the air suddenly slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Xia Zhihui, don't give it a chance, use mind power again. Ibrahimovic flew up once in the dust, and then hit the ground. Boom! Once again the dust was flying, and this time Ibrahimovic fainted directly. The audience was stunned, and Ibrahimovic was solved without fighting back. Zhao Manli shouted next to him, is there a sense of sight of Nian Luo? Before the evolution of Nian Luo Lalolasi, it seems to be fighting like this, so handsome. A girl next to him echoed, Yet. Zheng Yuniang, Chen Yian's Ibrahimovic has lost the ability to fight. This game was won by Xia Zhihui from Jingnan No. 1 Middle School. Xia Zhihui, do you choose to continue the battle or take a break? Xia Zhihui, go on. Zheng Yuniang, Xia Zhihui chooses to continue, please send contestants from Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. A man in blue at Jingbei No. 1 Middle School stood up. Jingbei No. 1 Middle School, Zhang Xiaodao, Partner Mohama, Water System Venue. Chapter 42, Shining Small Saw Alligator. Zheng Yuniang, Zhang Xiaodao Field chose a water system site. The site will be changed soon. Please stand still with Xia Zhihui and Lalolasi. Xia Zhihui and Lalolasi stood in place inexplicably, and the surrounding ground began to shake. Except for the place where Xia Zhihui stood, the other dirt floor began to fall, and then separated from the middle and retracted on both sides. Two iron plates suddenly stretched out from the bottom, connected together, and rows of holes suddenly opened on the four sides, and clear water flowed out. Soon, the battlefield was filled with water, and the place where Xia Zhihui stood was about an inch above the water. The people in Jingnan No. 1 High School were stunned and envious. Is this the school of someone else's home? Look at this high-tech battlefield, and then think about the wind-blown and dusty battlefield of my school. Everyone turned their heads to look at Han Shuki, meaning when our school was built. Han Shu all spread out, saying that it has nothing to do with him. Ye Li doesn't feel anything. These are just 3 battlefield changes. In the past, all venues in film and television dramas could be changed. However, after the venue is switched to a water system, the impact on Xia Zhihui will be greater, because without a hard ground, the damage effect of the power of mind is basically gone. But if there is no hard ground, there are still walls. I see if Xia Zhihui will think of it. It seems that the people in Jingbei No. 1 Middle School are not fools. As soon as Xia Zhihui won a game, they immediately figured out a way to deal with it. At the place where the trainer stood opposite, an iron plate was stretched out, and Zhang Xiaodao took the wizard ball and walked in along the iron plate. After standing still, Zhang Xiaodao pressed the switch of the elf ball in his hand, a red light flashed, and a blue elf mohe horse appeared in the water. Xia Zhihui's expression became serious, and the situation was very unfavorable for him. Xia Zhihui, Lalolasi, Nianli. Lalolasi's thought force gushes out, and the ink seahorse on the opposite side is directly lifted out of the water by the thought force. Xia Zhihui, lift up. Mohima was controlled by the power of mind, flying in the air, struggling in a panic. Xia Zhihui, it's now, let go of it, and then use the magic leaf. Hearing Xia Zhihui's command, the audience was surprised. Even Ye Li was a little surprised. How long did Lalolasi give Xia Zhihui? Actually learned the magic leaf. It seems that in training, Xia Zhihui has worked hard. Lalolasi let go of her thoughts, and the mohama suddenly fell from the air. At this time, the leaves around Lalola Sea condensed, hitting the falling ink seahorse. Boom! Smoke and dust flew in the air, and it didn't take long for the ink seahorse whose eyes became circles to fall from the air. Boom! Splashed all over. The audience was stunned. With just 2 skills, Mohima fell. This is 2 BP. How did this fight? A desperate mood appeared in the crowd of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. And this is not the strongest person in the family. Obviously, the strongest is the one sitting next to the instructor. The faces of the leaders of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School were particularly ugly. But the game still has to continue. Zheng Yuniang said at the right time, Mohama loses fighting ability. Classmate Xiaozhihui of Jingnan No. 1 Middle School wins. Classmate Xiaozhihui chooses to continue? Or rest? Xiaozhihui, go on. Zheng Yuniang hesitated a little, and his voice became much smaller. Please send a contestant from Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Another person from Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. The elves are also in the water system. Without any accident, they lost to Xiaozhihui. Since then, Xiaozhihui has won 3 consecutive victories. No one in Jingbei No. 1 Middle School dared to play. How can I fight this? There is no way to fight back. Yali smiled. The superpower elves are so unreasonable. Not to mention that Xiaozhihui still holds Lalola Sea. The most important thing is that Xiaozhihui's combat experience is much richer than that of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Yali probably guessed where Xiaozhihui should have exercised during this time. Not only did Lalola Sea cultivate well, but also his combat experience was greatly improved. Xiaozhihui won again. All the faces of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School were ugly, and the faces of the students were hesitant. Finally, the burly young man sitting next to Wang Kuei suddenly stood up and walked out. Wang Kuei hesitated, but did not stop him. Yali shook his head and sighed, is there a trump card? Jingbei No. 1 Middle School is too weak too. Actually, it's not that Jingbei No. 1 Middle School is too weak, but that the superpower elves are too incomprehensible at this time. The burly youth took the microphone. Jingbei No. 1 Middle School, Li Zhenxing, partner Little Saw Crocodile, competition venue, land and water versus battlefield. Yali was shocked after hearing this. He was indeed a genius. He even gave up the water system battlefield that was most beneficial to him, and only asked for a fair battle with Xiaozhihui. This proves that he has absolute confidence in his own strength. Zheng Yuniang, Li Zhenxing chooses the land and water venue, Xiaozhihui and Lalola Sea stand still, and the competition venue will be changed soon. In Xiaozhihui's surprised eyes, 2 steel plates rose in the middle of the field to isolate the water in the center. There was a sound of running water from horses on both sides of the field. Soon, the water on both sides was drained, the steel plate underneath was retracted on both sides, the upper steel plate stretched out, and the steel plate was covered with a thick dirt floor, slowly rising. Was quickly leveled with the water in the middle and the location of the trainer's station. Zheng Yuniang, the change of the battlefield is complete, please enter the Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Li Zhenxing walked slowly to the position where the players were standing along the newly raised dirt ground, then took out the wizard ball and pressed the switch. The red light flashed, and a green elf appeared in front of Li Zhenxing. www.novel.com. The people in Jingnan No. 1 High School were surprised. It turned out to be a small green saw alligator. That's right, standing in front of Li Zhenxing is a small green saw crocodile with a green body and a blue dorsal fin. Yali was shocked. It turned out to be a shining little saw crocodile. In the real world, it is also called heterochromatic elf. Zheng Yuniang, the game begins. Xiaozhihui, Nianli. Lalola Sea began to brew after listening to it. Li Zhenxing, angry. The green little saw alligator's face suddenly became angry. Then he was lifted by Nianli and hit the ground. But the small saw crocodile stood up immediately, and a red light appeared in front of him. Because of the effect of anger, the attack of the small saw crocodile increased. Xiaozhi Hui, Lalola Si, magic leaf. Lalo wire drawing around a piece of leaves formed, rushing towards the small saw crocodile. Li Zhenxing, dodge. I saw the speed of the small saw crocodile soaring, and he dodged the flying blade. The blade hit the original position of the small saw crocodile, there was a loud noise, and the dust was flying. Li Zhenxing, dump into the water. The small saw crocodile jumped into the water in the middle. Xiaozhi Hui, Nianli. Li Zhenxing, angry. The little saw crocodile was held up by Nianli again, and lifted it high into the sky. Xiaozhi Hui, let it go, then use the magic leaf. Li Zhenxing, aim at the water and use a water gun. The small sawed crocodile in the air was head down, and suddenly a jet of water came out of his mouth, hitting the water in the middle of the battlefield. The speed of the falling small saw crocodile was relieved, and it just brushed past the magic leaf under him. The audience was amazed by Li Zhenxing's command. The calm thinking, the prejudgment of skills, and the calm tone immediately surprised the audience. Chapter 43, Mini Dragon vs Shining Crocodile. Boom! The small saw alligator fell in the water, causing a large splash of water. Xiaozhi Hui, don't give it a chance, use mind power again. Li Zhenxing, hold. What? Others were shocked, the little saw crocodile would actually hold it, but it was never used before, and it has to be endured until now. Li Zhenxing, come over, bite. A huge splash of water suddenly threw up in the water, and the small saw alligator suddenly appeared in the splash, with its mouth open, and its mouth was filled with white light. Lalola Si was so scared that she turned her head and didn't dare to look at it. Boom! The little saw crocodile bit Lalo's silk abruptly, making a crisp sound. Lalola Si gave a painful cry and fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. The battle ended too quickly, and many people hadn't reacted yet. However, it is reasonable to think about it. The small saw crocodile used a total of 2 angers. On the way, it was attacked by Lalo Si twice, which increased its attacks twice. In addition, the evil type bite restrained the superpower elves. So Lalola Si instantly lost his fighting ability. Zheng Yuniang, Lalola Si loses the ability to fight. The winner is Li Zhenxing, Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Student Li Zhenxing, do you choose to continue or rest? Li Zhenxing said calmly, go on. Zheng Yuniang, student Li Zhenxing chooses to continue, please send contestants from Jingnan No. 1 Middle School. Ye Li stood up without saying anything, thinking about 10,000 yuan in his heart. Ye Li took the microphone handed by Xiaozhi Hui, Jingnan No. 1 Middle School. Ye Li, partner with the mini dragon, on the land and on the battlefield. The people in Jingbei No. 1 Middle School were silent for an instant. Did you hear that right? Mini dragon? Zheng Yuniang also took a long time to raise the microphone and said, Jingnan No. 1 Middle School. Ye Li chose the land and water battlefield. The battlefield remains the same. Please enter Ye Li. Ye Li slowly came to the opposite of Li Zhenxing and released the mini dragon. Jingbei No. 1 Middle School suddenly heard a comment that it was really a mini dragon, that is an ultra-rare elves that can only see some information on the internet. Zheng Yun and Yang Gang wanted to announce the start of the game. Ye Li raised his hand to stop him. Wait, classmate Li Zhenxing, right? Li Zhenxing nodded slightly. Ye Li, your little sawed crocodile just consumed a lot of energy in the battle. Would you like to feed him some fruits to restore his energy? Li Zhenxing's complexion was immediately difficult to look. Ye Li obviously looked down on him. Ye Li seemed to see his thoughts, and quickly said, I don't mean to look down on you, I hope we will have a 100% fair match. In fact, Ye Li's real idea is to restore the little saw crocodile to full strength, so as to put some pressure on the mini dragon. It is best to let a few attributes break through the elementary threshold, and then save a lot of money. Yes, Ye only aims to save money. What fairness and unfairness, how important is money? Li Zhengxing's face eased, and after nodding slightly, he took out a few tree fruits and threw them to the little saw crocodile. After waiting for a while, the little saw crocodile's physical strength has recovered. Zhang Yuniang said, "Please prepare for the two players, the game begins." Li Zhenxing, little saw alligator, hail. Ye Li was shocked, he actually had this skill. Ye Li, mini dragon, get close to it quickly. Since the opponent used the skill of hail, Ye Li knew that this battle must not be delayed. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. Over the battlefield, a huge group of dark clouds gathered, and crystal clear hail poured down. Hail fell on the mini dragon, and the mini dragon suddenly showed pain. At this time, the mini dragon approached the crocodile at a very fast speed. Ye Li, tighten tight. The mini dragon jumped and entangled the little saw alligator. The little saw crocodile is in pain. Stretching out his paws, I want to pull the mini dragon down. Li Zhengxing's face was calm, don't panic, use anger. The little saw crocodile is angry. The body flashed red immediately, and the attack power was improved. Ye Li, mini dragon, electric shock. The mini dragon wrapped around the small sawed crocodile suddenly flashed a strong yellow light, and the small sawed crocodile suddenly screamed. Li Zhenxing, frozen teeth. The screaming little saw crocodile calmed down, opened his mouth, the milky white light condensed in his mouth, and suddenly bit at the mini dragon. Boom! There was a crisp sound, the mini dragon's face showed pain, and the small sawed crocodile directly lifted its paws and pulled the mini dragon down and fell to the ground. Li Zhenxing, use ice fang again. The little saw crocodile opened its mouth with white light and bit at the mini dragon. Ye Li, dragon's fury. The mini dragon opened his mouth and spit out a red beam of light, facing the small saw crocodile. At such a close distance, it was impossible for the little saw crocodile to escape, and was directly hit by the dragon's fury. Although the little saw crocodile was hit by the dragon's fury and showed pain on his face, he endured the pain, came to the mini dragon, opened his mouth and bit the mini dragon. Ye Li, mini dragon, use electric shock. The painful mini dragon suddenly appeared strong yellow electric light, and the small saw alligator received a full electric shock. The little saw crocodile was in pain, let go of the mini dragon, stretched a distance, and panted and looked at the opposite side. The mini dragon also looked at the small saw crocodile, breathing heavily in his mouth. Ye Li secretly said that this little saw crocodile of Li Zhenxing is very well bred, able to resist and fight. Ye Li, mini dragon, get close to it quickly. The mini dragon knew it, and after a cry, it quickly approached the little saw crocodile. Is extremely fast on the way, with a faint afterimage. Ye Li was shocked when he saw this. It seemed to be moving at a high speed. It seemed that the speed of the mini dragon should have broken through. Facing the mini dragon moving at high speed, the small saw crocodile was a little panicked. Ye Li, wrap it tightly, and then use an electric shock. The little saw crocodile who had no time to escape was once again entangled by the mini dragon, and the mini dragon began to flash with electricity. Li Zhenxing hurriedly called, use frozen teeth. The little saw crocodile quickly opened its mouth and bit at the mini dragon, but what was ushered in was the electric shock of the mini dragon. Boom! With a bang, the small saw crocodile was directly lifted, turned over in the air and hit the ground. Ye Li was shocked, and it seemed that the mini dragon's special attack also broke through. The power of this electric shock was obviously much stronger than before. When the smoke dissipated, the small saw crocodile on the field fainted. Zhang Yuniang's face was ugly, and he announced a little unwillingly, Li Zhengxing's little saw crocodile has lost the ability to fight, and the winner is Ye Li of Jingnan No. 1 Middle School. Please choose Ye Li, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com whether to continue or rest. Ye Li, go on. Ye Li wanted to win the game quickly, and then returned to Jingnan County to win Li Zhenxing. The mini dragon also broke through 2 effort points, and it doesn't make any sense to consume it anymore. Li Zhenxing put the small sawed crocodile into the poke ball, and rushed away from the leaf. Your mini dragon has been cultivated very well. This time I am convinced that I lose, but next time, I must beat you. Ye, okay, next time we should meet in the game, I won't keep my hands at that time. Li Zhenxing nodded firmly, turned around and walked back to the audience stage. His face was uncertain. Wang Kuei looked at him with an ugly face. He originally wanted to use Li Zhenxing to win the friendly match, so he laughed at Han Shuqi. But 2 ultra-rare elves suddenly appeared on Jingnan No. 1 Middle School. They beat Jingbei No. 1 Middle School and couldn't fight back. It was really a steal. There is no pressure for Ye Li in the following game, mainly because it is difficult to target the mini dragon. Choose mud to play against the battlefield, mini dragons are worthwhile. Choose water systems to play against the battlefield, mini dragons can swim, and the underwater speed is no worse than on land. After Ye Li won 3 games in a row, no one in Jingbei No. 1 High School dared to play. Zhang Yuniang had a very ugly face and announced his defeat. At this point, Ye Li and their trip to the friendly match ended successfully. Unfortunately, many people in Jingnan No. 1 High School were over before they had time to shoot. Before leaving, Wei Lianghua exclaimed regretfully, there is no one who can fight. Zhao Manli looked at him weirdly. She really convinced him. Have you taken any action? Before leaving, Han Shuqi glanced at Wang Kuei contemptuously, without saying a word, but that look made Wang Kuei clenched his fist tightly and his teeth clenched. Chapter 44, Back to Jingnan. When Ye Li returned to the rental room, it was only after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After winning the friendly match, Han Shu was happy, took them to a big meal, and then returned by taking the high-speed train. Yes, it took less than half an hour to take the high-speed rail, but yesterday Han Shuqi just let them go for a whole day. Ye Li came back alone. He was a little worried about the elves at home. Han Ye was not with Ye Li, she went to school with Han Shuqi. As soon as he opened the door of the room, Kyrillian jumped into Ye Li's arms. Ye Li touched its head. Have I been bullied by Kuai Long when I'm not at home recently? Wow Wu the quick dragon standing in the distance yelled dissatisfiedly. Means that I am a family leader who can't take care of an elf? Are you insulting my ability to do housework? Chi Lu Kyrillian yelled happily, and hopped to the side of Kuai Long, holding it. Ye Li, that's good, I'm afraid you will have a bad time at home. Let's go. Let's fight. Chi Lu happily ran to Ye Li and opened his hands. Ye Li, okay. Hug. Hold you to fight. Will you hold you in future fights, okay? Chi Lu. Ye Li walked into the bathroom holding Kyrillian and pressed the door of the game world. At the same time, 5 black cars stopped in the shadow of a jungle in Jingnan County. There is a car in the front and 2 middle-aged men in suits sitting in the back row. One of them is wearing sunglasses and a cigar in his mouth. Was holding a tablet-like thing in a hand next to it, with a green light spot on it moving fast. Boss. It is already certain that Sharabi is in this small county seat. The man in sunglasses nodded. Very well, you call them all. I have something to say. The man holding the tablet nodded and walked out. Soon, the doors of several other cars opened, and one by one men in black robes walked out of the car. A group of people gathered and stood in front of the car. The door opened. The first thing that came out was a hand holding a cigar. Then there was a shiny leather shoe. On the ground with leather shoes, a middle-aged man with sunglasses stood up. The man took a cigar. I think you also know our purpose this time. This is an important opportunity for our hunting team to change. As long as we catch Sharabi, we can go to the time and space before the alliance was established, capture all the rare elves, and then get this time and space to sell. At that time, we will be able to quickly grow by virtue of the goods obtained from selling the elves. Have the strength to fight the Elf Alliance. Matai. Yes. The man holding a tablet computer next to him hurriedly responded. Wait, I will post the tracker I brought. Yes. Matai should arrive. I warn you that this action is of great importance. You are used to being arrogant, and you want to grab anyone who sees it. But this time I gave me a point of convergence. Once there was a big disturbance, it attracted the alliances strong and broke. I will never be merciless about my major events. Did you hear that? Everyone hurriedly responded, got it. The man in sunglasses finished talking and took a cigar and got back in the car. Matai took out 2 boxes from the trunk, and when they opened them, there were things like mobile phones inserted in them. Matai picked up one of them and explained, this is a tracker that our laboratory has made after 5 years of research that can track Sharabi. After opening, there will be a green light spot representing Sharabi. Now the light spot shows that Sharabi is in Jingnan County. You need to find Sharabi in this Jingnan County. Everyone who I said next must remember that Sharabi has the terror ability to travel through time and space. Once frightened, it will travel through time and space and it will be difficult to find. So, once you find Sharabi's trail, don't be stunned. You must send the news as soon as possible. Wait for the capture team to pass. At this point, Matai's eyes suddenly became cold. If you find someone ruined the boss's major event, you know the consequences. The following group of people shuddered, and hurriedly responded, got it. Matai waved his hand, everyone, go. A group of people nodded and disappeared into the dark jungle. Matai returned to the car and saw the man in sunglasses playing with a feather in his hand. Matai, boss, they are all gone. The man in sunglasses played with feathers and said, back then, my father walked through countless doors of space in order to study the legendary elves. After all the hardships, he finally saw a legendary one in the door of space. Elf. The man's eyes under the sunglasses seemed to be proud, that is a colorful, noble phoenix elf, and my father picked up 2 feathers of that elf where the elf stayed. Matai was surprised, you mean, the feather in your hand belongs to the phoenix elf? The man in sunglasses nodded. Later, I don't know who leaked the news, and the Elf Alliance learned of the news. Then, my father was taken away by them. www.novel.com. They took away all his research results and another feather, and imprisoned him for 5 years. When my father came out, he was already insane. Know how long did he leave the world? But what the Elf Alliance didn't know was that my father lied to them that only 1 feather was obtained, and the other feather was handed over to me after he came out. Moreover, no one knows that the real result of my father's research is not the phoenix elf, but a green elf that can travel through time and space. And through the comparison and research of various relics, I got the name of the elf Sharabi, or it can be called Shirabi. More than that, my father also developed a way to track Sharabi in a small area. He left all of this to me. Today, I finally found the trail of Sharabi again. I must catch it, not only to fulfill my father's last wish, but also to retaliate against the alliance and defeat this decent force. The man with sunglasses said. He looked at Matai. Now you know why I have a way to track Sharabi, right? Matai nodded blankly. What the boss said to him today was a bit too informative. And he didn't react for a while. The man with sunglasses continued, Matai, you are the person I trust the most. I don't want a third person to know what I said today, otherwise. Matai nodded hurriedly, boss, I know, Matai will never disappoint your trust. The man in sunglasses nodded, well, drive, go to the Wizard Center, we are there waiting for news. Matai answered, yes. Opened the door of the car and went out, then opened the door of the cab, sat in, started the car, and drove to the Wizard Center. Chapter 45, Plot. In the game world, next to the Elf Center in Kana's city, Yeli's hand was placed on the mini-dragon, and his attributes appeared before his eyes. Mini Dragon. Skills. Tightly. Electric Shock. Electromagnetic Wave. Dragon's Fury. High-speed movement. Effort value. Life, 100. Attack, 100. Defense, 101. Special attack, 101. Special defense, 100. Speed, 101. Individual value. Life, 28. Attack, 25. Defense, 20. Special attack, 24. Special defense, 29. Speed, 30. Seeing the attributes, Yali was pleasantly surprised. The mini dragon actually broke through 3 items. This is a saving of 30,000 yuan. But it is a pity that the attack did not break through. You must know that many of the mini dragon skills are based on the attack, such as the next dragon tail, water flow tail and so on. Yali wanted to give Lalolasi the other 3 breakthroughs now, but thinking about the money he had, he gave up again. The last time he won 60,000 yuan, he spent 20,000 yuan on shopping before going to Jingbei. Now there are only 40,000 left. This money has to be kept in the underground duel to win money, and cannot be used to break through. Sighed, Yali held Cyrillian and walked towards the top of Kana's city. The first gymnasium in the game world has already passed. Next, let's go to leave the plot, and then go to Wuda town to fight the second gymnasium. Yali first went to the top of Kana's city, on the beach by the sea. There was a good wound medicine. Yali picked it up and put it in his backpack. This was a good thing. It could restore a lot of elves' physical strength. Maybe you can use it anytime. 2. On the way back to Kana's city, Yali wanted to walk on the right. After walking a few steps, he ran into the former Duan company. In the plot, Yali helped him in the forest on number 104 road and gave Yali a super ball. Yali didn't want to pay attention to him, but he had already spoken. Ah! It's you. You are the trainer who helped me in the orange forest. Please help me again. The water fleet robbed me of my things. I have to get Duan's package back. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. Then he didn't ask Yalitong whether he agreed, so he ignored Yali. Sure enough, the NPCs in the game world are as domineering as before. If you don't speak, you will be deemed to have agreed. Anyway, you have to leave the plot. Yali sighed and walked to the right. On the right is road 116, there are 10 NPCs, and the 2 at the front can choose one of them to fight. The next 4 words must be played. Of course, there is a way to avoid it in the game. But looking at the current situation, Yali didn't even think about hiding. The last 4 are the places above number 116 that need Juhezan to enter. Yali currently has a learning machine for Juhezan, but there is no elves to learn, so he didn't plan to fight. Yali took Lalolasi and beat the 5 NPCs on the road without much time and came to a cave. Outside the cave stood an old bald man, in the leaf centrifugal. This was a big man with a luxury yacht. As soon as Yali walked over, the old man called out, "Ah, what should I do? While I was walking with Xiaopai, I was attacked by a strange robber. They took my dear Xiaopai. Wow ah 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 ah. Xiaopai." After speaking, he ignored Yali, and Yali had to walk into the cave. The cave is not dark, you can see clearly. Yali picked up a wizard ball at the top, another $2,000. Went down and walked a few steps to the right. Yali saw the water fleet, followed by a long-winged gull next to him. After Yali arrived, he called, "No. This elf is not very precious, I think I can escape here, I can lead to all places." "What? Do you want to fight me?" Yali looked on coldly, "What you say is what you say." Then the water fleet released his elf, the coyote. The coyote is an evil spirit, and Kyrillian's super power skills are invalid for it, so Yali had to let Kyrillian use the magic leaf to solve it. The water fleet ran away after being dealt with. Yali was thinking, if you had to have this speed before, who could catch up with you? Then the bald old man walked in. Yes, he didn't come in before, and waited for Yali to finish his fight before coming in. Xiao Pai, I am glad to see you are safe. Then turned to Yali and said, Xiao Pai owes you his life. They call me Hatch, then, are you? Without waiting for Yali to speak, Hatch continued, Ah, you are Yali, I really appreciate you. Now, if you have anything, please tell me. You can find me in my cabin, by the seaside of the orange forest. Come on, Xiao Pai, we are home. After talking and disappearing, Yali already sighed unintentionally. He felt normal when playing games before. Now that I know it for myself, Yali feels that everything is full of weirdness. After leaving the cave, Yali returned to Kana City along the 116th road. The Tianyi Research Institute was still standing at the intersection. When he saw Yali, he immediately said, Hi! How's it going? Get Wen's package. It's great, you got it back. You are such a great trainer. This super ball is my thanks. After finishing speaking, he gave Yali a super ball. Yali puts it in the backpack satisfactorily, as long as he is willing to give things, whether you are cold or not. Duan Research Institute said again, Can I take up your time? Please come with me. Then Yali's eyes turned black. www.ltnovel.com. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in a building. The people from Duan Company gave Yali a few words, then left, came back after a while, said a few words and walked in with Yali. Soon, Yali met the chairman of Duan Company, an old man with a white beard. This is Zvkai, the chairman of Duan Company. I just heard the institute introduce you. You have helped our employees more than once. I am very happy to be helped by someone like you. I know you are going to send the package to the dock in Kana City. By the way, can you stop at Wudu town? I hope you can give this letter to a person named Dao in Wudu town at the same time. After giving Yali a letter, Zvkai continued, You know, I am the chairman of this big company, so I won't ask for help in vain. So I give this to you. After speaking, he gave Yali something similar to a tablet computer pocket navigator. Yali, to be honest, this thing is really useless to him. For players, the only useful thing about the navigator is the Feng Yuan map inside, but for a player like Yali, where is Feng Yuan unfamiliar? Still need a map? Next, Zvkai introduced Yali's use of the navigator, and then restored Yali's spirit. Yali saw that Zvkai ignored him and walked outside. As soon as he walked out of the door of Duan Company, Yali met a researcher wearing a white coat and then started teaching Yali to use the navigator. After the researcher returned, Yali could be regarded as ending all the plots in Kana City. Chapter 46, The Second Gymnasium, Past. Yali quickened his pace and ran towards the bottom of Kana City. On the way, Yali met Hunzi and wanted to fight Yali, but Yali refused directly. Nonsense, how could you fight with you while holding Gaoka? Just admit defeat. And after these few days, Haruko's Gyaka must be amazing again. Fortunately, the setting here can refuse to fight against Hunzi, otherwise Yali must be stuck here again. Yali followed the 104th road and quickly came to Hatch's wooden house. Who would have thought that a man who owns a luxury yacht would live in such a wooden house? But thinking about it, it's normal again, this is considered a seaside villa. Entering the wooden house, Hatch is chasing the long-winged gull running around the table. Seeing this scene, Yali couldn't help but think of the experience of driving the acceleration while playing the game and failing to intercept Hatch countless times. Fortunately, this is not a game, there is no acceleration. Yali walked to the middle and stopped Hatch. Hatch, Xiao Pai, stop. After finishing speaking, he looked towards Yali. Hey? You are Yali, you saved my beloved Xiao Pai. We owe you the favor. What? Do you want to sail with me? You are going to Wudu town to deliver the letter, and you have to go to Kana to deliver the package. Then, I agreed to your request, let's go. Target Wudu. Then Hachi took Yali onto his luxury yacht, and soon Yali came to Wudu town. To tell the truth, Yali hasn't gotten enough on that luxury yacht. After all, he can only sit in the game world. Yali felt that he should sit back again, and sit back enough. Anyway, he didn't need money, and he didn't need to sit for free. But Yali just thinks about it, he is not so boring, and his time is very tight, not to be wasted, you know, time is money. Hatch, we are in Wudu town, I think you are going to send a letter to that Dahu, right? Then I stopped talking. Yali didn't bother to care about him, and walked directly into the second gym, the fighting gym. The inside of the gym is very dark, and only a small circle around it can be seen, but Yali is too familiar with this gym, so he turned right, after passing one intersection, walked up through two intersections, and then turned left to arrive at the museum. Before the Lord. Yali waved his hand, basic exercises, no 6. For players like us, the first gymnasium and the second gymnasium do not play any NPCs, and it is the most basic operation to directly fight the master. The master of saw Yali and said, I am Fujiki, the master of the gymnasium in Wudu town. I have fought against the surging waves here and trained in the dark cave to make myself stronger. Do you want to challenge me? Let me see your power. After speaking, throw a poke ball. A green silhouette elf appeared in the field. Yali threw Kyrillian's elf ball. Was the first to call out, Kyrillian, have a strong mind. Kyrillian yelled, and an invisible energy formed around it, rushing towards the wrist force. Before he could dodge his wrist strength, he was rushed out and hit the ground, losing his fighting ability. Kyrillian's special attack is very strong, and coupled with the superpower system's restraint on the fighting system, the wrist strength can't resist even a mental urge. Fujiki put his wrist strength into the elf ball, and released a white elf with a pointed head Mazena. Mazena is very special, it's a fighting system plus a superpower system. In other words, the super system does not restrain it. Ya left the mouth and said, seal. Since Masha is a superpower system, then directly seal off his thought power, so that Kyrillian can have a big advantage. A creamy white ball of light appeared in front of Kyrillian and shot into Mazena's body. At the same time, Fujiki also said, Nianli. Masha on the court wanted to condense her mind, but she couldn't condense it. Yali, Kyrillian, use your mind to control it. Masha, with a confused face, suddenly rose from the ground and was lifted into the air by Nianli. Yali, higher, and then use the magic leaf after finishing the thought power. Yes, Yali learned Xiaojuhui's tactics during the friendly match. Masha in the sky suddenly fell, before landing, and was suddenly hit by the flying magic leaf, showing pain on his face, hitting the ground, dust flying. Yali, do it again. Yali expected that if there was another attack like this, Masha would be almost gone. But Yali unexpectedly, Fujiki suddenly said, used to see through. Masha Na in the field suddenly got up, cheered up, his eyes fixed on Kyrillian who was using his thought power. I saw a wave of thought power drifting past Masha, and it didn't work on Masha. Seeing this, Yali immediately called, Kyrillian, the shadow clone. Kyrillian understood, and her body became illusory, and a figure of Dodge Lolian came out, and the field was suddenly full of Kyrillian's figure. Yali knew that Fujiki would definitely use the attack skills next, and Yali would not give him a chance, so he used his shadow clone to defend it first. Sure enough, Fujiki continued, fight. Masha's face was serious, and a white light shot out from in front of him, hitting one of the Kyrillian. Kyrillian shattered, obviously a fake. Yali, strong mind. Although the mental power of the superpower system is not very effective on Mazena, the power of the mental power itself is very powerful, and it can still cause a lot of harm. More than a dozen Kyrillian released their mental urges at the same time, and Masha, standing in the middle, suddenly panicked. In the end, Kyrillian's other figures disappeared, and the Kyrillian on the court and below exuded a powerful mental power. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com directly rushed Mazaina out and hit the ground. Set off the dust on the ground. Yeli, don't give him a chance, magic leaf. Green leaves formed around Kyrillian, hitting the dust. When the dust dissipated, Mazaina had fainted. Fujiki put Mazaina into the pokeball and threw a pokeball again. An elf with a yellow body and gloves appeared in the field. This is Fujiki's last elf, a strong man under the curtain. As soon as the strong man appeared under the curtain, Fujiki immediately said, "All palm raid." A black palm suddenly appeared in front of Kyrillian and patted Kyrillian on her body. Kyrillian was slapped back several steps by the sudden appearance of the palm, her face was scared. Yeli, don't panic, throw him into the air with the force of mind, and then use the spirit to force the mind. Kyrillian calmed down, and an invisible mental force radiated out, supporting the strong man under the curtain in the distance. The force behind the scenes in the sky panicked and struggled, but couldn't escape the control of mind power. After waited for the underscreen force to reach a certain height, he was suddenly put down, and at the same time, a strong mental force rushed to the underscreen force. Boom! After there was a sound, the force behind the screen smashed to the ground and fainted. Under the dual effect of strong mentality and mental power, the strong man under the screen directly loses the ability to fight. After this battle, Yeli found that Xiaojuhui's tactics were quite useful. In this way, Yeli easily won the second gymnasium and got the second badge in the game world. And the owner of the museum also gave Yeli skill machine 08 bodybuilding, and finally talked to Yeli about the effects of bodybuilding, and then ignored Yeli. Chapter 47, Something Wrong. Walking out of the gym, Yeli came to the gym, where a fisherman walked around. Yeli walked over to talk to him and got a junior fishing rod. Fishing rod is a good thing, you can catch the carp king. The carp king is very useful in the game, it is the material of the dragon group. It is the material spirit with the largest consumption of dragons. In previous games, there were players who specialized in fishing for carp kings, and the most popular fishing spot was of course the gold market in Guandu, because there is a gold legend. Anyway, this fishing rod Yeli still likes it very much, because it can catch fish without bait, and it will not wear out. The point is that it is free. Put the fishing rod away, put it in the backpack. Yeli walked towards the top of Wudu town, and was going to send a letter to Dao. Dao is at the top of the cave in Wudu town, the innermost of the cave. When Yeli used to play games, every time he came here, he would think, why Dao went to the cave? Go to the toilet? As soon as he entered the stone cavern, Yeli saw an NPC carrying a backpack. After Yeli talks with him, he gets the skill machine 05 flash art. Yeli didn't say anything, he learned it for Kyrillian first. Anyway, now there is no limit to the number of skills, and the flash skill machine has an unlimited number of learning times. And the flash skill is still good. When the flash is turned on, it brightens the enemy's eyes and reduces the enemy's hit rate. The cave of stone has 3 floors. Yeli held Kyrillian and went down the ladder to the second floor. The second floor was completely dark, and only a small area could be seen. Don't tell me, Yeli is really a little bit awkward looking at the dark surroundings. Yeli patted Kyrillian in his arms. Kyrillian, flash. Glu Kyrillian called out, and a strong white light appeared on his head, illuminating the surroundings. In fact, Yeli can walk past without flashing, but I feel a little panic in my heart. At the bottom of the second floor, Yeli picked up a wizard ball. Counting the previous ones, there are now 3 elf balls and 2 super balls in Yeli's bag. Along the way, I encountered a lot of wild elves, all of which were solved by Kyrillian's mind. Among them, I met Casey twice. In fact, Yali was very excited, but after having the painful experience of not catching 5 poke last time, Yali didn't dare to try again. The elves like Casey are also very special. They only have a teleportation skill. When they encounter it, they can only throw the ball directly, otherwise he will move away instantly. When playing games before, Yali liked to catch Casey. In the game, the skill of teleportation is a magical skill. This skill can bring people back to the elven center that has been healed before. Before there is no flying technique, this skill can save the player a lot of time. Especially after the 4th gymnasium, it's a long way to go to Tianyuan City to hit the 5th gymnasium. At this time, you only need to have a treatment in the Wizard Center. After going to the 5th gymnasium and get surfing skills, you will instantly move back. Of course, you have to have the strength to finish the 5th gymnasium at one time, or else you will come back in black, and you have to go back again. Yali didn't try to catch Casey, but chose to continue walking. Soon, Yali saw a big rock on the 3rd floor, and walked over to buckle a brown stone, the unchanging stone. Yali's eyes rolled, and the words Han Shuki had said to him before echoed in his mind. Training will only accelerate the evolution of the elves. Evolution. Yali was thinking, what if I bring immutable stones to the elves? Is it possible to keep nurturing and training without evolving? The value of the immutable stone is different. Yali is ready to plan and sell this immutable stone to Han Shuki. Since it is sold to Han Waihei, let him charge him a bit cheaper, and charge 100 million. If he dares to bargain, he will add another 100 million. Wait, his 6 tails don't seem to evolve, right? Need a fire stone. Isn't it possible to cultivate and train until the masters then evolve? It's impossible to think about it. Ask Han Shuki when you get it. Solemnly put the unchanging stone into the backpack, Yali continued to walk forward. Soon, Yali saw the ladder that went up, and as soon as he went up 2 stairs, Yali returned to the 1st floor. At this time, the surrounding area is restored to light, and there is no need to flash. Yali patted Kyrillian in his arms, no need for the flash. Thank you, Kyrillian. Chi-Lu Kyrillian called, and the light on her head disappeared. Touched Kyrillian's head, Yali moved on. Soon Yali saw the cave where Dao was, and Yali hurriedly walked into it. The cave is not big, Dao stood in the center, and when Yali came in, he said, I am Daigo. I am very interested in rare stones. I am traveling around collecting them. Oh. Is it a letter to me? Well, thank you. Thanks for your hard work, I have to thank you. Yali looked at Dahu talking to himself without expression. When Ye left and flipped through his backpack, he found that the letter had disappeared. Sure enough, as long as the plot is forced to go, Yali will seem to become an audience. Watch the direction of the plot. At this time, Dahu handed Yali a disc, give you this skill machine. Inside is my favorite skill, Wings of Gang. Yali took it quickly, this is a good thing. Dahu continued, your elves look very good. If you insist on training, maybe one day you can become the champion of the Elves League, I think so. Okay, I have to go quickly. Disappeared as soon as he finished talking. Dahu left, Yali didn't have to stay, and soon he left the cave of the stone. Think about the time is almost up, it's time to go to the underground duel, I can only go to Kana tomorrow. Quit the game world, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Yali put Kyrillian into the elf ball, put on his robe and mask, and went out. Walking on the street, Yali always felt something was wrong with some people around him. Occasionally I see some people wearing black robes, their expressions are flustered, their eyes are looking around, as if they are looking for something. But Yali didn't take it too seriously, it was important to go to the underground duel to make money. 10 minutes later, the underground duel arena number 1 against the battlefield. The commentator took the microphone, guess who the next player is? Let me remind you that his partner is Kyrillian. Wow! The entire number 1 battlefield seemed to be ignited instantly. The cheers were deafening. That's right, he is the Nian Luo player, and his partner, Kyrillian. Wow! Cheered again to the battlefield. Nian Luo, partner Lalola C, with a current record of 6 wins and 0 losses, let's invite Nian Luo players to enter the arena with enthusiastic cheers. Wow! In the cheers, Ye Li slowly walked into the opposing battlefield wearing a white robe and a green mask. The commentator continued, and today, who will be Nian Luo's opponent? Ye Li also looked up at the commentator. He was actually very curious about who his opponent was, because when he first went to bet, his odds were 1/10. What kind of concept is this? It is equivalent to saying that Ye Li won the game. The chance is only 10%, something is wrong, absolutely wrong. In the end, Ye Li only bet $1,000, but he didn't dare to bet more. The winning rate is so low that Ye Li can only think of the evil elves. This is also the drawback of Kyrillian. Facing the evil elves, he will have no strength to fight back and be passively beaten. Chapter 48, Lost. He used to be invincible in an underground duel with a Darubi. After winning 5 games in a row, he encountered an unprecedented strong enemy in the 6th game, but he and his Darubi did not fear the hardships. Finally, after Darubi successfully evolved into the Black Ruhia, he defeated the opponent and won a record of up to 6 consecutive victories. He is the Black Fire player, and his partner Black Luga. Wow! Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, a man in a black robe and a red mask walked out of the opposite passage. Ye Li's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Originally, Ye Li was thinking that if there was another evil spirit on the opposite side, he would still have the power to fight. But after hearing that it was He Luya, Ye Li knew that there was no chance of winning this round. The only skill that Kyrillian had on the evil elves was the magic leaf, but He Luya had the fire element, and the magic leaf also had the effect. Become insignificant. Please let both parties release the elves. Ye Li released Cyrillian and looked at the opposite side. As expected, a black dog-like elf with white stripes was released on the opposite side. Ye Li, Cyrillian, do your best. It doesn't matter if you lose. Glu. Ye Li has already figured it out, anyway he bet $1,000, $2,000, he still lost. And this battle just reminded Ye Li, since the world changed, he was too smooth, which made him drift a little. Facing Herika, the evil spirit elves who restrained themselves, can Nian Luo and Cyrillian turn the tide and create miracles for us again? Both sides prepare. The competition start. Ye Li, Cyrillian, the shadow clone. Kyrillian's figure began to be illusory, and then separated into a number of figures, and soon, the battlefield was full of Kyrillian's figures. Black Fire's tone is calm, jet flames. He Luya opened his mouth, the red energy condensed inside, and then spit out a huge pillar of fire, sweeping through the avatars of Kyrillian. Ye Li, magic leaf. The remaining Kyrillian on the field released magic leaves at the same time, and the entire battlefield was suddenly filled with green leaves. At the same time, Black Luga's jet flames have knocked out all the Cyrillian clones, leaving only one Cyrillian in the field. Boom! The magic leaf collided with the jet flame, causing a violent explosion. But Black Luga's jet flame continued to spray out, and after destroying the magic leaf, he moved on and hit Cyrillian. To everyone's surprise, Kyrillian's expression remained unmoved, and he did not appear to be hit by the jet of flame. The leaf evokes from the corner of his mouth, and Kyrillian's characteristics are working for the first time. That's right, the characteristics are copied, and the opponent's characteristics are copied. The characteristics of Black Luya should be to ignite fire, so spraying flames has no effect. Characteristics are usually not very noticeable, but once they work, they can sometimes be fatal. In the past, in the game, many elves were developed around characteristics, such as the continuous attack characteristics of the thorn shell, the sunshine characteristics of the nine tails, the Hercules characteristics of Marilu, and so on. Kyrillian's copying characteristics seem inconspicuous compared to these. Yeli, use the shadow clone again. In fact, Yeli already knew that he had no chance of winning, he was just making the last effort. There were more than a dozen avatars of Kyrillian on the field. But this time Blackfire did not let Haloya use jet flames, but calmly said, use smell detection. Black Luga on the field moved his nose, and stared at a Kyrillian in the distance. Blackfire, if you find it, use the bite. Haloya knows, his eyes are fixed on one of the Kyrillians in the distance, and he rushes away quickly. On the way to rush, his mouth opens, and white light flashes inside. Kyrillian looked terrified at this. Yeli, magic leaf. Kyrillian mustered up the courage, and gathered green leaves around him, hitting the Black Luga who was running. Boom! After a loud noise, the smoke filled. Suddenly, Haloya suddenly rushed out of the smoke, and her white teeth snapped at Kyrillian. Chlu! Kyrillian's expression is painful, and her cry is very weak. Blackfire, use the bite again. Haloya let go of Kyrillian and took another bite. Cyrillian, are you okay? Yeli called worriedly. Chlu Kyrillian, who was bitten by Black Luga, called out in pain, and reached out to push Black Luga away, but Black Luga was unmoved. Yeli couldn't stand it anymore, and raised a hand, we admit defeat. Wow! The audience was in an uproar, mixed with this verbal abuse. If they have vegetable leaves in their hands, they may have thrown them up. Haloya has let go of Kyrillian. Yeli walked over unimpressed, picked up Kyrillian, and stroked its head. It's fine if you are fine, winning or losing is not important. Chilolian stared at Yeli with watery eyes. Chlu. Yeli sighed, and the opposite Heihuo nodded, and walked out of the passage amidst the swearing of countless audiences. This game was beyond our expectation. Nianluo actually gave in. The winner is Blackfire. And Nianluo's winning streak is ended. Chlu. In the passage, Kyrillian yelled unwillingly. Yeli, it's okay, Kyrillian, it's normal to win or lose, mainly because I don't see you in pain. And still endure the hopeless pain. After we go back, we will take a special training and strive to let you learn the skills of other departments. Then we will have the power to fight again when we encounter it. Actually, Yezing I's love is not very good. www.novel.com. The feeling of being suddenly smashed into the altar is very unpleasant. The higher you stand, the worse you fall. The taste can be imagined. Yeli is not going to fight an underground duel next, he has a game world. Rare elves are not easy to sell, but they can help others cultivate elves. After this period of observation, Yeli discovered that no matter how much effort he gains in the game, the elves can't learn skills or make breakthroughs. No matter how stressful the battle is, it's useless, and it doesn't seem to evolve yet. It seems that the game world is missing. The spirituality possessed by the real world is, yes, spirituality. In other words, even if you get tens of thousands of effort points in the game world, it is useless. Not only can you not evolve, you can't even learn skills. It is difficult to nurture elves in the real world because they are afraid of evolving too early. The shortcomings of the game world just make up for this. And the most important thing is that you don't need to spend resources and money to make effort. At that time, I will go to the Nurturing Family Association to certify a Nurturing Family Qualification Certificate as a cover. With a plan in his heart, Yeli no longer struggled, and sent Kyrillian to the Wizard Center for treatment. Ye hadn't been far from walking out of the Wizard Center, and he saw two men in black blocking the two girls in the distance. Yeli looked familiar with the backs of the two girls, and then looked at the elves next to them, the little fire dragon, and a leaping fish. Fuck me, this is not Han Yeli and Zhao Manli. What are they doing here all night? Yali felt that the situation was not right and wanted to help them in the past, but suddenly realized that he didn't bring the mini dragon. If Cyrillian was released, his identity would be exposed. Suddenly, Yali looked at the bag in his hand, which contained a white robe and a green mask. Chapter 49, Encounter. Han Yeli and Zhao Manli looked at the two men in black on the opposite side, their expressions a little ugly. They agreed to go shopping in the evening, and they would go to the elf center to buy some elf food, but they were stopped by the group of black-clothed men not long after they came out. Han Yi's face was cold, and he didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Zhao Manli called, "What are you going to do?" One of the men in black seemed to lead the way. "Little girl, I think the two elves around you are good, so let us train them." Zhao Manli looked weird. "You want to grab the elves?" said, pointing to the back. "Behind is the wizard center. You have to think clearly." The man in black who had just spoken smiled and said, "Hey! So what? Don't say so far from the wizard center. Even in the wizard center, I can still take pictures." A man in black leaned forward. "Zhang Ming, don't forget it. In case a powerful trainer is attracted and the boss's major event is broken, we can't afford the consequences." Zhang Ming waved his hand. "It's okay, don't you just grab two elves. I will bear the consequences at that time. As long as these two rare elves are robbed and sold, we may become intermediate trainers." After hearing this, the man's eyes flickered, and he didn't speak anymore, and reached out to touch the poke ball in his arms. Zhao Manli saw that the situation was not right, so she pulled Han Ye and turned around and ran away. The Shui Yu and the little fire dragon hurriedly followed. Seeing this, the two men in black threw out the poke ball in their hands. Two red lights flashed, and a big-mouthed bat and an abo monster appeared in front of them. The big-mouthed bat stopped them. The big-mouthed bat flashed over and flew over after hearing it, blocking the way of Han Yi's and Zhao Manli. Big-mouth bat ultrasound. Zhao Manli, water leap fish, water gun. Han Ye, little fire dragon, sparks. The water leaped the fish to spit out a column of water, and the small fire dragon spit out flames, spraying the big-mouthed bat in the air. But the big-mouthed bat dodged as soon as it dodges, and then there are waves of sound in its mouth. Han Yeli, Zhao Manli, and two elves were suddenly dizzy and confused by the sound waves of the big-mouthed bat. And Zhang Ming from behind shot, "A Bagwai, use a poisonous needle to hit the two women." Zhao Manli and Han Yi's expressions changed drastically. This person is so cruel. You must know that the elf skill can have unpredictable consequences when hitting people, and it is also a poison skill. If the poisoning treatment is not timely, there may be death. Abokai opened his mouth and spit out a black-brown poisonous needle, and shot it at the two Han Ye. The speed of the poison needle was too fast, and the two had no time to escape. "Chirillian, Nianli!" A voice suddenly came from the side. A snake's poisonous needle stopped in front of Han Yi's and them. Han Yi's, Zhao Manli and the two men in black were stunned at the same time and turned to look. "Go with." I saw a man wearing a white robe and a green mask walking slowly, and there was white light in the eyes of Chirillian who was following him. Zhang Ming's face is a bit ugly. "Who are you? I advise you not to be nosy." Yeli's mouth under the mask evokes, "I don't want people to wear black the most, so I'll take care of this nosy today." The two men in black were taken aback. "So it's a matter of us to wear black?" The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. "I can tell you that we are from the hunting group, and I advise you not to be a cocoon." "Yeli, I'm still with the rockets. I'm afraid you won't make it." The two men in black were taken aback again. "Rockets? What? Why haven't you heard of it?" Yeli continued, "My boss is planning to capture the legendary elf Giulardo. He is also looking for the legendary fantasy elves and dreams, and I am afraid that your hunting group will fail." The two men in black were startled. The elves he was talking about had never heard of them, but they were very similar to that. Looking at the elves of others, they looked like people with backgrounds. After Zhao Manli and Han Yanni looked around for a while, Zhao Manli approached Han Yanni and whispered in surprise, "It's Nian Luo, it's him, wow. I saw him, the real person. Wait, I'm going to shoot a few photos, it's best to take a photo with him later." Talked and took out the phone to take photos and videos. The two men in black were fooled into a dilemma. Zhang Ming handed his hand, "Since your excellency is from the rockets, we are still not acquainted with each other today. Our boss is also planning to capture the legendary elves. Today, it is considered that the flood has washed the Dragon King temple. I am sorry for how offending you are." Ye Li raised his hand, "It's easy to say. Just hand in your money and you can go." The faces of the two men in black suddenly became extremely ugly. "Your excellency, don't deceive people too much." "Ye Li, I bullied you, what can I do? My rockets have never been afraid of anyone." "Cyrillian, mind strength!" Chi Lu Kyrillian yelled, eyes flickering, and the two men in black, the big-mouthed bat and Abagua, all rose from the ground and flew in the air. Ye Li raised his head and looked at them, "I'll give you another chance to hand over the money you have. Otherwise..." The man in black in the sky hurriedly said, "Good, good. Let's make it, we'll make it." Ye Li nodded, "Cyrillian, let them down, don't let the elves." After hearing this, Kyrillian understood. Two men in black fell from the air and hit the ground. After they got up from the ground, Ye Li chased them, "Hurry up, my time is precious, there is no time to waste on you." Two people in black hurriedly touched the money. www.looknovel.com. Finally, they touched a pile of money and hurriedly handed them to Ye Li. Ye Li was too lazy to count, put it in his pocket, and looked at them. "Do you have any private possessions? There are also bank cards. I support WeChat Alipay payment here. It really doesn't work. Bring me your phone too." The two men in black hurriedly waved their hands, and Zhang Ming said, "No, no, we never save money in the signal card. We can't give you a mobile phone, even if you give it to you, don't worry about it." Ye Li nodded, holding the phone, "If there is a location, it will be difficult for the people they organized to find it." "All right. Cyrillian, throw their elves out." Kyrillian knew, the two elves in the air were thrown out and hit the ground, struggling. The two men in black looked ugly, but didn't dare to complain, turned and chased the elf. After the two left, Ye Li turned his head to look at Han Yi's and Zhao Manli. "You guys should go home too. Don't run around at night at the little girl's house." Han Ye nodded again and again, "Nian Luo, we know, can you take a photo with me?" Ye Li turned and waved his hand, "Next time. Next time definitely." After speaking, he walked into the darkness, and Kyrillian behind followed, and did not take a few steps. Kyrillian looked back at Zhao Manli and the others, then turned to follow Ye Li, two big and one small back. Gradually disappeared into the darkness. Zhao Manli was so excited that she almost jumped up. "Ye Li, have you seen it? Nian Luo is super handsome, whether it is fighting or her back view." Han Ye Li ignored her, but stared at Ye Li Wan's back with twinkling eyes. She didn't know if it was an illusion. She always felt that this thought felt a bit familiar, a bit like Ye Li. Chapter 50, Don't Pretend, I'm Actually. Ye Li returned to the rental room, took a bath first, and then poured fairy food and milk powder to the mini dragon and Cyrillian. The mini dragon glanced at the elf food and milk, and shouted at Ye Li, "Ao woo woo. Ye Li, hurry up and eat skewers again after eating." At this time, there was a sound of opening the door outside, and Ye Li guessed that it was Han Ye who had returned. Snapped. Ye Li turned his head and looked at the sound, and saw that the mini dragon was looking at Ye Li dissatisfiedly. Beside the overturned plate, the elf food fell on the ground. Ye Li immediately roared, "Silly dragon, are you crazy?" Han Ye, who just walked in the door, was startled when he heard Ye Li's words, and then shook his head, dispelling the suspicion in his heart. Although Ye Li was very reliable when it was important, he was usually too ridiculous, and he was obviously not in line with Nian Luo's thunderous man. And Ye Li in the room started to think about the situation of the mini-dragon. It is impossible for the usual mini-dragon to lose his temper. Is it going to evolve? Generally, elves will have some signs before they evolve, such as tantrums for no reason, roaring for no reason, etc. Thinking of this, Ye Li's expression changed. Can't let the mini-dragon evolve so early. The mini-dragon hasn't even broken through to the elementary level yet, and it will suffer a big loss if it evolves. No, the training of the mini-dragon has accelerated, and breakthroughs must be put on the agenda quickly. It takes 30,000 yuan to break through all the attributes of the mini-dragon, while Ye Li only has 40,000 yuan. If it is used for the mini-dragon to break through, then wait to starve to death. Thinking of money, Ye Li thought of the stack of money given by the two men in black, and quickly got up and took the pants that he had just taken off, and then worked out the money and counted it. A total of more than 8,000 points. What a broken hunting group, too poor. The two people add up to more than 8,000, and it is not enough to break through one attribute. It seems that the road of robbery is unworkable. Wait, Ye Li suddenly remembered what the man in black had said before. Their boss was looking for the legendary elves, thinking about the men in black that he saw on the street before going out today. Could it be said that there is a legendary wizard in Jingnan County? And those people in black are looking for this elf? But Ye Li just thought about it, not to mention that there is no way, even if there is him, he would not dare to fight. That thing is a time bomb, and it will explode at any time when you bring it around. As long as the news leaks, it will immediately attract countless forces. Even if you can't get it, they will come and see it. Shaking his head, Ye Li didn't think about it anymore. He climbed into bed and got ready to go to bed. He had already planned it in his heart. Tomorrow, he would sell the immutable stone to Han Belly. Then you can talk to Han Fuhei about nurturing elves, first let him go bankrupt, and then slowly tortured. Seeing Ye Li lying on the bed, the mini-dragon cried out again in dissatisfaction. Woo-oh-oh-oh! Ye Li, go to bed and eat some skewers. Pointed to Kuai Long, you will become as fat as it if you eat it again. Just ask if you are afraid. Kuai Long looked dumbfounded. Mini-dragon? Kairulian finished eating, climbed onto the bed, and got into Ye Li's arms. Early the next morning, Ye Li was woken up by Kuai Long as usual. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Kuai Long holding the red dragon claws. Nima, I really want to wake me up with dragon claws. Ye Li quickly turned over and got up. After washing, Ye Li put Kairulian and the mini-dragon into the pokeball into the backpack, and then headed for the school. Came to the school's special training classroom and found what they were discussing again. As soon as Ye Li approached, Zhao Manli took her mobile phone and called, "Look at it, Nian has landed on the headlines of the Jingnan Forum." Wei Lianghua was helpless. Nonsense, the first one posted this morning was of course the headline, and if I guessed it correctly, you still posted it. Zhao Manli's face flushed. How do you know that I sent it? Wei Lianghua, nonsense, as soon as you come, you will yell at us about saving you last night. Obviously Ye Li will definitely not post it, so it must be you. Zhao Manli gritted her teeth. I want the whole world to know that even if Nian is defeated, he is still so handsome. Ye Li listened to the side and quickly took out his mobile phone and flipped through the forum, only to see the top one is. Although Nian Luo was defeated, he did not lose his light. Last night, he appeared to save people, ran away the hunters, and exploded himself as a member of the mysterious force rocket, and also named 2 undiscovered legendary elves. Giulardo and the fantasy elves dream. Below are pictures and videos. Ye Li looked at Zhao Manli with a somewhat uncomfortable face. My aunt? I just babbled, you actually posted it on the internet. And Ye Li can't stop it, she can't show Nian Luo's identity and let her delete it. Yali took a look at the comments below, and there were hundreds of them in a row. Gilardo? Can you fly? Fantasy spirit? Can I create a fantasy world with it? You can do whatever you want in the fantasy world. Why haven't I heard of the rockets? Someone replied, nonsense, the organization that can hunt down the legendary elves will let you know easily. I want to join the rockets, what should I do? I think too. Who has the contact information that you missed? The rocket's contact information is also fine. Yali was wondering if he wanted to organize a rocket team in this world, be the second Ban Mia boss, and start studying Chow Meng. Think about it and forget it, but the talking meow can get one and be a little chick. Zhao Manli, you said, Nian Luo still participates in the duel? Will you not see him in the future? Wei Liang Hua, according to my analysis, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com will not participate after you post the forum. Zhao Manli refused, what do you mean? Are you blaming me? Yeli sat down, tilted his head, and saw Han Yeli holding a cell phone. On the cell phone, there were pictures from the forum posted by Zhao Manli. Han Yai has been staring at the pictures in a daze. Yeli is speechless, it's over, this girl is helpless. Today is the morning run as usual, but today Han Shuki seems to have been absent-minded. Yeli found an opportunity and said in front of Han Shuki that he would take Han Ye to a barbecue in the evening. Yeli believes he can understand. At night, at the usual barbecue stall, Yeli and the mini dragon are smashing together. Han Shuki walked over and sat down opposite him, his usual smile returned to his face. Isn't you just asking me to come here to ask me to eat skewers? Yeli vaguely said, you said last time that you would invite me this time. So this time you pay for it. Han Shuki, let's talk. What's the matter? Yeli was too lazy to talk, took a small stone from his pocket and put it on the table. Han Shuki's eyes narrowed, this is. Then looked up at Yeli, where did you come from? Yeli, I picked it up on Jingling when I went to play a friendly match last time. Han Shuki, how do you know each other? Yeli smiled, I won't pretend. To tell you the truth, I am a nurturing master. My parents have instilled nurturing knowledge in me since I was young. When I was 12 years old, they helped my parents successfully nurture an elf. You have seen my Kyrillian too, and in just 1 week, I have cultivated to the elementary level. Han Shuki looked at Yeli in amazement, his eyes flickering, wondering if what he said was true or false. Chapter 51, City Elf Contest. Han Shuki's eyes flickered a few times, let's talk. How much do you want? Yeli spread out a palm, 5 million. Han Shuki's face is ugly, are you crazy? A constant stone will receive me 5 million. Yeli shook his head, 5 million is an exaggeration? This immutable stone represents a master-level potential wizard. Han Shuki, master, the resources to cultivate to the intermediate level are not counted. Yeli, come at the market price. Han Shuki thought for a while and said, the market price is 1 million pieces, and I won't let you lose out, just 1 million pieces. Yeli nodded, I'll give you the bank card number later, and you can just transfer it to me. That's right. Your 6 tails don't seem to need an immutable stone, right? It needs a fire stone for evolution. Han Shu nodded together, yes, this kind of elves are special and can be cultivated directly to the intermediate level before evolving. Yeli, that doesn't mean that you only need to cultivate the 6-tailed elves that need special stone evolution to get to the master. Han Shuki shook his head, you think too much, this kind of elves have advantages and disadvantages, mainly because they can only evolve once, and they will also encounter the same problems as ordinary elves, such as resources, and breakthroughs. If there are resources, the ordinary elves are nothing more than using an invariant stone. If they can evolve twice, their aptitude will be higher. And having the potential of a master does not mean that you can become a master wizard. The more the wizard goes to the back, the more resources are needed, and the harder it is to break through. Yali thinks about it. It's good that you have a game world and you can use your effort point. In the real world, you need to use resources to pile up your effort point, and it's even more difficult to break through. If it is done well, it is a breakthrough. If it is done well, it is evolution. Even if there is a constant stone, the resources can't keep up, but it prolongs the growth time of the elves. So those who use immutable stones are people who have money and resources and can quickly accumulate the value of their efforts. Yali, I can help you cultivate the elves quickly, but the price is... You know. Han Shuki looked at Yali and thought, and then hesitated and said, Little fire dragon, how much does it take to cultivate to the elementary level? Yali raised a finger, 1 million. Han Shu gritted his teeth together, okay, I will transfer 2 million to you when I go back, and I will hand over the wizard to you tomorrow. After speaking, he hurried away with the unchanging stone. Yali wanted to stop him and ask him to pay for the skewers, but after thinking about it, he could tell by the way he gritted his teeth. 2 million is already for him. It's the limit, let him pay for the skewers, it is too difficult for him. Yali sent the card number to Han Shuki, packed some Kyrillian after eating the skewers, and then took the mini dragon back home. Now that the money has been collected, Yali directly entered the game world to break through the other 3 of the mini dragon, and then began to use effort. I only brushed it down overnight, and only brushed more than 20 points, and it was nowhere near the intermediate level of 500. Early the next morning, Yali received a text message as soon as he got up, and Carrie made 2 million. After the world changed, the bank relaxed its policy on trainers, and the upper limit of one transfer was changed to 5 million. After all, the trainer buys elves, sells elves, and purchases various resources. It starts with tens of millions at every turn. If there is a limit of tens of thousands, then the trainer will be driven crazy. Yali came to the school as usual and gathered in the playground. Han Shuki stood awkwardly opposite Yali. He was so painful that he didn't fall asleep last night. Han Shuki held up a newspaper in his hand and said, Ahem. The city elf competition will start next Monday. This event is a good opportunity for you to experience, so you should also participate. But because this competition is a mixed bag, so I don't have high demands on you, just shortlisted. Of course, if you enter the quarterfinals, in addition to the rewards given by the competition, the school will give additional rewards. The registration time for the event is next Monday. You have to train well after you go home these 2 days on the weekend. If you can get a good place in this competition, it will be very helpful to your future promotion. Next, let me talk about the reward rules of the City Elf Contest. First place, 50,000 Elves Cultivation Funds, 10 Magical Candies. Yali moved, Magic Candy? Isn't this used in the game to upgrade the wizard? What is it doing in reality? Han Shuki continued, second place, 40,000 Cultivation Funds, 5 Magic Candies. The third place, 20,000 Cultivation Funds, a Magic Candy. Behind the top 8, 10,000 Cultivation Funds. Han Shuki paused, and waited for them to digest it almost before saying, I know, the rewards are very poor. This is also the purpose of the City Elf Contest, friendship battles. Harmonious coexistence. But all major forces will pay attention to this event. If you perform well in the game and some major forces are fancy, you will be signed in advance. This opportunity is rare. More than that, major universities will also pay attention to them, and they may directly recruit. In the past few years, the Elf Nurturing University and the Elf Battle University have recruited 3 students in the City Elf competition. Wow! The students finally couldn't help it. There was a lot of noise, and they were boiling. You must know that the Elf Battle University and the Nurturing University are among the best universities in the country, established by the Alliance, and entering these 2 universities is the dream of all high school students. And what is the concept of special move? Special move is equal to honor, and the word special move is enough for you to brag for a lifetime. Han Shuki raised his hand and said, "Well, everyone, be quiet." After they calmed down, Han Shuki continued, "In order to perform better in the competition, everyone has been training hard these days. Okay, just like usual, get up and running." Han Shu-chi finished talking www.ltnovel.com. Many students rushed out with elves, all full of passion. Ye Li ran as usual. To tell the truth, he is not very interested in the 50,000 yuan reward now, but Ye Li is curious about the magic candy. Now the game world has become like this, Ye Li is very curious about the role of magical candy. Ye Li went home as usual at noon. After eating, he immediately entered the game world and began to push the plot. Now that I have the money, it's time to go to the third gymnasium, and then start cultivating round land sharks. The plot of Kana City. Ye Li is not very worried, what he is most worried about is Hunzi on Kana. Ye Li is still very worried about the Gaoka in her hand, and then he can only ask Kuai Long to come out for a fight. Ye Li was sitting on Hatch's luxury yacht, and when he came to Kana, he beat all the NPCs on the beach. Found a wound medicine on the beach, hit the hut next to the beach, and got 6 bottles of spirit soda. These spirit soda Ye Li are used when preparing to hit Haruko. Went out, Ye left the Kana City dock and delivered Duan's parcel. Then he went to the museum behind the dock and paid 50 yuan painfully to drive away the people from the water fleet. In this way, the plot of Kana City has come to an end, and the mini-dragon's effort has also improved a lot. After finishing these, the time is almost up, and Ye Li quit the game world to go to school. He is going to fight Haruko to the death at night. When Ye Li quit the game world, a green elf suddenly opened his big eyes on a big tree in Jingnan County, and looked at Ye Li's rental house curiously, as if something attracted him. The green elf yelled and flew to the rental room, but after not flying far, he stopped again, his eyes full of confusion. Chapter 52, Fight Again with Gyaka. In the afternoon, Han Shuki secretly gave Ye Li a wizard ball. Ye Li didn't have time to watch it. It must be a little fire dragon. Ye Li guessed that this little fire dragon should be Han Ye Li, and Han Shuki, a nurse girl, wanted Ye Li to help Han Ye cultivate the little fire dragon. After dinner in the evening, when Kuai Long washed the dishes and returned to the room, Ye Li immediately leaned over, "Kai Long, can the monsters fight? Quick dragon, wow wow wow!" Ye Li waved his hand, "You are not fat, you are not fat, you are very strong, you just grow up like this. The last time Gyaka wanted to fight you. Last time it was not convinced. This time, you must fight to win it." Quickly the Longan eyeball turned and nodded gently. Ye Li took out the quick dragon's elf ball and put it in. Game world, Ye Li appeared in Kana City, walked up the road above, and soon came to Road 110. Road 110 leads to 3 places: Kana, Gukhan Town, and Zijin City. Some people say that it's not enough to come directly from Gukhan Town, and go around such a big circle. But the game is the game. There is a sea in Gukhan Town, and you can't get through it at all. You can only go around in circles. Ye Li hit the NPC under number 103 road leading to Gukhan Town. The one above couldn't be hit. You need Zhejian to go up. There is a small house under the 110 road bridge. Ye Li also wanted to fight because he could get a magic candy in it, but it also needed Zheji inside, so Ye Li didn't fight and continued to move forward. At the edge of the grass, Ye Li picked up a fatal attack. This item is used in battle and can increase the chance of hitting the key. After playing another NPC, Ye Li met Hunzi again. "Hey, Ye Li, it's been a long time. When I searched for elves, my elves became stronger. Then, come and fight." After finishing speaking, he took out the pokeball and released Gyoka. As soon as Gyaka appeared, the sky was clouded and heavy rain began to fall. Nima, this time with the feature rain. But Ye Li is not very imaginary. After all, his command skills were too bad last time. This time it is different. Yali, who has experienced countless battles, is full of confidence. Yali took out the wizard ball and released the quick dragon. Wow! After Kuai Long came out, he glanced at Gyaka disdainfully and called out. But Haruko's expression remained unmoved, and she said directly, "Absolutely zero." Gaoka spat a blue light, sweeping across the battlefield. From under it, the water froze into white ice at an extremely fast speed, and the ice spread. In an instant, huge ice cones sprang out from the underground water, and the rain in the sky became a conductor of the ice. The entire sky was instantly frozen, and the fast dragon was also frozen in it, turning into a huge block of ice. Yali trembles with cold, his face is ugly, and he starts a new round of doubting life. What is this? Does absolute zero match a rainy day? It's even better than chocolate. The entire battlefield is shrouded in absolute zero, and you can't hide it if you want to. Boom! The ice cube shattered, and Kuai Long had fainted and fell from the sky. Yali hurriedly put it into the poke ball. Looking at the poke ball in his hand, Yali's face was uncertain. How to fight this special? Who tells me how to fight? The fast dragon with multiple scales couldn't resist it at once. Designer, come out one-on-one. The battle continued. Yali released the mini-dragon. As soon as the mini-dragon came out and saw Jayaka on the opposite side, the memory of Gukhan town appeared instantly. With fear in his face and eyes, he turned and ran. Yali is speechless. Anyhow you can show some momentum. Then Gyaka is another surfer, and the mini-dragon is gone. Yali had to release Kyrillian, another surfer, and Kyrillian was gone. Yali originally thought it was over, but it didn't end after waiting for a long time. Wait, it seems that you still have an elf, right? Yes, the little fire dragon is coming. I didn't expect Han Yi's little fire dragon to be killed by a divine beast on the first day following him, It's really hard for it. When the little fire dragon came out, when he saw Yali, his eyes lit up, and when he turned around to see the huge Gaoka, he was suddenly bewildered. Then it ushered in a huge wave. Yali turned black before his eyes, and appeared at the gate of the elf center in Kana City. Squatting at the door of the wizard center, Yali began a new round of doubting life. Absolute Zero is a skill that is actually very tasteless in the game. Although it can kill in seconds, the hit rate is extremely low and only a little PP, so generally no one keeps this skill. But in reality, this skill must not be underestimated. You need to know that after the real Gaoka skill is activated, it can instantly freeze a whole area of the sea, although Haruko's Gaoka is still incomparable to the real Gaoka. But Absolute Zero is equipped with rainy days, and the entire sky is frozen, which is also very unsolvable. Coupled with the tremendous power of Absolute Zero, and the restraint of the ice-type skills on the fast dragon can't hold it. What should I do? Wait, since it's rainy, you can change the weather. Yali's eyes suddenly lit up. There are many elves that can change the weather, such as the characteristics of Gerudo, and fire-breathing dragons that can learn to clear the sun. Guladu don't think about it, it's definitely not accessible, but now it is obviously unrealistic to let Han Yi's little fire dragon evolve into a fire-breathing dragon. I can only think about other elves. Wait, the coal tortoise seems to work too. Its characteristic seems to be sunshine, and Yali remembers that Han Shuki had a coal tortoise. Or, borrow his coal turtle, anyway, it just changes the weather, it doesn't need to be too strong. It's a bit unrealistic to borrow the coal turtle now. Yali had to use the little fire dragon's effort first. Yali took out the wizard ball and released the little fire dragon. As soon as the little fire dragon came out, he looked around with a little fear, and after he was sure that there was nothing huge, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then ran towards Yali happily, hugged Yali, and kept rubbing his head against Yali's chest. Yali touched the head of the little fire dragon, and his attributes emerged. Little Fire Dragon. Skills. Call. Smoke screen. Grab. Crazy scratching. Dragon's fury. Effort value. Life, 23. Attack, 32. Defense, 10. Special attack, 30. Special defense, 15. Speed, 35. Individual value. Life, 27. Attack, 23. Defense, 23. Special attack, 24. Special defense, 22. Speed, 27. Han Yi's little fire dragon can still be www.novel.com. It seems that it was not bought, but Han Shuki should have prepared it for her. In reality, individual elves can be analyzed through various data, and individual good elves alliances will not be sold. It's good to have a good brother. Help her arrange everything, and the journey is smooth. How can I look like my parents? He was given a broken dragon that could only do housework, and the elf didn't prepare it for himself. The money was only given 10,000 yuan, and Yali had to figure out a solution on his own. I really want to have a brother. Yali took the small fire dragon and brushed it in the grass on number 110 road. The people encountered here are usually electric beasts, and walking grass, the little fire dragon fights relatively easily. On the way, Yali spent 3 elf and grabbed a walking grass. The walking grass is a good functional elf in the game. It can learn to flash, crush rocks, and has its own skills and sweet fragrance. The sweet scent is still very useful. Some rare elves must be met with a sweet scent. For example, the sweet scent under the 4th gymnasium can meet Little Turkey. And he needs the help of rock fragmentation after playing the 3rd gymnasium. Chapter 53, Boldly Walking Grass. When Yali quit the game world, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Little Fire Dragon's effort value has increased by 24 overall. If it's a holiday tomorrow, it should be almost the same if you spend more time on it. Yali decides to make the Little Fire Dragon's effort full and break through tomorrow, and then wait until Monday to hand it over to Han Shuki. It would be terrifying if the Little Fire Dragon is cultivated in 2 days, but it seems a bit terrifying in 3 days, so let's not delay it. Waiting for the city spirit contest to give it to him when the competition starts, Monday should only be registered. Yali decided to wait and see. Lying on the bed, Yali took out his phone and checked the magic candy. There is general information, but there is no transaction information. Magic candy, the online transaction price is 100,000, there is no market, there is no place to buy it temporarily. The effect is to increase the overall potential of the elves, and Yali pondered the potential. The potential in reality is different from the data reflected in the game. In the general game, the individual that represents the potential is the individual. This cannot grow. It is destined to be born. This can also be said to be the upper limit of each elf. And the potential in reality may be the value of effort, but in reality, unlike the game, there is data feedback. In reality, it can only be determined by analysis and observation, so the value of effort should be called potential. If the general elves are just training, the effort value reaching about 100 is already close to evolution, and it will naturally break through to the elementary level after evolution. Therefore, it is necessary to increase the value of effort through other methods in order to achieve the goal of breaking through without evolution. This method is called cultivation in reality. Yes, centrifuged a whim, and checked the energy cubes. There are many types of energy cubes, a total of 8. The first 6 types correspond to 6 attributes. Life cube, attack cube, defense block, special attack cube, special defense block, speed cube. These 6 kinds can be bought online at the cultivation house, and the price is 10,000. But there are 2 rarer ones, the beautiful cube and the intimate cube. The online price is 20,000, but they can't be bought. As the name suggests, the first 6 should increase the value of each effort, the latter 2 are rare, and the corresponding should be hidden too, intimacy and beauty. These two hidden items are tasteless for some elves, but they are also crucial for some elves. For example, the big-mouthed bat evolves the winged wing bat, which requires intimacy, as well as the moon elf, sun elf, and so on. The ugly fish evolving from menus requires beauty to reach a certain level. There is no data on the internet, and Yali does not know how much effort the cube and the strange sweets increase at a time, and the strange sweets increase the whole, so beauty and intimacy are added. These can only be slowly experimented later. Putting down the phone, Yali remembered it as if the grass he had just grabbed hadn't been fed yet, so it didn't matter. Quickly released the walking grass. The walking grass is very cute, with a dark blue figure like a big radish, with a bunch of green leaves on top. Just got out of the elf ball, the walking grass looked around curiously, and when he saw Yali, he immediately exploded his hair and rushed towards Yali. Yali was surprised, this walking grass was a bit sturdy, so courageous. But it didn't run 2 steps before it was supported by Kyrillian's thoughts. Yali turned his head and glanced at Kyrillian, whose eyes twinkled with white light. Kyrillian, thank you. Chi, Lu. Yali touched his chin and looked at the walking grass, let alone the character of the walking grass. Yali really liked it. Or practice it, come with a reckless walking grass, and rush to the enemy as soon as it comes out. Well, it seems to be a good choice. Yali, walking grass, I am glad to meet you. How about being my partner? Fight with me and explore together. Walking grass looked confused, and turned to look at Kyrillian, the mini dragon, the little fire dragon, and the fast dragon in the room. Yali explained, they are all my partners. Walked and nodded, agreeing with Yali's decision. Yali nodded at Kyrillian, and Kyrillian understood and put away his thought power. The power of thought disappeared, and the walking grass fell from the air, and Yali hurriedly caught it. Yali poured elves' food for several little elves, and a packet of elves' food disappeared in an instant. With the addition of milk powder, Yali probably forgot about it. A meal cost at least more than 2,000, more than 6,000 a day. I rely on Delta. Yali was stunned, which meant that it would cost tens of thousands of yuan in the next few days. Fortunately, Han Shuki's 2 million yuan is supported, otherwise Yali really can't hold it. After they finished eating, Yali fell out of bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yali was woken up by Kuai Long again. After experiencing yesterday's failure, Kuai Long's mental state is much worse, and it has been very low since last night. Yali touched its head. Quick dragon, it's okay to win or lose. I will borrow an elf in the afternoon. Let's fight again. We will definitely win this time. Kuai Long's head was in Yali's arms. In fact, the failure was not the biggest blow to it. The biggest blow to it was that at the beginning, it still dismissed Gaoka, but it was turned out by others. Yali touched it. It's okay, trust me, I will let you win back. Wow! Kuai Long looked up at Yali, tears flashing in his eyes. Yali, fuck me, aren't you? You cry so much. Why are you crying with me? Isn't it just a Jayaka? Yali really wanted to say that there might be Gyulardo and Liakeng sitting behind Hunzi. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. But Yali is not very sure. The first problem now is to solve Gaiuka first, and then think of a solution later. Yali comforted Kuai Long, got up and put on a sports vest, ready to go out to meet Han Shuki, and borrow the coal turtle. Before leaving, Yali put Kyrillian, the little fire dragon and the mini dragon into the poke ball, and went out with the walking grass. The walking grass leaves are not intended to be hidden. After all, walking grass is still relatively common. When the time comes, it will be said to be picked up on the street. There is no limit to the number of elves for trainers in the alliance. As long as you raise them, you can raise 100 of them without any problem. The alliance is eager. Otherwise, to whom are the elven food and elven in the elven center sold? The more elves you raise, the more elves' food will be sold, which will drive the sale of various nutrients and elves. Otherwise, where does the Alliance's money come from to build so many wizard centers? But if you raise a lot of elves, the problem will arise. Not to mention food and other issues, training and nurturing have also become problems. It is definitely best to cultivate one in the early stage. Like Yali now, even if there is a game world, it takes a lot of energy to cultivate Kyrillian and the mini dragon, let alone those who don't have a game world. So generally, few people raise a second elf in high school. Yali ran on the road at the side of the park, walking along the side struggling to follow. Yali looked at his short legs and then at his long legs, feeling really embarrassed. Same as last week, Yali ran to the bench in the park and sat down, waiting for Han Shuki's arrival. Screamed while walking, jumped onto Yali's leg, panting. Not long after waiting, Han Shuki in a red sports suit ran over with 6 tails. Chapter 54, It's over. Han Shuki ran to Yali and stopped. He was a little surprised to see the grass on Yali's legs. What is this little guy? Yali raised the walking grass. I picked it up on the side of the road last night. I just wanted to follow me and I couldn't drive it away. Hurriedly walked around and looked back at Yali. It was obvious that you caught me well, and begged me to be your partner. Han Shuki, that's right, let's play against my 6 tails. Han Shuki is still upset about Yali's victory over him last time. Hey, the elves just picked up this time should not be so powerful, plus Lioe's restraint on walking grass, it depends on how you win. Yali thought for a while and nodded, it can be, but you have to promise me one condition. Yali Zhengxiao doesn't know how to speak. Unexpectedly, this Korean belly black was delivered to the door for free. Han Shu came to be interested. What conditions? Yali, lend me your coal turtle for 2 days. Han Shu Chi was surprised, why are you borrowing coal turtles? Yali waved his hand, you don't have to worry about this, you can borrow me to fight with you. Han Shuki thought about it, it's not impossible, but you have to pay a rent of 100,000 yuan. Yali, Instructor Han, are you crazy about money? Yali suddenly felt that the collection of this Korean belly black 2 million was less. Han Shuki confidently said, otherwise, if you win me, I will lend you for free. Yali, then I will use a mini dragon. Han Shuki immediately rebuffed, no. Cyrillian can't use it either. Yali felt his chin and thought, as if he was passive, but you can try it. If you win, it's best. If you lose, you will pay 100,000 yuan, and then you will find a way to get back. As long as the little fire dragon is handed over to Han Shuki, he will not enter the pit if he doesn't believe it. In the future, there will be opportunities to pit him. Finally, Yali nodded, let's go. The two came to the battlefield in the park. Yali bent down and squatted to the walking grass and said, walking grass, the first battle we became partners, I don't know what skills you have, it's up to you. Duel! Screamed while walking, ran to the opposing battlefield, and stood in front of Yali, with fighting spirit in his eyes. Lioe, who was opposite, also stood in front of Han Shuki. Han Shuki, let's start. 6 tails, spray flames. 6 tails opened his mouth, the red energy condensed in his mouth, turned into a pillar of fire, and sprayed toward the walking grass. Ya leaves the corner of his mouth to evoke, my walking grass is a bit different, walking grass, avoid it, and get close to it quickly. Han Shuki listened to this and was surprised, and actually tried to let the walking grass fight melee. Dodged the fire column from Lioe, and ran towards Lioe with 2 short legs. Han Shuki also smiled and said, this fits your fighting style very well. But isn't it a bit weak for melee combat? 6 tails, the lightning flashes toward him. Lioe quickly accelerated, facing the walking grass, and as he accelerated, white light began to appear on his body. Boom! The 2 elves collided. In the smoke and dust, the walking grass flew out. After hitting the ground, he immediately got up and rushed to lie away again. Ye wanted to stop it, but gave up again, let it play freely. Just take a look at the free fighting style of walking grass, so as to make plans for the next training. Han Shuki, use the electric light again. Boom! There was another impact sound, and the walking grass was knocked far away again. Got up and rushed again. It doesn't seem to like to use long-range skills, just want to rush over and use the body to collide. Ye watched quietly, dripping blood in his heart. 100,000 yuan was almost gone. If possible, Ye wanted to change his fighting style. Boom! There was another collision sound, and the walking grass was knocked out again. His body was already full of scars. At this time, Han Shu said in a spirited and energetic manner, "Okay, spray the flame to end it." It seemed to him that he was happier to win Ye than anything else. But although the walking grass looked painful and tired, it still dodged the six-tailed flame and continued to rush towards the six-tailed. Six tails turned their heads, and the pillar of fire in the air swept across the battlefield. But the walking grass was very agile, flickering around the pillar of fire, and white light began to appear on a group of leaves on his head. Ye opened his mouth and looked at it. What is this? At this time, the walking grass rushed in front of Liu, and slammed into it with a white head. Boom! Liu was knocked back several steps, the flame in his mouth ended, his expression was terrified, and his eyes panicked. Ye rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe it. What is this? It seems to be a head hammer. The skill that can make the enemy cringe with fear can also learn the skill of the head hammer. You don't learn how to fly a fast knife while walking on grass, it's super absorbing, you learned a hammer. And your effort is all zero. How strong is your desire for melee combat? At this time, the leaves on the beginning of the walking grass were sprinkled with a silvery white powder on Liu. Liu's eyes suddenly drooped, and then fell asleep on the ground. The walking grass did not stop there, and a yellow powder was emitted from the leaves, sprinkled on Liu. Liu, who was still sleeping, was hit by paralysis powder again, and his body flashed with electricity. At this time, several vines suddenly grew from the leaves on the head of the walking grass, connecting the six tails, and waves of green energy followed the vines into the walking grass's body, and the wounds on the body began to heal. This set of dazzling operations made Ye and Han Shu twitch at the corners of their mouths. This is a melee mage. The two skills of hypnosis powder and paralysis powder are difficult to hit, but they are different when they are close. And at that time, Liu was still in a cringe state. After putting the paralysis powder, the leaves on the head of the walking grass opened again, and a purple-black powder was sprinkled on Liu. Han Shuki looked ugly. At this moment Liu opened his eyes weakly, but it was greeted by a cloud of silver-white powder. Liu lay on the ground again and fell asleep, but his expression was painful. Ye couldn't bear to look at it. Han Shuki's six-tailed man was abused by his elves from beginning to end. First met his Lolulus in the underground duel, and lost without fighting back. Then he played against the mini-dragon at school, and lost again, and now he was tortured by stray grass. Who do you say is bad for you to follow? Must follow that Han Blackbelly, deserve to be abused. At this time, white light appeared on the head of the walking grass again, and he bumped into Liu without hesitation. Boom! Liu was dragged and knocked out and opened his eyes. But the walking grass suddenly kicked his legs on the ground, jumped into the air, with white light on his head, and hit the six tails from top to bottom. Liu wanted to stand up, but his body was flashing with electricity, and he hesitated about the effect of poison powder, his expression was painful. Boom! There was a huge sound, and there was also the scream of Liu. When he walked to the ground, Liu had lost his fighting ability. Ye left his heart and said, "Instructor Han, you have accepted." The corners of Han Shu's mouth twitched. Without talking to Ye, he threw a wizard ball at Yali, then turned around and walked away worriedly holding Lai away. Yali smiled and took the poke ball, and waved to Han Shu, "Instructor Han, try it again next time." "I don't want to see you next time." Han Shuki's voice came from a distance. Yali smiled, walked over to pick up the walking grass, let alone really, Yali liked this little guy more and more. Chapter 55, Fight Again with Gyoka. Yali returned to the rental room with the walking grass, entered the game world, sent to the wizard center for treatment, and checked the properties by the way. Walking grass. Skills. Absorb. Poison powder. Numb powder. Sleep powder. Head hammer. Effort value. Life, 0. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Special attack, 0. Special defense, 0. Speed, 0. Individual value. Life, 28. Attack, 31. Defense, 15. Special attack, 0. Special defense, 20. Speed, 30. I rely on, there are 0 special attacks, and full attacks. You are completely giving up long range. Just want to be reckless, right? After healed the walking grass, Yali pressed the poke ball switch given by Han Shuki. Suddenly, a red tortoise appeared in front of Yali. Came out of the coal turtle to look at the surroundings, looking dazed. Yali squatted down. "Coal turtle, we have met again, I will ask you for a favor later." Coal turtle looked at Yali carefully for a while, nodded slightly, and agreed. Yali put the coal turtle and walking grass into the poke ball, put the walking grass, Cyrillian and the mini dragon back into the room, and then entered the game world with the poke ball of the quick dragon and the coal turtle. The reason why Yali didn't bring the mini dragons with them was because he was afraid that he would not be able to fight them, and let them die a few times. This would not be good for intimacy, and it would be a huge blow to their confidence. Yali first went to Kana's shop and spent 70,000 yuan to buy 10 good wound medicines. If Hunza then took out a Guradu or something, he would use the medicine recklessly. Soon, Yali came to Hunza again, and Hunza said the same words as before. "Hey, Yali, it's been a long time. When I searched for elves, my elves became stronger. Then, come and fight." After finishing speaking, he took out the poke ball and released Gyoka. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds again, and it started to rain heavily. Yali took out the Pokemon ball of the coal turtle and threw it out. As soon as the coal turtle appeared, his body glowed, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing strong sunlight. And Haruko has issued an order, Gyoka, absolutely 0 degrees. Roar. Gyoka roared, spit out a blue-red light, the battlefield on the water was frozen, and huge ice cones rose to the ground. Yali quickly put the coal turtle into the poke ball, and at the same time he was relieved. After the weather changed, absolute 0 really wasn't that abnormal. Took out the quick dragon's pixie ball, and released the quick dragon. As soon as Kuai Long came out, he saw the battlefield full of ice cones, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. "Yali, quick dragon, the time has come for a shameful shame, dragon dance." "Wow!" The dragon screamed and danced, flashing a layer of red light on his body. "Haruko, Gyoka, frozen light." Gyoka opened a huge mouth, a white energy condensed in its air, and then turned into a white beam of light to shoot towards the fast dragon. Without Yali's command, Kuai Long dodged his body, but Gyoka tilted his head and the white beam of light swept into the air. Quick Dragon kept dodge by the white beam of light. Waiting for Gyoka's beam of light to disappear, Yali said again, "Dance of Dragon." "Haruko, water circulation." Gyoka looked serious, and the water around him started to flow around Gyoka, forming a water circle. "Yali, quick dragon, dragon dance." Yes, Yali wanted to maximize the attributes of the fast dragon. If Yali didn't guess wrong, the attributes of Dragon Dance could be increased up to 6 times. What is the concept of 6 times? You must know that this is not a game, it is not as simple as 1 plus 1. The fast dragon danced again, and the red light flashed again on his body. Haruko, water cannon! Gyaka opened his mouth and spit out a huge column of water, hitting the fast dragon. It's a pity that the dragon dance of the fast dragon has ended, and the speed is so fast that it disappears in the same place in a flash. Yali, very well, use dragon dance again. Haruko, please rain. Yali was taken aback. Nima hurriedly shouted, quick dragon, approach it with high-speed movement. Be sure to interrupt him. But it seems too late, because Kuai Long is still in the state of dragon dance. The sky began to gather dark clouds, and a drop of rain hit Yali's desperate face. At this time, the dance of the dragon was over, and he rushed towards Gyaka, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, dazzled by the speed. When he appeared, he was already above Gyaka. Yali said in surprise, very well, Thunder Fist. The fast dragon's claws flashed with electric lights, and a dive, hitting Gyaka below him. Boom! Amid the huge noise, Gyaka screamed, and his whole body was plunged into the water, and the surrounding water flow was lifted up, forming huge waves. When Gyaka came out again, there were a lot of scars on his body. This time, the fast dragon used the dragon dance 4 times, plus the electric thunder and lightning fist restrained Gyaka. The power can be imagined. What surprised Yali even more was that Gyaka was numb with electric lights shining on his body. Haruko, sleep. Gyaka closed his eyes, and as his injuries recovered, the electric light disappeared and the paralysis was relieved. Yali wished it would use this trick. As long as he didn't attack, Gaoka wouldn't wake up. Quick dragon, use dragon dance again. Quickly the dragon screamed and began to dance again. The light on it is extra bright this time. Haruko, dream talk. Gaoka in his sleep unconsciously released the skill, and suddenly, a huge wave of water rushed out from under Gaoka's skill surfing. Yali was pleasantly surprised. Quick dragon, fly high and avoid the surf, and then use dragon dance one more time. Kuai Long fights proudly, flies into the air, avoids the surf, and dances again. This time the flashing red light on its body was stronger than ever. Yali, very good, Thunder Fist. Kuai Long gave a high cry. www.novel.com raised a dragon's claw and dived down, filled with yellow electric lights, and surrounded by air currents. At this time, Gyaka was still asleep, and Haruko let it use sleep talk again. The ground shook suddenly, but fortunately, Yali had already prepared and stabilized his figure. Boom! There was a huge noise, and there was a huge scream from Gyaka. The surrounding water was lifted, the huge waves were surging, and the entire battlefield was chaotic. Yali shouted, quick dragon, use Thunder Fist continuously to end it. In the chaos, Kuai Long yelled, and then there was another loud noise inside the huge wave. The huge wave outside hadn't ended yet, and another wave was set off inside. Boom! There was a third loud bang, and Gyaka screamed violently. When the wave calmed down, I saw Kuai Long flying in the air, and the eyes of Gyaka floating on the water had turned into circles. Hunza puts Gaoka into the elf ball. In Yalixan's eyes, Hunza took out another elf ball and released a huge red elf. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing strong sunlight. The smile on Yali's face disappeared, and it became difficult to look like it was so special. You are the devil. Kuai Long was also taken aback, but his eyes were full of warfare immediately, and he just won Gyuka, which made it drift a bit. Yali took out 3 good medicines and a bunch of orange fruits. Quick dragon, catch it. Quickly dragon flew over and opened his mouth to catch it and swallowed it in his belly. Yali didn't know whether these wound medicines would be useful to the fast dragon who had not been hurt before, but in order to be able to fight smoothly in the future, Yali decided to give it. Even if it's useless, it's good to recover the fast dragon's physical strength. After all, it has just put so many skills on, and the physical strength is still extremely terrifying. Chapter 56, Battle of Gyulardo. Yeli guessed, he used Gaoka when playing Haruko in Xinqiao village. If he accepts Haruko's challenge in Kana's city, she should have used Gaoka to reinforce the Rado. Needless to say this time, there must be a empty seat behind. Yeli wanted to give the elf ball to the designer now, and then said to him, "Come on." Took a deep breath, Yeli calmed down. Kuai Long had used Dragon Dance 6 times, and it was not without the power of a battle behind. "Yeli, Kai Long, come with me, fight!" "Wow!" Kui Long fighting spirit proudly called. Yeli knew that facing Guradu, Kuai Long would be a lot easier. After all, most of Gyulardo's skills were ground-based, which was not effective for Kuai Long. What really worries him is the Liakang sitting behind, which is different from Gyulardo, it can fly. "Yeli, quick dragon," moving close to it at high speed. Kuai Long screamed, the little wings stirred, the flashing body had disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Gyulardo. "Yeli, storm!" The fast dragon fanned its small wings, and the storm condensed under him, forming several huge tornadoes, blowing towards Gyulardo. Storm is a flying skill, which is very restrained against Guradu. The disadvantage is that the hit rate is too low, but the fast dragon is so close to Guradu, and the speed of Guradu is not fast. It is really not easy to avoid it. "Haruko, Gyulardo, use an arm hammer." Gyulardo raised his huge red arm, white light appeared on it, his body rotated, and he hit the fast dragon. But the storm released by the fast dragon had already formed, and the storm blew out and collided with the whirling Gyulardo. Boom! After the huge noise, Kuai Long flew in the air, quietly looking at Gyulardo. "Yeli, quick dragon, its speed has been reduced, waiting in the air to use its wings to attack." Yes, the disadvantage of this skill is that it will slow down the speed. Gyulardo itself is slow, and it reduces the speed. It can be said that it is difficult to hit the fast dragon again. Yeli has never allowed Kuai Long to use two powerful skills, because while powerful skills can cause huge damage, they also bring huge disadvantages. For example, Nikan, it will be messy after use. Generally, this can be used for the end. Destroy the dead light for the next round and cannot move, the dragon's dive will cause damage to himself. Yeli wanted to ensure that Kuai Long could beat Hunza steadily, or else he had to start again, so he didn't dare to take any risks. Kuai Long understood Yeli's meaning, and flew into the air with white light on its wings, and dived towards Guradu. "Haruko, sunshine and flames." Guradu's chest condensed white energy, forming a huge energy beam, shooting towards the fast dragon in the air. The sun and flames used to take time to condense, but now the sun is fierce, and it blasts immediately. Kuai Long was so fast, dodged by the white beam of light, and in the blink of an eye, it was close to Gyulardo, and its wings covered with white light hit Gyulardo's body. Boom! Gyulardo was in pain, took a step back, and shook the ground. Bang! Guradu kept shooting white beams of light from his chest. The fast dragon dodged while attacking Guradu without stopping its wings. It made Guradu back again and again, and the ground kept shaking. "Haruko, use Spitfire!" Gyulardo roared, and huge flames spewed from his body, covering the entire battlefield. Kuai Long was also hit by a ball of flames, and was knocked back in the air for a long time. "Yeli, quick dragon, avoid those fireballs, continue to approach Gyulardo, and continue to attack with wings." Kuai Long yelled, dodged quickly, and brushed past huge fireballs. Once again came to the top of Guradu, the wings were covered with white light again, and dived towards Guradu. Boom! The scarred Gyulardo took another step back, ending the fire breathing. Yeli cried out, "Give it the final blow, storm!" Kuai Long fanned its wings, and a huge tornado slowly condensed under him, blowing Giulardo. Boom! After the loud noise, Giulardo couldn't hold on, and fell behind him, causing the ground to shake and shake. Yelicking let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, it would be a bit difficult to win if the fast dragon had the advantage. Hunza puts Giulardo into the poke ball. Yeli starts to get nervous. Don't. There won't be any seats available to lie, right? In Yeli's nervous gaze, Hunza slowly took out a wizard ball and threw it out. Roar! A huge roar came, and a huge green elf appeared in the sky of the opposing battlefield. Snake-shaped green body, covered with yellow lines, and the lines are shining with yellow light. Yeli had no time to be stunned, and quickly took out 3 wound pills and threw them to Kuai Long. Kuai Long opened his mouth to catch it, and swallowed it into his belly. Yeli, Kai Long, this is the most difficult battle we have encountered, go ahead. Wow! Kuai Long screamed with high fighting spirit. It has won 2 consecutive victories and is now very fluttering. It is almost up to the cloud. I don't even remember that it was beaten and cried by Gyoka yesterday. Yeli wanted to send it a sentence, but the scar was healed and forgot to hurt. At this time, Haruko has already spoken, Rikongzuo, great speed. The cracked empty seat swayed and disappeared instantly. Boom! The disappearing vacant seat has already hit the chest of the dragon. Kuai Long was hit and flew out directly by the cradle, showing pain. Yeli gritted his teeth and said, Dragon Claw. The fast dragon fanned its wings and rushed towards the vacant seat. www.novel.com red light began to appear on its paws. Haruko, fast speed. Split Kung's body swayed, facing the Kuai Long, and Kuai Long's claws collided with the Kuai Long. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the Kuai Long and the ripple seat stood in the air, panting and staring at each other. Yeli, Dragon Tail. Haruko, Dragon Tail. Quick Dragon and Sundering Seat rushed towards each other at the same time, their tails were covered with red light. Bang! The 2 tails kept colliding in the air, and the 2 figures kept flashing in the air. Haruko, fast speed. Yeli, Dragon's Dive. Boom! 2 extremely fast figures collided in the air, causing a huge explosion, and for a while, smoke and dust filled. When the smoke dissipated, the 2 scarred figures in the sky continued to look at each other. Yeli took out a good wound medicine and threw it to Kuai Long. Kuai Long opened his mouth to catch it. Yeli is also unable to do it. The disadvantages of Dragon's Dive are too great. If no medicine is used, the fast dragon will definitely fall in front of the rift seat, and then Giulardo and Gyuka will be beaten in vain. Haruko, destroy the death light. Yeli, we also use destruction and death light. Cracked the empty seat opened his mouth to condense white energy, and then spit out a huge white beam of light. The fast dragon condenses energy in its chest, forming a huge white beam of light. 2 huge beams of light collided in the air, and the sky suddenly brightened. Boom! The huge sound shook Yeli's ears. Sure enough, the power of the sacred beast is terrible. The most important thing is that Chunko's sacred beast has been weakened. Once weakened, it is so strong. What is the real sacred beast? Yeli began to look forward to it. Chapter 57, The Battle of the Rupture Seat. Waiting for the smoke to disperse, Yeli walked and threw a wound medicine to Kuai Long. At this time, the fast dragon and the cracked empty seat are already full of scars, and their expressions are solemn. Haruko, Dragon Dance. Yeli, destroy the death light. The cracked empty seat danced in the air, but it greeted a huge beam of light. Boom! Cracked the empty seat screamed and was beaten out. Yeli, quick dragon, Dragon Dive. Kuai Long screamed, the little wings stirred up, and rushed to the space-splitting seat in the distance. Red light began to fill his body. Haruko, fast speed. Boom! The 2 elves collided again. Yeli looked at it with a solemn expression, tightly squeezing 2 good wound medicines in his hand, and immediately threw it at Kuai Long when the smoke dissipated. Quickly the dragon opened his mouth to catch it. Since then, Ye Li's wound medicine has been used up, and the battle with Hunzi instantly cost 70,000 yuan, and there are several orange fruits. Haruko, Ni Lin. Ye Li, Kai Long, let's end the game with Nilan. Kuai Long and Sundering Seat were filled with red light at the same time, their eyes turned red, and they rushed towards each other. Bang! The 2 elves kept colliding in the air, their figures flickering, dazzling people. In the end, the 2 elves, exhausted at the same time, fell from the air, hit the ground, and dust flew. When the dust dissipated, the eyes of both elves turned into circles. Ye Li was stunned. It was the first time he encountered this situation in the game world, and it happened that 2 elves lost their combat effectiveness at the same time. However, this situation sometimes occurs in the game. For example, if the same life skill is used, the opponent will die after death. There is also a negative skill such as poisoning burns, etc. In the case of low physical strength, 2 elves may die at the same time. However, it was the first time Ye Li had encountered the situation where he lost his combat ability with Nilan's skills. Ye Li breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still has a coal turtle. After all, he won. Yes, Ye Li's victory was very thrilling and exciting. Haruko put the split empty seed into the elf ball. Ye Li watched eagerly, swallowing, not greedy for the elf ball in her hand. It's okay if it's weakened. I wouldn't mind it, but it was a pity that Ye Li just thought about it. Let Ye Li grab? How can it be? He could never do such a thing. Well, in fact, it can't be robbed. The NPC on the road, as long as you get closer, he will talk to you, and he can't get close at all. Hunzi put the split empty seed into the wizard ball and looked at Ye Li. Ah! It's better than I thought. You are also training hard, right? I think you should get some rewards, this is for you. As he talked, he handed Ye Li a small instrument. How should I put it? Ye Li felt a bit like a nunchaku. A red handle with 3 yellow attached to it. Haruko continued, this is a detector. Try it. If there are invisible objects nearby, it will ring. Okay, Ye Li, see you next time. Although you may disagree with me when I say that, I think you have to train harder before meeting you next time. After I got on the bike, I disappeared as soon as the smoke slipped. Ye Li returned to Kana City, and sent Kuai Long to the Wizard Center for treatment. At the door of the Wizard Center, Ye Li released the Kuai Long. As soon as he came out of the poke ball, he immediately lowered his head. Some of them did not dare to look at Ye Li, he thought he had lost again. Ye Li rushed over and hugged it. Quick dragon, we won! We won, you are great! Kuai Long's eyes brightened, and he happily hugged Ye Li as if he flew to the sky, but just halfway through the flight, he was suddenly stopped by an invisible energy, fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The quick dragon who got up rubbed his head suspiciously. Ye Li crawled to Kuai Long's side with an expression of pain, leaned on it, and looked at the sky. Don't think about it, it's definitely not finished at the 6th gymnasium, so you can't use the flying technique. Now the game world is still in the banned air stage. Seeing Ye Li leaning on it, Kuai Long didn't move. He also lay on the ground, looking at the sky all by himself. For them who have just experienced fierce fighting, the sky at this time is extraordinarily blue and the air is extraordinarily fresh. Ye Li probably summarized the battle just now. To be honest, Hunzi's command was rather rigid, otherwise Ye Li won't be so easy to win. Take Gaoka as an example. If she asks for rain earlier, Kuai Long might die twice, and she would have waited less than 4 times. Gerudo is the same. If you use the Spitfire earlier, you will definitely not be beaten by the fast dragon. Not to mention the cracked empty seat, at the critical moment of toughness, she asked the cracked empty seat to use the dragon dance, this is not for him to beat him. Yali just quit the game world. On the big tree outside the rental room, a green elf flew out with big eyes open, and flew in along the open window. And this scene happened to be seen by two men in black under the tree, and immediately took out their mobile phones to make a call. "Hey, boss! We found Sharabi." "Well, really? Hurry up and bring someone over." "Okay. Okay." Yali just came out of the bathroom and was stunned immediately. Because there is a green elf flying above the bed. The elf has a light green head, dark green body, big kajalan eyes, two long light green eyebrows above the eyes, and a bunch of pointed hairs on the top of the head, dark green at the tips. Yali's eyes widened. "You reading www.yuyugonshu.com, is this Sharabi?" Wait, Yali suddenly remembered what the two men in black said that night, "Our boss is also looking for the legendary elves." In addition, people in black usually appear in Jingnan County these days. Are these people looking for Sharabi? Fuck me, then this snow rabbi is too bad. It's a time bomb. Shwarabi stared at Yali and called out, "Bye." Yali took Sharabi back out of the window. "Better than your sister, will you hurry up, okay?" Pushed by Yali to the window, Sharabi glanced out the window suspiciously, then glanced at Yali, and cried out suspiciously and innocently, "Bye." Yali suddenly realized something, and pulled Sharabi back to the room, and stretched her head out the window to look and look again. He was relieved when he saw that there was no one. Turned and looked at Sharabi. "Speak? Why are you here?" Snow Rabbi made two small hands gestures, "Bye bye bye." Looked around, as if looking for something. Yali walked to the bed, opened the backpack, and took out a pen from it. "Is this pen?" Snow Rabbi shook his head repeatedly. "Bye bye bye." Yali nodded affirmatively. "Yes, this is a pen." Yali handed the pen to Sharabi. "Okay, you have found what you are looking for, let's go. Don't come back, I will find you when I become stronger." Shwarabi took Yali's pen in a daze, and was dazed, not knowing how to explain it. Yali thought for a while, why not throw Sharabi into the game world? To be honest, the current Sharabi is very tasteless to him. Yali took the stunned Sharabi to the bathroom, and then entered the game world. Chapter 58, Flying Misfortune. At the entrance of the Elf Center in Kana City, Yali sat on the ground and stared at the Sharabi flying in the sky, thinking about countermeasures. What should I do? Conquer? Killed? What should the hunting group do when it comes? Give Sharabi to them? But Yali was reluctant. Yes, now Sharabi is the kind of elf that is useless and discarded. Shwarabi flew down, came to Yali, pulled Yali's clothes, and screamed happily. "Better than." Yali stretched out his hand and touched Sharabi's face, his attributes emerged. Snow Rabbi. Skills. Parasitic seeds. Power of mind. Self-regeneration. Cure ringtones. Mysterious guardian. Magic leaf. Primal power. Grace of nature. Reply to block. Predict future. Wish for healing. Fee storm. Song of death. Meditation. Sunny day. Destroy the dead light. Light wall. Hold on. Ask for rain. Mysterious guardian. Anger. Sunlight flames. Repay. Mental strength. Shadow avatar. Go to bed. Sing. Energy ball. Charging beam. Ultimate impact. Electromagnetic wave. Tie a grass knot. Dream talk. Stand-in. Juggling space. Magic shine. Ultimate absorption. Feature interchange. Photosynthesis. Annoying seeds. Mind hammer. Effort value. Life, 5001. Attack, 5001. Defense, 5001. Special attack, 5001. Special Defense, 5001. Speed, 5001. Individual Value. Life, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special Attack, 31. Special Defense, 31. Speed, 31. Seeing Sharabi's attributes, Yali was stunned. The dense skills and the dense effort points, what is this? Yali thought, the more powerful Sharabi, the more reluctant Yali was. I took a closer look at the effort value, 100 is elementary, 500 is intermediate, and how much is advanced? How much is the master? How much is Sharabi's 5000? After so many days of groping, Yali had a rough guess about the effort value. Effort value is a kind of data feedback on the strength of the wizard. As long as the physical strength or skill strength is increased, the effort value will increase. Thinking about it this way, it is easy to understand. Sharabi is a beast, and its strength belongs to the level of a beast. And the effort is worth 5000, which represents the strength of the beast. So speaking of this, can ordinary elves reach 5000 effort points and become elves at the level of mythical beasts? Yali touched Sharabi's face and whispered softly, Sharabi, stay here. I'll go out and take care of some things. Shwarabi cried out suspiciously, by when it finished blinking, Yali had disappeared. Bye bye bye, Sharabi screamed in panic and flew into the air, but did not see Yali's figure. Snow Rabbi called, and flew towards the sea to the right of Kana city, flying farther and farther, disappearing. Exiting the game world, Yali touched his chin and looked at the door next to the toilet, thinking about how to close or hide the door. The main reason is that someone may come over soon, and I don't know how to explain this door at that time. If you let others in, you will discover your own secrets. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door outside, and Yali immediately became vigilant. Yali released Kuai-Long, one person and one spirit went out of the room, and opened the door of the living room. Outside the door, there are two men in suits standing. The man standing in front is wearing sunglasses, very pretentious. Beside them is an elf. Yali just met, the rogue crocodile, don't say it, the rogue crocodile fits this man in a suit with sunglasses. These two people are the boss of the hunting group and Matai. Ya left his mouth, hello, who are you looking for? The man with sunglasses said, young man, I have an elf that has gone to your house, can you let me take it back? Yali tightened, and immediately wondered, I didn't see it. Did you read it wrong? Matai next to immediately pointed to Yali, boy, I advise you to hand it over as soon as you see it, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. The man with sunglasses raised his hand to stop Matai next to him, and said politely, boy, I am a reasonable person, you just need to hand over my elf, everything will be fine, but if you toast and not eat or drink fine wine, then I'm welcome. Yalitan said, I really didn't see it. After speaking, he seemed to remember something, it seems that an elf came in, but when I arrived at my house, a white hole suddenly appeared on the ceiling, and the elf flew in. The two outside the door were taken aback and looked at each other. The man next to him without sunglasses quickly took out something similar to a tablet computer, but the green dot on it had disappeared. The two of them looked ugly, and the man wearing sunglasses asked, what does the elf you see look like? Yali touched his head, dark green body, light green head, pointed head, and a pair of transparent wings behind. Matai and the man in sunglasses looked at each other again, and they all met, because someone who had never seen him could never describe the appearance of Sharabi. And according to the young man's statement, Sharabi may have traveled through, and went to another time and space. They want to find another time, but they don't know the year of the monkey. Seeing the man with sunglasses hesitated, Matai immediately said, boss, don't believe him, let's control him first, and then ask slowly. He may be playing tricks. Yali looked at the talking Matai, really wanted to go up and give him two big mouths. The man with sunglasses thought for a while, and then gestured to the rogue crocodile next to him. The rogue crocodile nose, jumped up and kicked on the door. Boom! The door shattered, and a huge force came. Yali was pushed out by the huge force and sat on the ground. The opponent shot too fast, and Yali had no time to react. Kuai Long in the living room yelled angrily when he saw this, and rushed towards the rogue crocodile. Sunglasses Man and Ma Tai were shocked when they saw Kuai Long. www.novel.com. They actually saw Kuai Long at a young man's house. It seems that this young man is not easy. Maybe it was just lying to them. At this time, Kuai Long's body was covered with red light, and he rushed towards the rogue crocodile. The shot was Nixian. Yes, touching Yali is equivalent to touching its Nixian. Without using the sunglasses man to speak, the rogue crocodile turned and flicked its tail, covered with red light, hitting the dragon. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the living room. The tables and chairs inside shattered in an instant, and the whole house shook twice. Yali was surprised and terrified that Kuai Long was hit and flew out and hit the wall in the living room. After sliding down, he lay on the ground, trying to get up, but didn't get up for a long time. Quick Dragon is a quasi-god dragon elf. It was beaten like this by a dragon tail by a rogue crocodile. Now Yali understands how weak the beast of Hunzi in the game world is, and how ridiculous he and Kuai Long are in the eyes of this rogue crocodile. Yali's whole body was in pain, and his sweat dripped on the floor. He panted and looked at the rogue crocodile on the opposite side, feeling full of powerlessness in his heart. At this time, the door to the next room opened and Han Ye walked out of the room. Seeing the situation outside, he was stunned and asked with a cold face, "Who are you?" Yali closed his eyes helplessly. "My aunt, why are you out now? Isn't it okay to call your brother Han Shuki while staying in the room?" The man with sunglasses looked at Han Ye in the room with interest. "Oh, there is another woman." Then looked at Yali. "Is it your girlfriend?" Yali shook his head with an expression of pain. "No, we are renting together. She doesn't know me at all. If you have anything to do, just come to me. It's useless to ask her." Chapter 59, Rogue Crocodile. So nervous? It seems that your relationship is unusual. Also did not see the man in sunglasses giving an order. The rogue crocodile disappeared in a flash, and then appeared next to Han Yi's side and lifted her up. Then he flashed around again and came to the man in sunglasses. The man in sunglasses looked at Han Ye, who looked very cold with curiosity. "I look good. But it's a pity, she may have to pay for your dishonesty." Yali hurriedly called, "Don't, let me tell you, his brother is very powerful. If you move her, her brother will never let it go." Ah! Before Yali finished speaking, the rogue crocodile appeared in front of him and punched him. Yali cried out in pain, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Han Yi's face was cold, tears flowed out in large drops. Sunglasses Man said, "If I didn't let you talk, don't give me nonsense. I don't want to listen to you now. I just want to torture this little girl." After he turned his head and gestured, Ma Taili, who was next to him, immediately slapped Han Yi's face with a slap in the face. Snapped. The clear and loud voice shook Yali's mind. Looked at all this in a daze. It turned out that after the world changed, it was not as beautiful as I thought. Although the slap on Han Yi's body, it woke Yali. The world has become wonderful, and in the same way, it has become cruel. In the face of absolute strength, he is not a fart. Ha ha, master, leader? Even saving your life has become a problem. Did you think too much about yourself before? Yali moved back and leaned against the wall. Don't you want to know where Sharabi is? If you want to know, let her go, I tell you, and there are not only Sharabi, but also various powerful legendary elves. The man in sunglasses said in surprise, "You actually know it is called Sharabi? It seems that you haven't told the truth." After speaking, he gestured to Ma Tai next to him, and Ma Tai stepped forward and slapped Han Ye. Han Ye's expression is painful, and the corners of his mouth are bleeding. Ye Li called out, "Stop, if you move her again, don't even want to know where Sharabi is." The man with sunglasses gestured, Ma Tai grabbed Han Ye and threw it to the door. Ye Li looked at Han Ye and said weakly, "Hurry up." Han Ye got up with tears in pain, ran out the door, and ran down the corridor. The man with sunglasses turned his head and looked at Ye Li, "Let's talk. Not to mention I can catch her back anytime." Ye Li endured the pain and got up with great difficulty, "Come with me." Ye Li thought about it, and brought these two people into the game world, trapped them in it for a lifetime, never think of it. "Damn, dare to do this to Lao Tzu, I let you starve to death in it," even the rogue crocodile starved to death. Ye Li limped and walked in front, took the two to the bathroom, and looked at the door next to the toilet. The man in sunglasses and Ma Tai are slightly surprised. There is a bathroom in the bathroom that I don't know where it leads to, and the style of this door is not easy. It seems that Sharabi might actually be there. The man with sunglasses called, "Lead the way ahead." Ye Li limped forward and pressed the button with the pokeball pattern. Then Ye Li disappeared. The man in sunglasses and Ma Tai were surprised, and pressed the button first at the sign of the man in sunglasses. Seeing that they were all in, the man in sunglasses walked over and pressed the button. Ye Li appeared at the gate of the Kana City Wizard Center, and he was relieved at this moment. Now only need to wait for those two people to come in, and then quit the game world. Not long after, the man with sunglasses and Ma Tai appeared in front of Ye Li, and looked around in surprise as soon as they appeared. After seeing Ye Li, Ma Tai immediately said viciously, "Where is this? Where is Sharabi?" Ye Li was not afraid of them anyway, his chest pain made him unable to sit and stand for a long time, lying directly on the ground, looking at the sky with ease and said, "This is another world, a world you can never get out of. Ma Tai, don't pretend to be garlic. Take us to Sharabi quickly." "Ye Li, Sharabi is here, you want to find yourself." At this time, the man in sunglasses took out the elf ball and released the rogue crocodile. He did not speak, and the rogue crocodile disappeared in a flash. Ye Li smiled strangely, and disappeared, and the rogue crocodile rushed into the air. Ma Tai and the man with sunglasses changed their faces, and they looked around, but where could you still see Ye Li's figure? Ma Tai leaned in front of the man with sunglasses, "Boss, what should I do? The man with sunglasses has an ugly face, what else can I do? Look for an exit." "Ma Tai, but don't we catch Sharabi?" The man with sunglasses stretched out his hand and slapped him, shouting, "What's the use of catching Sharabi? We can't go back, you know." Ma Tai stunned, "Impossible, right? Boss." Returned to the bathroom floor, Ye Li breathed a sigh of relief, endured the pain, walked to the room and took the phone. Ye Li is going to try if he can close the door of the game world. Someone will come in by then, and it is not good to be seen. Since the game world was originally a game on a mobile phone before the world changed, the way to close the game world is the mobile phone. Limped back to the bathroom, Ye Li wondered what to do. www.novel.com. Is it to call back? Ye Li used his mobile phone to face the door and swiped his finger. Sure enough, the door disappeared. Ye Li breathed a sigh of relief and slumped on the ground. Took out his phone to check it, and found that there was an additional app in the phone. Ye Li tried to click on it, but it was useless. Is it going to be marked back, that door needs something to carry? Before Ye Li could try, there was a sound of rapid footsteps outside. Soon, Han Shuki appeared in the room, looked around the room, and was taken aback when he saw Ye Li in the bathroom, and then quickly asked, "Where are they? Where are the two hunters?" Ye Li said weakly, "They're gone." Han Shuqi was surprised, "Leave? Why are they here? Are you trying to your elves? Did you let them succeed?" At this time, Han Ye ran in anxiously, and when he saw Yali sitting in the bathroom, he hurried forward. Yali, are you okay? Go, I will help you to the hospital. Yali waved his hand and handed Han Ye an elven ball. I'm fine, you send Kui Long to the elf center first. Han Ye pulled Yali vigorously, get up quickly and go together. Han Shuki didn't speak next to him. Just now Han Ye called him to talk about the general situation here, and he hurried over. Yali saved Han Ye, so it is not convenient for him to say anything now. As for the specific situation, I will ask again at that time. Yali climbed up and picked up the bag. Inside was Kyrillian and their elf balls. It wouldn't work if you didn't bring them. Now the rental house is like this, Yali is afraid of losing it. Han Ye supported Yali, who was limping, and Han Shuki followed. The three of them took a taxi, first sent Kui Long to the Wizard Center, and then sent Yali to Jingnan County Hospital. High Elf. As mentioned earlier, ordinary elves evolve from the beginning to the end, and at most they grow up to the elementary level. Like Kui Long, barely reach the intermediate level. In other words, Kui Long only needs to eat and sleep to reach the intermediate level. If you want to reach a higher level, you must train and nurture. The rogue crocodile has undergone countless cultivation and training since he was a child. You must know that he was cultivated in the real world, unlike the game world, which can be used to accumulate money and time. Why can't he be better than one who ate to sleep, and ate fast when he slept? It costs 60,000 to break through the world of primary games, 600,000 for intermediate, and 6 million for advanced. That is to say, that rogue crocodile has accumulated millions of resources at least, plus the money spent on hard work, plus countless training. Why can't it be useless than a fast dragon that grows normally? Strong? With so many resources spent, small Lotta can be very strong, right? Also, as mentioned in the previous article, professional trainers are all high level. Why can a professional level rogue crocodile not be better than ordinary fast dragons? Does anyone say that Kui Long feeds zombie rice? What are you special about feeding the Tyrannosaurus meat? You are just a fat man without training. Why is it strong? What is strong? Please read the article carefully. There are pavings in front. If you don't understand it, I spray it randomly. Sometimes I get sprayed inexplicably.